she'll tell me if I
Order. This is a regular meeting. Yep. Thank you. So I would like to call this meeting to order. It's a regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors held this day, Tuesday, December 14th, 2021. And with that, my understanding is that Rabbi Avon Yakar is not able to connect with us for the invocation this morning. And Kim, I was looking, but I didn't see him on, right? Obviously, with the snow hitting the high Sierras, their communication systems and below are somewhat limited. So in Rabbi's stead, we're asking Supervisor Turnbull to go ahead and offer a prayer this morning as part of our invocation. So George.
All right. And I just want to say that a lot of these prayers I write down that comes to my head, and I write down and keep them and store them on my phone, because there's certain prayers that fit certain circumstances. And I think this one is very touching. I think you might like it. So let us pray. Commit to the Lord whenever you do, and your plans will succeed. By this promise, you reminded me that I can never go alone. Whatever I'm thinking or what I'm doing, from the smallest thought to the most challenging plan, I'm developing a need for your input, your advice, and your direction. If I don't follow you, I can end up in a terrible mess. But when I commit my plans to you and act in the way that glorifies you, I have prosperity. You will bring me through any challenges at work, at home, or in the spiritual realm. Though I may not side on the fast track of success, I will be on your track to do it. And that's what ultimately matters to me. If I have to choose between the world's success and yours, I will go with yours every time. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, George. Appreciate that.
Welcome.
So let's do the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Thomas, if you would please lead us.
Hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Excellent. Always a good way to get started.
Yes.
So with that, we'll move to adoption of the agenda and approval of the consent calendar, and we'll go by districts to determine if anybody has a request to make either a statement relative to the consent calendar or to pull an item from the consent calendar. So with that, Sue, are you on with us?
They just had a power outage. She's just trying she's trying to reconnect right now.
Okay, so we'll take Sue last then. So District 4, anything on the consent calendar?
No changes.
All right, District 3.
Just like to make a comment on item 22 that wonderful that we're being able to expand behavioral health services in county. That's so needed and appreciate that.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. District 2.
No changes.
District 1 has no changes. Let's see if we have Sue on yet. I'm not seeing her, so. Kim, she didn't advise you of anything, right? Okay,
She's trying to reconnect right now.
I'm just trying to look and see if we have a any kind of a message or anything else from her. We do not. Assuming
Let me
you don't
just
either, Dawn.
text her quick.
Okay, maybe we should proceed and take public comment on this, and hopefully Sue will connect. And if she has something, we can kind of do a go back. Does that seem reasonable? If she gets
Can
connected?
I also read a Before we do that, can I
Sure,
read a
yeah, please
correction?
read, please read it in the record and then we'll take
Okay,
public comment.
but there will be a correction to item number 33, a spelling correction to the title and a correction on the first whereas to add the State Department of Housing and Community Development to Resolution 184-2021 and Resolution 185-20-21.
All right, very good. So with that, do we have any members of the public present in the boardroom here who have any comments on the consent calendar? And if you do, please identify what the number is so we can track your comments. So,
Now taking public comment on adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Board.
morning.
Since I grew up in New York. Thank you, Don. Since I grew up in New York State, I am not dreaming of a white Christmas. In fact, I'm still thawing out from shoveling a foot and 2 feet of snow and occasionally a little bit more. I woke up to a cold house. But the warm heart of God for all of us, for all human beings. And I'm speaking on the consent 32 and 33.
Okay,
First, I want to commend Don Ashton for an excellent, well-written commentary on the editorial page about the quandary of the hostess homeless program and the
yeah, it was Don Simone, not Don Ashton, just for the record.
It's Don Simone, right?
Yes.
Thank you for the
Yep.
correction. Don Ashton's doing a great job. You all are doing a great job as far as moving toward affordable housing. Both of these items, when it's cooked down, or dealing with increasing the affordable housing in the county. We have all agreed on the 3,900, give or take, figure of the lack in the county of affordable housing. So we're working on a coordinated entry. But these items are wisely dealing with a coordinated exit of our 500 West Slope homeless. Speaking of the homeless, I have an article here. 3 out of the last 6 or 7 Mountain Democrat articles, issues had a front page article about the homeless, and praise the Lord that it's bubbling to the top and the surface. And if you haven't driven by Broadway before the snow, drive by now and see that they actually have a couple lighted figurines while they're living as less than human beings in not third world, but fourth world conditions. I have here a copy of the book on the Hangtown Haven, which 8 years ago at least worked for a year to help the homeless. But in 8 years, the county has done nothing to create a permanent homeless shelter. We're starting to move toward that, but there's an emergency out there. There's an emergency out there of scores, actually hundreds of people sleeping in their cars and living under tents with no heat. And I appeal to you as the leaders of the county. Our county is crying out to you. Do something immediately. You stood up for Grizzly Flats and their loss of 470 houses, and the community has come together. But you have a $50 million reserve fund in the county general finances out of a $700 million annual budget. We've got to get an immediate shelter. You've got to do it now. People are dying from last night. They're going to be DEAD, dead. They're going to die this winter because of either you're not creating a shelter over them in the immediate crisis. Affordable housing has to be pursued as a longer range goal, but we've got to. God is speaking to each of you. Get a
Please wrap
shelter
it up,
over them.
Jonathan.
We cannot leave our dogs out in the snow like last night. How can we leave scores, hundreds of human beings out in the cold? It's a crime against humanity. Please, I beg you, get a shelter over them. Pay tens of thousands to the fairgrounds, but at least get a heated shelter or warehouse over them. Please, in Jesus' name, as a Christmas present to Jesus, if nothing else. God bless you.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, 2 inches in Diamond Springs. So it's kind of interesting. I assume you didn't pull 25.
That has not been pulled yet, but we haven't heard from Supervisor Novosel, but
Okay, so I'm just going to speak on 25.
25, okay.
Yeah. As you know, I used to work for the county, right? I've said that many times to you. So Department of Transportation, Mosquito Bridge. It's interesting, actually, 24 and 25, because they go together. But I remember working on that project. I remember the slides that happened above the old bridge, above the bridge that we currently use, the suspension bridge. So to see this item now, item 24, it's very, very heartwarming in a sense, because years, 25 years, 30 years, I can't remember how long it's been, but it's been a long time. Matt Smeltzer has a lot of credit in keeping our funding in mind and then keeping that rolling. So that's my comments. It's hard to follow Jonathan. I feel kind of inadequate up here today, but in terms of Jonathan's passion, obviously it's hard for me to follow that, but I do want to identify 24 and 25 as being critically important. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
That's going to be a gorgeous bridge.
Yep. Is there anyone else present in the boardroom would like to speak to the consent calendar?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. Karen Greenwood, a snowy District 3 resident. Got about a foot here at 3,200 feet at the triple junction of Districts 2, 3, and 5. Yes, I was going to speak on item 24 and 25 also, mostly in that bad planning out there with respect to the approval of that subdivision so very, very long ago. And I remember, along with Chris Payne, some work on that bridge and the reasons for it. And also, it's a reminder for us to do good planning so that we don't have to come back and try to retrofit a 100-year-old bridge to handle the amount of traffic that is anticipated. That kind of goes to some current projects that might be out there. But recall that original subdivision was approved because, yes, they have two ways in, Rock Creek Road and Mosquito Road, even though both are very physically challenged to provide safe and reliable access, but that the airport was there, and therefore people can fly to work and they won't need to go across Mosquito Bridge. Kind of silly, but looking back, bad planning. Also, item 35, the Bell Ranch. If this is the same subdivision, I believe it is, there at the top of the hill above the Catholic Church, it's interesting because it was part of the Bass Lake Hills specific plan and was supposed to have some pretty strict oak preservation guidelines and such. And I think when I went out there, when they just rough cut the roads, that interestingly enough, there was these two oak trees, beautiful, huge oak trees, heritage oaks, if you will, that were kind of surrounded by these little 30,000 or whatever square foot lots, however big or small they are. And I just have to wonder how that possibly could have actually happened under the protections for oak trees found within the Bass Lake Hills specific plan. And also I'm wondering if item 46 could be put on, or if there's some idea of when it might be heard, and if could it be put as a time certain so that we can focus on that at an appropriate time instead of having it floating out there. And I believe that's about it for now. But I can only imagine, along with Jonathan, how cold it must be out there in a tent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
And I will note that we received some written correspondence, item 32, and this will go in the record, Kim. I'm sure you have a copy of this since we have it. This was related to the use of CDBG funding. So I'll leave it at that. I'm not going to quote Tracy's email, but it's part of the record. And then also Ken submitted an item on 46 with a lot of information, and he'll speak to that, I'm assuming when that proclamation comes up. But those were the only two that I know of that were written inputs on the consent calendar that we did not speak to. Is there anything else you're aware of?
No, just if Supervisor Novacell has any items she wants to pull or.
Yes, so we're going to turn to see now. Now that we've finished, let's turn to our supervisor and see where you are relative to consent calendar. You have something you want to pull?
Thank you. I do not. And I apologize. We had a power surge just as you were opening up. So, and we're going to be having power surges, I think, all day. We had power outages last night.
Yeah.
So I apologize. Please bear with me. I will try to reconnect as fast as possible when it happens. But no, I do not have anything to pull. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. And so with that, I guess I'd ask staff if they have any comments they'd like to make back to anything that was provided by the public relative to consent calendar. Seeing no responses from staff, then let's bring it back to the board.
So adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with no changes.
Move approval. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Okay.
All right, so we'll need roll call since Supervisor Novacell is not present here in the boardroom. So Kim, if you would please do that.
The Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
The Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
The Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. So I think we can take on a department matter at this point, and I'm assuming we probably want to take them in order. So number 43, Kim, if you would read that, please.
Item 43 comes from Human Resources Department, recommending the board, 1, appoint Karen Garner to the position of Director of Planning and Building effective January 1st, 2022 at step 3 of the salary range, and 2, approve returning Christopher Perry, current Interim Director of Planning and Building, to his prior position of Assistant Director of Planning and Building effective January 1st, 2022.
I don't know if you or Joey wants to comment on this initially.
I'll take it, Mr. Chair. Don Ashton, your CAO. Yeah, this is just as indicated in the staff report. It's a recommendation to appoint Ms. Garner as a planning and build director. Ms. Garner is here in the audience, so I want to thank her for coming, especially considering the weather conditions.
Yes.
So that was outstanding. It is step 3 of the salary schedule because it is placing a salary of a department head appointee. It's required to be a department matter for discussion by the board and any input from the public. So Joey and I are available to answer any questions if you have them at this time.
Okay, Joey, do you have anything else to add before we ask for comments or questions from the board?
No, nothing to add.
Okay, very good.
Actually, can you give the public just some idea of the search that we had and the number of candidates? I mean,
Happy to do
you
that.
just give some context for this
Yes,
appointment.
I think that would be appropriate. Thank you.
Good morning, Joey Carrasco, Director of Human Resources. So we conducted a open recruitment, meaning it was open to the public. We had 11 applicants for the position of Director of Planning and Building. I'm out of breath. I ran over here. 9 of the applicants met the qualifications, so they were interviewed, first round of interviews. Following that round, the top 4 were invited back for a second interview. Those were the highly qualified candidates. And out of the top 4, Karen Garner came out as the top candidate. So she has a wealth of experience. A few bullet points here: 25 years of local government planning and building experience, 9 at the executive level. She's currently the Commissioner of Development or Community Development Director for the City of Gilroy. She was previously the Deputy Director of Regional Parks. She worked at Sacramento County as the Director of Parks and Rec, and she also worked for the City of Rockland. So our recommendation is based on her experience and education, that we bring her in at step 3 of the salary level, which is right in the middle between 1 and 5. So with that, turn it back to you and answer any questions you have.
I will mention that in closed session, the board had an opportunity to interview with the candidates. And so I think we had a chance to learn more about her background and ask some questions and stuff. So that was the other piece that kind of complemented today's action. So any additional comments or questions from any board members?
I have an odd comment or question. I'm not really sure, but how do I say this? El Dorado County has a very engaged public, and I'm already hearing a lot of chatter and concerns about this appointment, and it's hard, to know the background of somebody, their goals and all that stuff. So I'm just throwing it out there that maybe Ms. Garner at some point, if there's an opportunity, I don't know if it's appropriate to do, I don't know how to do this, but to help you with relationships with the community, perhaps some kind of a statement or a bio or something, because the concerns, and this is an ongoing thing, before I was on the board, I always had the same concerns too, is are these department heads, especially in planning and building, have the best intentions for a county and a community that pretty much wants to stay rural as much as possible with all the pressures on us. Just looking at the little bit of information that's available to the public, that's not clear. So if there is an opportunity, I would love for you to take that opportunity to share that with everyone so that they feel a little more at ease about this choice, if that makes sense. I know it was an odd request, but you know my past and my engagement.
I do. And when, I believe when you appoint department heads, they are, per our policy, all employees are background checked.
Oh, of course.
That's all done. I believe it's a thorough background check process. We put out press releases for department heads, giving a summary. We could put quotes in there. All department heads are encouraged to meet with and engage with the community because, as you said, it is a very engaged community.
Yes.
In regards to the rural nature of the county, that is always difficult for planning and building directors because there's, as far as I know, there's one degree, and that's a degree in urban planning. There's not I don't believe a degree exists in rural planning.
Correct.
We want people with a planning background. That's the job. In regards to the rural nature of the county, all staff take direction from the board. And sometimes the more rural or the people with a more rural focus don't like the direction the board takes. That's not staff's decision, that's the board's decision. And all your departments will work at that direction. So I wanted to make that comment. So, because it's not the planning and building director's decision of what growth occurs. That's ultimately the board's decision.
I would say, based on my past experience as a community member, long before being on here, the staff does help direct projects. And I was in meetings with advocates for projects, and our general plan is so vague intentionally. You can choose a policy to promote anything you want, quite honestly. So I'm just putting it out there that if there's an opportunity, I recommend you take it. It will be welcome.
Okay, and I'll just comment, when we get to item 44, there's a lot of growth projections and stuff and where growth is expected, and knowing that The applicant is new to the county and stuff. I think there's some very informative information on there, but clearly there is not a major expectation that large amounts of growth will happen in the rural areas. At least that's what these numbers are telling me. So we'll have that discussion later. But appreciate your comments, and I don't know how to respond to it other than what staff has done. So we'll go ahead and leave it at that. Go ahead,
Further
please.
comment? Appreciate your comments, Lori. I think like, it's important for us all to recognize that we do have an engaged public, and that's and that we honor that. I, for one, I think it's significant that there were 11 applicants. You know, we hear often that jobs, there are job opportunities, but no one's out there looking, and that we had 9 qualified candidates, and that's significant too. So the fact that you know, Ms. Garner has risen to the top of that is significant, and I think I appreciated the opportunity the board had to engage with her. And I think our community will find that her experience, you know, especially in Rockland, which is a very similar community. She's from Northern California. She understands, you know, that push play between rural and urban. And I was just very impressed with her background, with her experience. And building and planning, the director is, I mean, all of our department heads are absolutely critical to our agency. And building and planning is an incredibly important department for our community, because that is the department that often folks interface with on a daily basis. And it determines someone's experience with our county, whether they're, you know, remodeling their garage or whether they're building a subdivision. It's a critically important department. So just really, you know, look forward to welcoming you and you know, helping the community embrace her and get to know her too. But just real excited to have you on board and look forward to working with you.
Very good. Any other comments or questions? Not seeing anything from the board. Kim, would you please open this up for public input?
Now taking public comment on item 43, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs, recently appointed to the Planning Commission. Let me take a shot at this related to El Dorado County. Having been here almost 45 years, I'm a newbie. You know, one generation, 2 generation, 8 generation, 9 generation. That's what we're dealing with at a lot of families here. They've gone through a lot of government in their lives, and the kids have grown up understanding El Dorado County the way they believe it should be. All the new people coming in, whether they come from San Francisco, the Valley, out of state, they have other experiences, other things that have helped them be able to grow and better understanding the subjects that El Dorado County is dealing with. Now they have different perspectives, and those perspectives then sometimes can be in conflict between the perspectives of the people who have lived here multiple generations and like El Dorado County the way it is. It's changing. We're influenced by the Sac Metro area, obviously, and other Valley areas. Ms. Garner, I'm sure she knows how to use the internet. She can go in and Google El Dorado County, and she can read a lot of things about us and things that we essentially have been working on. Design reviews, certainly, we need to get that going again. Commercial and multifamily, we stalled. You know, it's been a couple of years now since I was working on that. And certainly she's going to come in picking up all these things that haven't been finished with her own perspective, but she's got to listen to the people around her, whether it be Rob or Chris or any of the ones coming out of her department. Hopefully she'll listen to them. And if she's got that skill set, which I believe 11 down to number 1, she's certainly going to be successful in doing that. but she's going to be scrutinized immediately from where she's coming from, where she's been, and from her experience. One of the things I looked for immediately when I went to that agenda item was her bio. I wanted to read about who she was, and it wasn't there. So I don't know if it got posted later or whether it's still not posted. But you could have gone through and scratched out all of the confidential information and just give her the essence of who she is. That's what I believe the discussion revolved around. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone else present in the boardroom that would like to speak to this item, please come forward.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Hey, good morning, board. Andy Nevis, District 4 Planning Commissioner. Supervisor Parlin and my fellow Commissioner Payne kind of said a lot of what I was going to say. But, you know, just for full disclosure, I was one of those who saw this item and was a little bit, to be honest, a little bit nervous at first, you know, just because there wasn't a whole lot of information available, and El Dorado County is a very unique place. And I think it is really important that the Director of Planning and Building has a really, really strong understanding of our communities here in the county. Now that said, based on what I've heard today, I'm confident that Ms. Garner will be able to develop that knowledge and the relationships with the community. But I would really encourage, as part of the plan for the first several months on the job, that community engagement and really listening to the community really should be near the top of that list. And I'm happy to help however I can, and I'm sure others are as well. I think Supervisor Parlin already said this, but the Director of Planning and Building really does have quite a bit of authority, even as they serve under this board. They can determine, provide advice on what goes on the Planning Commission agenda and on your agenda. There's a lot of projects that can be approved by the director, or conditions that are suggested by staff. So it is really important that there's a strong knowledge of the community there. And finally, I just wanted to wrap up by thanking Chris Perry for his service over the last couple of months. I had a chance to work with him on a few items, and he's been extremely helpful and professional in helping me to understand these complex issues, since I'm also a new commissioner, and including the cannabis items that were before our commission last week. So just wanted to give a shout out to Chris as well, and thank him for stepping up. And I look forward to working with him, as well as getting to know Ms. Garner in the coming months. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Ken Greenwood, District 325, so confusing. Triple Junction, there we are. Yes, welcome, Karen, to the boiling cauldron of land use planning, AKA El Dorado County. May the trial by fire begin. I remember when I was first looking at a position here at El Dorado County in 1989, which when I was hired on, to get the 2002 general plan done. Anyway, my research indicated at that time, and kind of through the years too, that who would want to work there in the boiling cauldron where you are constantly attacked by the public? The board, it was pretty vicious. The board's a little better at that, I hope, these days. In other words, staying out of the day-to-day operation of the department. But trust me, back in the early 90s, late 80s, and honestly up to about 2000, my personal experience was that they were actively involved with the department, and much to the detriment of the department and getting its mission done. So again, I'm glad they're paying you enough to get your Kevlar underwear on, and I do recommend actually full body suit Kevlar, just to keep the extremities covered, if you will. But anyway, welcome, and I look forward to meeting you and working with you on some of the projects that I find myself involved with occasionally. And welcome to the cauldron. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Laurel.
Good morning, supervisors. Laurel Brempum, CEO, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce. I Googled Karen, so I did get to check out her background, and I was very, very impressed by it. I hope your experience right now isn't discouraging you, Karen, because I welcome you, and we look forward as a Chamber of Commerce to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Good morning, everybody. I was listening to a little video on the SAC-B this morning, and they were talking about Oak Park and the gentrification in Oak Park. You guys know that area of Sacramento. And I thought, isn't that strange? They call it gentrification in Oak Park, but here we just call it development. So I'd like to welcome this lady. I'm sorry, I forgot her name already, to El Dorado County. And just a little bit of advice, aside from calling development, we call it development here instead of gentrification, but we also call assertive women on their tone, whereas men are usually just strong men. So watch your tone, and welcome.
Thank you, Mandy.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, back to the board for action. Afterwards, let's make the appointment first.
Okay, great.
Because-
Just to clarify, I truly meant that as constructive, Karen. I hope you know that. Truly, I'm trying to be helpful. So we should probably talk about that. I usually have good intentions, so I'll second that.
Oh, yes, I move the approval of Karen Gardner to the Director of Building and Planning in El Dorado County.
That salary step.
Yes, that's at salary step 3 per our agenda item today.
Excellent. And we have a second from Lori, is that correct?
Yep.
So roll call, please, Kim.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidahl, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Unanimous. So with that, I'd like to invite Karen Garner to come forward, and please don't react to some of the inputs you've heard. El Dorado County is a great place, and we are growing at a projected rate that's consistent with the general plan and other projections. You'll hear more about that as you go on. But I want to welcome you personally to El Dorado County. I think you certainly will have your challenges, as we all do, depending upon our responsibilities within the county. But based upon having read all the information, your bio, your background, I think you're extremely well suited for the position. So I personally welcome you to El Dorado County and look forward to working with you in the future and helping you gain a better understanding of the history of El Dorado County, because it is substantially different than Placer County, which is where you reside, as I understand, out in Rockland. Rockland and El Dorado Hills probably have the most similarity, where Rockland and Placerville or South Lake Tahoe or any other community are totally different. So we do have a very disparate growth that's occurring within the county, and you'll get exposed to some of that, which I think may help you gain a better appreciation for the comments that were made. They have to be taken in with perspective to what the big picture is, but I think there were good comments, and it gives you a better understanding of some of the concerns that are out there, and we'll get started with that. So please, if you'd like to introduce yourself more from the standpoint of your background or whatever commentary you'd like to make, now's the time.
Sure. Thank you so very much. Karen Garner, and I just wanted to say, first of all, that I really appreciate this opportunity. I very much look forward to working with this community, the people in El Dorado County. I see my job as being a reflection of what the community wants and desires. And I understand that it is very different from one end of the county to the other. And so I look at my background and experience of working with different communities as being very helpful, because each community wants and needs their own things. And so I look forward to bringing that here. I look forward to working with the board and with staff. I've heard wonderful things. When you get to this position, there is a lot of research that you do before you even make that application. And so I'm coming in eyes wide open, but that is actually one of the things that attracted me, because the people here do care about what happens. And I really enjoy working with the community. I will definitely be open to meeting anybody and everybody, sharing more of my background along the way. I appreciate the input and the suggestions, and I definitely will have, as soon as I get in the office and have a phone number and an email, I welcome folks to reach out and contact me, and I will certainly be proactive in getting to know folks as well. But I do want to say I did grow up actually in the Central Valley in a farm town. We grew oranges. I very much appreciate the agriculture and that way of life. I still have a lot of friends and family that is their way of life, and so it is near and dear to my heart. So I appreciate here in El Dorado County kind of having that mix. But again, the number one thing for me is what I do. It's not my personal thoughts, ideas, preferences. What I'm doing is a reflection of what the community wants. And that comes through in the general plan, in the zoning code. That doesn't mean everybody's always going to agree when we work to apply those things, but again, that should be a reflection of the community. And if it's not, then that's the opportunity to change those policies so that it is. So I very much look forward to working again with everybody here and staff and getting to know everybody. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Karen.
Welcome.
Welcome.
Yeah, delighted you're here.
And your start date is January
3rd. That's a Monday.
January 3rd.
Wonderful.
So we're glad to get you on board quickly, because those
Yes.
gaps in terms of staffing and stuff can have consequences when there's a lot of demand on the department, as there is, as you know. So again, welcome aboard, and look forward to getting to know you better as we get into 2022 and beyond. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right, very good. So Kim, I think with that, we're ready to turn to our 9:30 a.m. time allocation, number 53. If you would read that, please.
Is that the agenda item on the end? You want it?
Item number 53 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, recommending the board, 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign an urgency ordinance adding section 360 community services to chapter 130.69 Caldor Fire Resiliency and Rebuilding of Title 130 of the El Dorado County Ordinance Code to provide for the relocation of community services on a fire damaged lot in the burn area to be relocated to existing building. 2, find that urgency ordinance is exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to statutory exemption, Public Resource Code 21080 subsection B subsection 3.
So I hereby open the public hearing. So with that, Rob, if you go ahead and give us a lead in.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. welcome to our new director. So I'll go ahead and get started. On September 10th, 2021, the board adopted an urgency ordinance adding chapter 13069 to title 130, our zoning ordinance code, the Caldor Fire Resiliency and Rebuilding Ordinance. At the time, the focus was heavily on housing and other items. But over time, we expected that we would have to come back to your board with updates and things of that nature as time went on. One of the things we found is that the urgency ordinance did not address community services and the relocation of those particular types of facilities. That definition was used because it is already defined in our zoning ordinance. And so as part of the urgency ordinance before, things that were defined in the ordinance, we left as defined in the ordinance so that we wouldn't be sort of changing those definitions in any ways. And then we added definitions that weren't already in the ordinance. So community services was used as a term because it is already specifically defined in the ordinance, and that way there was consistency across. We're here primarily because of the loss of the Pioneer Fire District's fire station in Grizzly Flats. What we are proposing today under section 130.69.360 is the ability for the fire station to be relocated basically in any of the applicable zones through a temporary use permit. We do know that the Pioneer Fire Station is actively working on a relocation, and this would provide them the ability to do it effectively and efficiently and with the least amount of sort of red tape, if you will. Oftentimes, fire stations require conditional use permits in their authorization. And so, this basically gives us a tool to relocate the fire station on a temporary basis in a temporary location underneath the ordinance that the board has already authorized and approved. So that's pretty much what I have. I believe there are representatives from the Pioneer Fire Fire Department here to answer any questions that you might have, and I would be happy to answer any that you have as well.
Okay, to the board, any comments or questions at this point?
Well, I think it's a good thing because, there's a situation that's been for a while and stuff. And I appreciate the chief calling me and telling me some of the concerns and stuff that they've had out there and stuff, making sure that they need this the fire department needs a facility out there. They really do. And so I think that's great, that, working with Dawn and stuff like that we got this brought forward today. So I think it's a good thing for all of us. And for them.
Yeah, and lastly, I'd just add that I would like to thank County Council and the CAO's office for helping us expedite this request. It really was, moving very quickly. And so maybe as quickly as anything I've ever brought to the board. So I just wanted to appreciate their help on that.
So I do have a question that probably goes to the fire district chief or the representative. Relative to the staffing, it's expected to station. My understanding, and I may be wrong, was that was basically a volunteer staff type facility with very limited equipment. I'm just curious what will be located out there in terms of equipment and what kind of staffing will it have? So just to get a better feel for what kind of response times will be available to that community as we go forward, recognizing it's in transition, right? But just to get a little glimpse of what the intended operation is would be helpful, I think.
Yeah, I'll let Chief Matthews go.
Yeah, that's correct.
He can give us an update.
Yeah.
Please excuse me for our parents, but it's been an all-nighter for us out there, and I didn't have time to do my hair. To address your question, part of that is correct, but it also isn't incorrect. So prior to the fire occurring, we actually had a resident paid staff member that stayed there 24/7 in Grizzly Flats next to the fire station. And then we also had a paid firefighter that responded from their home.
Okay.
The facility will have what we call a rescue mini pumper, and it will be staffed. We're working on that right now to try to get a paid staff up there. A little different than the universal, what you normally see in fire districts, the work 2 days on, 4 days off. It'll be a little bit different, but then it's augmented by our volunteers up there. And our volunteers took a huge impact. They lost homes. So we've lost a lot of volunteers, and also our entire paid staff lost their homes that were up there too. So it's been quite a challenge. But more importantly, I wanted to address all of you. I'm sorry I haven't been to too many board supervisor meetings lately. We have been a little bit busy, but Rob, and I hope you don't mind me just calling you Rob, but and the CAO's office and everybody, and you yourselves, we really appreciate how you've put this on the front plate and it moved everything forward. Yes, we've recognized something that was kind of a challenge that we needed to get forward because of the building codes and everything, but it is also within your power, the building planning department, to make those decisions. And the ordinance, if you do vote it through, will greatly not just help pioneer fire protection, but in the future, if we've had any other incidents. I've been in this public safety for 40 years. I'm ready to, I know the mask made me look a lot younger, but I'm looking forward to this ordinance actually getting a few more things, because if we ever get hit with something like that, like in the next few days with the floods, you'll be surprised how that will make things move a little bit more efficiently for everybody.
Yeah.
So I thank you for your time.
One more question. Given the fact that most of the responses are medical in nature, will the staffing at the station have EMT level training? I mean, obviously we rely on our medic system and stuff for transport, but in terms of first responders in the community, will they have EMT level or something less in terms of medical training?
Correct. The minimum standard for our volunteers in the first place is EMR.
Okay.
And which is medical, emergency medical response, which is just barely under EMT. And then we will have EMTs staffed in there. And you're correct, 80% of our response in Grizzly Flats has been medical related. The significant delays that we have been seeing right now, and today was even a lot worse because there's 10 to 12 inches of snow. Having a first responder up there gives the opportunity to let what resources really need to be committed down there are up there. And it takes 35 to 40 minutes sometimes to get an ambulance up there. So yes, it's a critical need that we need up there. And we will have a minimum of EMTs and hopefully paramedics also. But the critical component of all that is also looking at how it affects the infrastructure of the whole fire and EMS response.
Yep.
So if we have to send an engine from El Dorado County to assist us and our engines are out of service for 2 hours. And that means South County is unprotected more, if that sounds effectively, but a normal response that would take 15 to 20 minutes now could be 60 to 70 minutes. So that's, we've been getting that impact to us that it's not always the primary call that's the issue. It's the second and third call that come in synonymously at the same time with it. So yes, we will do our best to make sure we get what we call quick response teams to those situations, and also helps put availability. It has been frustrating for me because I've worked 24/7 for a long time now out there. Wasn't what I signed up for.
I understand, yeah.
However, we see in the last couple of weeks, the call volume has increased because of the construction that's going on up there. And it's frustrating to take 35 to 40 minutes to get to broken ankles, people not breathing. These are just some of the calls that we've had recently, the motor vehicle accidents and stuff. So hopefully we'll get those folks there 5-10 minutes instead of 30 to 40 minutes. So
excellent. Thank you, Chief Matthews. Appreciate the details. Yep. Very good. Okay, so with that, Kim, I think we can probably open it up for public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item 53. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, Board. Ken Greenwood, District 3, Triple Junction. Yes, looking outside and seeing the snowed-in situation. I'm at 3,200 feet. I can't remember the elevation of Grizzly Flats. This is something that has to be done. No issue. The opportunity for service out there has always been challenging, I'm sure. And part of that is because of bad planning. And I don't know if I've ever mentioned that before today. But the bad planning of the past has really kind of hammered us for the future and hindered us, if you will. And I hope that part of our rebuild is some significant upgrades on some of the choke points on Grizzly Flats Road. As the chief pointed out quite correctly, if they get tied up out there, or if something happens there, it's a pretty long drive from anywhere else in the county. And then we have coverage issues throughout their district that are kind of chain reaction issues. And I just hope that part of our hopefully a request to FEMA, if you will, or the federal government, includes some upgrades to Grizzly Flats Road, because again, that's a subdivision out there that should have never been approved. But here it is, the sins of the past, if you will. So hopefully this particular situation will get resolved fairly quickly, and bringing it before the board in this time frame is some phenomenal good work, and we all thank you for that. But again, good planning into the future, multiple routes of access, and consideration of snowstorms, if you will, which is hopefully driven home today. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
I'll make
back
a
to the board.
motion to adopt and authorize the chair to sign the urgency ordinance 5156, adding section 360 to community service to chapter 130.69.
I'll second that.
All right.
To be clear, that includes the other items specified,
Right.
including the findings that it's exempt from CEQA.
Right.
Right.
As proposed by staff, right? So, all right. So with Kim, would you please do roll call?
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. So
Okay.
with that, it looks like we got a couple of minutes, and I'm suggesting maybe we do 45 and then take the 10 a.m. So Kim, if you'd read item 45, please.
Item 45 comes from Supervisor Heidel, recommending the board authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing El Dorado County volunteers.
Okay, so I'm going to read the proclamation and then we can take action on it. A proclamation of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors in recognition of all El Dorado County volunteers. Whereas Independent Sector IS, an organization that advocates for public policies that impact charitable works, has estimated that the value of a volunteer hour in California is $33.61. And whereas the Bureau of Labor Statistics has reported that 24.9% of the United States population participates in some form of volunteer activity annually. The population of El Dorado County is approximately 195,000 residents, so over 48,000 residents volunteered their services for the public good at some level. Whereas MP Source, a digital marketing service for nonprofits across the United States, reported that the average volunteer contributes about 52 hours annually in charitable works. El Dorado County volunteers add an estimated $80 million in community value each year. And whereas during this extraordinary time of challenge caused by COVID-19 and the Caldor fire, when many organizations are struggling economically to maintain operations, the contributions of volunteers are more important than ever, as they enable local governments and nonprofit organizations to continue to provide needed services to help communities endure and survive the pandemic and the impacts of the fire. And whereas our county's strength has always come from the acts of ordinary citizens, and volunteers have stepped forward to serve, helping us survive our greatest challenges and achieve our greatest triumphs. Volunteers' commitment to service to others has always contributed to the success and prosperity of El Dorado County. And whereas we pay tribute to our county's volunteers and recognize every citizen who takes time to help others, we celebrate the spirit and generosity that drive our citizens to care for others and serve a cause greater than self. Their acts of kindness help build a better and brighter future and remind us that we all have a role to play in making our communities safer, healthier, and stronger. And whereas we are especially grateful to all volunteers who demonstrate love, compassion, mercy, and respect for humankind through volunteer service. Their actions enhance their own lives and the lives of those they serve, reflecting the best of the citizens of El Dorado County and the enduring principles that bind us together. And now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado does hereby recognize all county, nonprofit, and community-based volunteers and express a deep appreciation for their dedication to the betterment of all El Dorado County residents. Passed and adopted. So I'm going to move the proclamation.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, we'll have to have roll call, but roll call, please.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
So Kim, if you'd please open it up for any public comment now, anyone in the boardroom, and then we'll go to Zoom.
Now taking public comment on item number 45. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Is there any public comment from the boardroom? Seeing no public comment, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hello again. Yeah, I think this is great. And especially after the Caldor fire, we realized how important it is for people to volunteer and step up. And, aside from what the Red Cross did, there were a lot of people and organizations, clubs that just got in there and helped. And the thing that separates them, those small town associations and clubs, is they were able to meet the needs of people instantly instead of having to go through the bureaucracy of things like the Red Cross and all that, although all those things are great. But the motorcycle club, War Cry, I got to know those guys really well during the Caldor fire, and they were just so awesome. And they just turned their clubhouse into a donation center. Also, the El Dorado Community Hall. I'm telling you, if you are evacuated ever, you should be a member of the El Dorado Community Hall because they treated people like gold, just as the DeAugustinis did. And I'm not sure, I'm going to just put this out there, but somebody told me that there's grant money that supervisors can give to nonprofits such as the El Dorado Community Hall. And they have been trying to get money to make some improvements in their building. And after the Caldor fire and the huge contribution the community hall made to our county and to the citizens, I would really like to see you supervisors step up and give them a donation, give them a grant to help them improve their buildings so they can continue to provide excellent volunteer service to our county. And also, DeAugustini Ranch, they did such an amazing job. And I mean, could you imagine if the DeAugustinis ran a hostess program? I mean, what they did out there, they treated people like kings and queens. And it was just, it makes me tear up to think of what that family did. And if the sheriff were able to run this homeless program, I think that they would shine just like they did during the fire. So with that being said, thank you to all you volunteers out there.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from 390.
King Greenwood, District 235. I'm so confused. Anyway, yes, volunteers. Thank you to all the volunteers. I've done my share through the years, but of recent, the people who have stepped up to fill the void and provide immediate relief is beyond compare. Just this morning, Channel 31, Good Day, showed that some local residents cleared Highway 50 before CHP and Caltrans got there, or it could even have possibly got there. They pulled out their chainsaws, which they already had with them. Kind of almost standard equipment this time of year, if you will, if you're thinking ahead. And they cut up the tree that was blocking Highway 50. And it just goes to show that local power, the local people, pardon me, is we're blessed to live in such a community. And thank you for the recognition of this through the proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so with that, I think we're ready to move on to our,
One comment?
yes, go ahead.
Just like to give a shout out to all of those that serve on our county boards and commissions, in addition to all the volunteers throughout our community. But there's lots of dedicated folks that serve on our numerous committees and commissions that give of their time and their talents to move this county forward. And I just would like to recognize their service.
Thank you. Any other?
Yeah, I just want to say that it's awesome that, you know, I visited a lot of the evacuation centers and stuff in the county during this Caldor fire. And it's really amazing how people have came together to help one another, especially in these different centers and stuff. And right, the Augustinis did an awesome job out there. We also had Plymouth, you know, the fairgrounds down there took a lot of evacuees in there too. But it was just amazing to see all the people, like both food banks, Placer Food Bank and El Dorado County Food Bank, come together and make sure that they had adequate food for these residents who lost everything they had. And Bill Roby from the foundation and stuff, what he did, especially when I asked for the water totes that we needed out there in Grizzly Flat for the residents, didn't have no water. So that was awesome. We came together and supplied that. So I just want to thank everybody for all the help and everything that you've done, especially easing a lot of the pain that these people have gone through. So, and we are El Dorado County strong. We are.
Thank you, George. Any other board comments? All right, very good. Thank you. So with that, I think, Kim, we're ready to go to our 10 a.m. time allocation. If you'd read number 47, please.
Of course. Item 47 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board, 1, recognize Jose Kremet of the Surveyor's Office on his retirement from El Dorado County after more than 31 years of service, and 2, approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing Jose's dedication to public service and to congratulate him on his retirement.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it's okay with you, I will read the proclamation
do.
and turn it over to
Please
you
do.
for comments. And welcome, Jose, and all your team. It speaks a lot when your whole team shows up to this, so credit to you. Whereas Jose Kremet launched his long and productive tenure with El Dorado County on April 1st, 1990, working in the Information Services Department, where he helped create the Land Management Information System. And whereas after moving to the Surveyor's Office in 1993, Jose led the team responsible for the creation of the county's Geographic Information System, which employs a wide range of spatially enabled data inputs, databases, and other tools to enable the county's COVID-19 dashboard, the Caldor Fire dashboard, the Vacation Home Rental Amenity and Constraints application, DOT at Work, and Redistricting Hub Site, among many other applications. And whereas understanding the value of GIS as a common thread throughout the county, he helped other departments, including the assessor, planning, elections, and transportation, to create and maintain layers in GIS. And whereas since 1993, Jose has served as GIS manager and managed a staff of talented GIS team members focused on delivering computer mapping of parcels, roads, schools, water districts, fire districts, supervisorial districts, and other infrastructure needs in the county, including census redistricting. And whereas the information provided by GIS benefits all county departments, contractors, realtors, the public, and the Board of Supervisors. And whereas on December 20th, 2021, Jose brings to a close a distinguished career in public service and commences his well-earned retirement with the respect and admiration of his colleagues, the entire leadership team of El Dorado County, and the people he has served. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors for the County of El Dorado does, with appreciation and with gratitude, recognize Jose Kremet for his long and significant contributions to the county and for a career throughout which he has exemplified the gold standard of public service. And once approved, passed and adopted by the board on this 14th day of December, 2021.
I will move the proclamation.
I'd like to second.
All right. So Kim, can we have a roll call? And we're going to invite Jose to come up and speak, but let's do the roll call first.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnboot, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydal, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. So I would like to invite Jose to come up first.
Can I take some of Ken's time?
Please. No, sorry.
That was very nice. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I don't know what, you know, when you get up here, you have that kind of proclamation. I've worked with all of these marvelous folks. Don't really know whether I should gloat or confess. So maybe a little bit of gloating first. Dan Russell, many, many years ago, got together and put up maps all over this chamber, and they were all done by hand. They were all on Blue Line. They were all on Mylar. They came from planning. They came from the assessor's office, from DOT. There were fire districts, school districts. Everything was done by hand. Excuse me. For 12 years after that, he pushed GIS every year. He staffed us. He budgeted for us. He kept it moving. Couple of other folks in that have made impacts on the GIS program and for the county that may never ever happen again. Jim Urquhart, who's not here, I think he lives in Arizona nowadays. He managed the parcel base, 100,000 piece puzzle that he didn't get to confine the boundaries. He didn't even know what the pieces were going to look like. He managed that for over 25 years, virtually single-handed. I don't think we're ever going to have that again. Mark LaLoggia, he's still here someplace. He's not here today because I didn't tell him to show up. He drove every road in El Dorado County with a GPS system. We went out to the north-south road, and we had, at about this time of the year, we were being driven out there by somebody from the SHIELD program. It was Shield or Star, one of those, whoever the sheriff's volunteer is. And we were in a little tiny white Ford Bronco driving on the north-south road, and it started to snow. And we asked the guy driving this little Ford Bronco, do you have four-wheel drive? It's in the vehicle, but it doesn't work. Can you communicate with the sheriff's office? We can hear them, they can't hear us. So we're out, and I don't like the snow. I told my wife, I said, if it snows on my funeral, I'm not going. So today was kind of touch and go. All night long. Am I really gonna, am I gonna be there? I'm gonna have to zoom in. But anyway, Mark did this a lot on his own. Every road in the county, the dirt roads, and when you're doing this, you have to stop. Every time you find something different, there's a new lane, there's a new width, there's a new jurisdiction, there's a new address range. So it very difficult job. But all of those things, Dan's work, Mark's work, Jim's work, gonna be with us for a long time, really formed the foundation for GIS. The confession part. I'm very impatient. And I suspect I did not say thank you often enough. I'm going to thank all you folks for putting up with me. But Lisa has put up with me for 45 years. There, she deserves the award, I think. Thank you. Thank you. All of the other people that participated in making GIS what it is today and making my career what it is today. Lori, no one knows Lori. She started with the group. Greg, Mark, Jim, Dave, Linda, Frank, Matt, John, Jeff, George, Alex, Julie, Janae, and Bob. Those were the folks that helped put GIS together and land management together in El Dorado County. But one of the reasons why we did as well as we did is we had so many great clients. We had people that came back constantly and frequently and expected good things of us. Most recently, Young Shin from Stantec. Kathy Witherow. Jennifer Franich. It just seems like every time my phone rings, it's from Jennifer. Henry Batzel. I don't know if you people even know some of these folks, but everyone that I'm mentioning here really came back to us and they expected great things from the GIS group. Barry Kallenberger, Rich Englefield, Marty Hackett, who used to run OES, Todd Crawford, who was over in OES, Brenda Bailey. What a pain she was. She came back so often. Roseanne Chamberlain, she was the executive director of LAFCO and probably the biggest critic of GIS, but she made us so much better. Shauna, poor Shauna. Oh my heavens. Wow. She did a great job and she came back. Leanne Mila, John Kaling, Brendan Ferry, Mike Rinaldi, before he was supervisor, Mike Rinaldi, Bill Bakke. He was here all the time trying to get, and I think a lot of these people would come to the group and they'd think, you know what, they can't do that. Lori Parlin, excuse me.
Guilty.
I think she was one of those, but we did a good job and she gave us some real challenges. I have a note here. It says all of these people were very big pests, but they kept on coming back to us. The current GIS staff, Robin. Robin was interviewed, I don't know how many years ago. And you know that sledgehammer thing that you do at the circus? You hit that thing and it sends that disc up and it hits this bell. Every question we asked Robin, that's what the answer was like. Cling! She just hit everything. Just, she's going to be fantastic. Just fantastic. Emma. I was at a SOFAR meeting. We all know what SOFAR folks are. She shows up the first time and half the people in the room know her and they can't believe that we were able to snag her. The VHR program. She comes up and she has to present the VHR program not only to the public, but to the board, to all of the other folks. She did a tremendous job. I get a note, excuse me, from a department head that says, I'm so glad you hired her. So there's Emma. Sarah came to us about, I don't know how many years ago and said, I'm going to school right now and I'm studying GIS and I'm in the sheriff's department and I want to kind of combine the two things. A couple of years later, she comes back and she has won an award, a statewide award for a GIS application for the homeless that she put together for the sheriff's office. Just tremendous work. Jennifer came to us as a intern a few years back, and she picked some projects that she wanted to work on. She wanted to work on the business parks in El Dorado County. She wanted to work on what was filmed in El Dorado County and actually give it points on the map. She wanted to do a map or what they call a story map, a web application for the state park in Coloma. She did all three of these things, and then she presented two of them to the chamber, to the visitor authority, to the film commissioner, and to other people that are involved in the economic development of El Dorado County, and they just loved it. And I was so impressed. I said to myself, we're gonna have to find her. We're gonna hunt her down someday, and we're gonna bring her in here. She's here today. Jesus, he used to work in DOT. He was in DOT for a while. Things got difficult. But while he was there, he knew people that worked in GIS. He'd come down and he would say, I want a job here sometime. Well, his wish came true. He's working for us. He's the one that is managing the parcel base. So a tremendous asset. All of these folks are really, really well situated to take you forward in the future. This is Ken's time. So I want to thank all of you for all of these folks for stepping up over and over again. To my bosses, there's a few of them here. 1, 2, Rich isn't here. There are a number of my bosses here. I was and am a pain, and thanks for putting up with me. It's been a wild ride. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. So we have a signed and framed proclamation to present to you. So I'd like to invite the other members of the board and our CAO, Don Ashton, to come and present this to you jointly.
Okay. Is this like a map?
This is kind of like a mapping process, yes. Very similar to a mapping process. Jose, I'd like to present this proclamation to you. I'm sure we stored it in a very, very visible location. It's really. Looks like we got an opportunity to get a photograph here, so we'll take that opportunity. I'm gonna drop this thing. Yes. Yeah, congratulations. Outstanding work. We are gonna miss you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
So with that, any comments from board members or staff present at the dais that would like to comment now, and then we'll open up for public comment after that? So
I just think, you want to go ahead, Don? No, I just think it's awesome for all the years you put in. And I know Danny real well, Danny Russell, you know, I've known him for a long time, and Fred DeBerry and, you know, and Jim Kirby and all those guys that worked in the surveyor's office for a long, long time, good friends of mine. And Jose, you know, you have done an awesome job. You really have. And I really appreciate, you know, all the stuff that you've done for the county and the help that you have done. And the maps are just totally awesome. They really are.
Yeah.
Totally awesome. So anyway, thank you for your service. I mean that from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah, I'll jump in. I'm honored to be on your pest list. Truly, I grew to admire the work that the surveyor's office did back with my Shingle Spring stuff. And it's just, the proclamation said it so well. And truly, you exemplify the gold standard of El Dorado County. And just thank you. And I wish you the very best in your retirement. Have fun, enjoy, send postcards so we know what you're up to. And yeah, take good care.
I just want to echo my fellow supervisors' comments and also thank you for your help. Thank you for staying through our redistricting process. I'm so proud of the work that you all did. And, you know, so many of our other fellow jurisdictions didn't get through it so easily and productively, and couldn't have done it without all of you as a team help lead us and our community through that really critical process. So like Lori said, we wish you all the best, you and Lisa, and just wish you blessings in your retirement. And thank you for your legacy of service to the citizens of El Dorado County.
And I'd just like to ditto all those comments. Jose, you know, you are the gold standard and you will be very much missed. When we talk about GIS, everyone always talks about what a great group this is. And I know your legacy will carry on with all those people behind you. And we, again, appreciate everything you have done to get us there, and congratulations.
And Jose, I'd like to just acknowledge your responsiveness how quickly you get back with people, and maybe that's the impatient part of things, but there's very few services I've requested through the county agencies and stuff that have had the level of responsiveness, the timeliness, and the accuracy of the information that's presented, whether it's a map, whether it's a discussion about what are we going to do for the next derivative for redistricting, all of those things. I really, really appreciate that. And you have set the standard. So the whole department is going to have to continue to excel even after Jose departs and takes on his life as a retiree and enjoys those golden years, or whatever you want to call them, doing things that are on your time and your schedule when you want to. And that's a pretty good place to be. So again, our thanks, our appreciation for all the work you put into this. And you've left us well prepared to take on the future. So thank you for that as well. So we'll open it up for public comment then. Oh, excuse me, Don.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jose, this was a hard year for everybody. And the one thing I'm going to remember most about you is we talked more after the tragic passing of Phil Mossbacher. And one of the hardest things I had to do is in my role is keep the county moving forward. And I will never forget. I walked down to your office and talked to you, and you said, you are here for the community. I was stressed. Redistricting was coming up. And when you told me you're going to be here for the community and you're sticking it through, I knew we were going to be just fine. And we were. I don't know what your plans were before that. Thank you so much for sticking through it and helping your community in that instance, but for the past 31 years, you will be remembered forever in this county. Thank you.
David, do you want to add anything?
I would certainly like to. I really appreciated getting to work with Jose on the most recent redistricting effort, and all of my experiences prior to that were similar to what the board just described. He's just a model public servant, and I'm based upon my work with his staff through the redistricting process. As Jose indicated, I'm extraordinarily confident that the GIS division is in great hands, and I look forward to continuing to work with them. And Jose, I wish you the best in your retirement.
Okay, with that, then, if we can open it up for public comment, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item 47. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I wanted to give you a different perspective on Jose. I've known him many, many years. Him and his wife, they are great people. They're people of the community. And we talked about that earlier. They had them before, the volunteers. Typical. This is them. But the focus I want to say is his number one team member is his wife, Lisa. For those of you that don't know her, she was involved with the Placerville Downtown Association for many, many, many years. In fact, she was synonymous with that organization. And when we lost her, it was a really big deal. We lost all those years of experience, though she was still in our community. The reason why I wanted to have the focus on her is because any decision that he had to make here as employed by El Dorado County certainly had her involved. And if you know the relationship between the two of them, it's very, very close. An example of that is we would have events on Main Street, and who was always there?
Jose.
He was there, and he was there for her, and he was there for the community. These are things that he does that are not part of being employed by El Dorado County. I thought I wanted to highlight those. That LMIS effort that he put in 1990 went from not having a database to having a database. That land management information systems became the essence of business in El Dorado County. And it was critically important in the development of it, whether it was him or him and others. But that development that now we don't use because we have things that supposedly are better, that development was critical to our success and to the CAO's office and to the Board of Supervisors decision-making. LMIS. He knows how important it was. And his staff now are a little bit of him. You know, he's had the chance to be able to work with each one of them. And with that comes them being able to learn from his experience, but also for him to learn from them. And that's the critical importance of leadership, and for having an important part of El Dorado County as he has for over the years. Certainly he must be very proud as he leaves here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Good morning. I'm
Morning.
Robin Gingrich with the Surveyors Department and a member of the GIS team. I just have a few words to say on behalf of Jose. Robin Gingrich. Jose, you built something really great here. And you, along with all the other fine folks that have long since retired, and many of whom are here this morning, or some of them that are here this morning. And it's why we are all here today, your GIS team. We will do our very best to carry on with what you started, what you grew, what you developed. It's a very mature GIS, and we are all benefiting from understanding it and growing it and being a part of it. So thank you for that. I know that we will be honoring you a little bit every day after you leave, probably for the generations that we represent in our department currently, at the very least. And I know that, you know, we're still going to need to ask you some questions. So please don't change your number just yet. That's very important. With that said, Jose, I want to thank you for your leadership, your guidance, your mentorship, and your wisdom. It has guided us through so many challenges and happy times as well. And, you know, we're all better for it. Thank you. All of your influence in our learning and development is with GIS will help us succeed as we move forward. And with that, I wish you so many happy days in your retirement. And very much miss you, but I'm very happy for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants, now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Hey, good morning, board, and good morning, Jose. I didn't really have a chance to get to know Jose and the GIS team's work until this redistricting process, but I just wanted to come on and say I was so impressed with the work that they did this year. You know, the best public servants, in my view, don't just take public input, they actually help people to provide that public input. And Jose and his team did that exemplary this last year with redistricting. I know I had early on in this process, I went onto the website and tried to put in a community of interest and completely botched it. But Jose was able to kind of see it, what I was trying to do, and actually went in and kind of fixed it to what I had actually intended. And so that really stuck with me, because I think in a lot of other places they would have just been like, you know, hey, sorry, try again, you know. And I know he did that for others who were involved in the redistricting process as well. They'd have an idea for a map. He'd listen to them, what they were trying to accomplish, and then go ahead and do the technical work to get that onto a map. So Jose, I know we haven't really had a chance to work together that closely, but I just wanted to thank you so much for your service to the county, and hope that the county will build on your legacy of good data and continuing to improve our data systems. So thank you and enjoy.
Thank you, Andy.
Now taking public comment from 390.
God, I haven't even started yet. Anyway, Ken Greenwood, District 3. Jose, thank you so much for all that you've done for the county through the years. You started a little after when I started. I remember you pretty much from day one. Turns out we live in the same neighborhood. Our kids go to the same school. We see each other at soccer matches, baseball, parades, Pleasant Valley this, Pleasant Valley that. And of course, holiday market. Anyway, you know, and you're bringing back some real fond and fuzzy memories. LMIS, Chris Payne, thank you. That was a great system, kind of, but it led to bigger and better things. The GIS program, yes, I remember the wallpaper days. I remember Bob up there in planning, who then moved in. I apologize, I can't remember his last name. He was our interface with the surveyors department, and Jose was there always to lend a helping hand, and you know, gold standard indeed, no issue there. But yeah, all those blue line papers, I still have a whole bunch of those rolled up that were being thrown away because I've always used them as targets. You know, turning around on the white side, of course. But anyway, I just want to let you know that, you know, you're going to enjoy retirement, and it sure beats working. But if you like your job, you know, that's the good news, and that you stuck with it through all these years. That's great. You know, enjoy, and hope you get home in the snow. Like you said, you know, it would have been tough to get to the county today. Well, thank you very much, and like I said, enjoy what you got to do, and let's stay in touch. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from John Benya.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
You're fine, John. Go ahead.
Great. Hey, Jose, you know, I got to pay better attention to the agenda, because if I had, I would have been there this morning. But we go way back. I remember when Jose was selling GIS, going around to the different departments. You know, the knock on it, the naysayers was they call it "get it surveyed," and Jose was faithful to continue to speak of the accolades of GIS, and I'll tell you, I'm going to one of the many benefits. I'm going to an impaired drivers meeting with the CHP, Caltrans, and DOT today, and I'll tell you, when I approached Jose, and I see Linda Wright in the audience there, and she did all the work. I'll give her all the credit, but Jose had the leadership to see us through getting some milepost data points in which we could attach data of our accident database, in which we could provide to Caltrans to show them where a lot of the accidents were occurring, impaired accidents, drugs and DUIs, and so forth and so on. So it's been a great help. I know to Caltrans or excuse me, to CHP over the years, and to DOT when it wasn't real popular early on. And so I just, and I think the guy from planning, that was Bob Berry, if I recall, and Dave Friedstad from DOT, different departments that you use to input all that data and so forth. So I just, and I tell you, Jose, you were just a consummate public servant, you know, just a can-do attitude that you have. You'll be greatly missed, but I'm just happy for you and retiring, and can't thank you enough for all the help that you've done in so many ways. So look forward to seeing you and thank you much.
Thank you, John.
Now taking public comment from Brian Bierkamp.
Hey, good morning, board. Can you hear me okay?
You're fine, Brian. Go for it.
Hey, Jose. The proclamation, Don's words, and the other comments sum you and your career with the county up very well. You and I go back all 31 years as the fire and EMS service reached out to you on many occasions, and you were always there, ready, willing, and able to deliver. As a supervisor, again, that service continued. Peeling back all that, Jose, you're a man of integrity and have been blessed with a servant's heart. I wish you and Lisa the best in the future because you definitely deserve it. God bless you. Jose, thank you for all your service and have a very Merry Christmas. Thanks for the time, guys and gals.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Brian.
Now taking public comment from Debbie Manning.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Debbie.
Awesome. Jose, I've never had the pleasure of meeting you. However, I do want to applaud you for your years of service to the county and the citizens of El Dorado County. I would also like to thank you for your responsiveness and your professionalism to our requests for maps during the recent redistricting. Hearing now that you're impatient helps me understand why you're so prompt in your responses. I have little patience too, as I'm sure some people may be laughing, like I see Supervisor Heidel shaking his head yes, which I do hope did not come out in my responses. Again, it was a pleasure working with you for the short period of time that I did, and everything I've heard, I do hope maybe someday our paths will cross. So on behalf of myself and the El Dorado Hills Chamber of Commerce, we do wish you the most happiness in your retirement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Debbie.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Hope you enjoy your retirement because it's a great point in life. And Lisa can help you coach through that one too, because sometimes it's difficult to let all that stuff go and start doing what you do want to do. So you'll get there. Trust me, you'll get there. So thank you again, Jose, for all the years of dedication. Appreciate it.
Thank you much.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're up to item 48. So Kim, if you'd read that, please.
Item 48 is a hearing from Environmental Management Department recommending the board consider the following regarding the solid waste collection rates for the South Tahoe Refuse Company areas A and B. One, based on the analysis, find that a 3.77% increase to the existing rates be in accordance with the interim year rate setting process. And two, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution authorizing an increase to the solid waste collection rates for South Tahoe Refuse Company Incorporated.
Thank you. I'll hereby open the public hearing. Jeff.
Morning, board. It's Jeff Warren with Environmental Management. On August 25th of this year, South Tahoe Refuse submitted an interim rate application, which is attachment C, to the JPA for interim rate year 2022 per the solid waste rate setting policies and procedures manual. On October 8th, the JPA met to review South Tahoe Refuse 2022 interim year rate application for areas A and B and engaged an independent solid waste consultant, Crow LLP, to perform the interim year rate analysis service. Crow LLP completed its review and provided the recommended final interim year 2022 rate increase analysis, which is attachment D, to the member agencies. Based upon its review and analysis, Crow LLP recommended the approval of a 3.77 rate increase for South Tahoe Refuse's franchised areas in the unincorporated portion of counties area A and B for the interim year 2022. JPA met on November 19th to review Crow LLP's recommendation for the rate increases in all member agency jurisdictions and approve the recommendation. Environmental Management recommends the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign resolution 191-2021, authorizing an increase to the solid waste collection rates for South Tahoe Refuse Company at 3.77% for the 2022 interim year to be effective January 1, 2022. With that, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Eric Nyland with Crow LLP to give a brief update on analysis. And we also have Terry Treese and Jeff Tillman on the Zoom to answer any additional questions.
Thank you, Jeff. Eric Nyland, a director with Crow. I'm presenting. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, coming fine.
Thank you. Well, board members, I just wanted to give you a brief overview of the work that Crow did on this interim year rate application review process for 2022. And it's a brief presentation today. I'll just go through a background on the scope, the approach we used, and the results. So this is for 2022, it's referred to as an interim year rate process. Last year, if you recall, was a base year process, which is more detailed, involves reviewing revenues, expenses, profits of the company, and looking at an audited financial statement. This year is more streamlined. It's essentially a calculation based upon a couple of factors that I'll discuss in a moment. Next year will be a similar process, again, an interim year process in 2023. So the company submitted an application in late August. We analyzed the application in October, November, and as Jeff said, we presented results to the JPA board on the 19th of November. In looking at the application submitted by the company, we reviewed changes in the applicable index, which is a CPI based upon the garbage and trash index. We looked at monthly tonnage reports, landfill tonnage reports as a basis for projecting the future next year disposal tonnage. Looked at other assumptions and calculations and data, and then completed a worksheet which is included as part of our report as attachment C. So it's a fairly prescriptive calculation, and again, it's tied to the rate setting process and methodology. Part of the calculation is based upon the change in CPI, as I mentioned. That's a majority of the rate change. This year's CPI was at 4.13%. That's a little bit higher than in the past several years as inflation is increasing. So we take 85% of that CPI and apply that to what we call non-landfill tipping fees. The balance of the calculation is based upon the change in tipping fees, both the rate and expected disposal volumes. Results of the analysis for El Dorado County, as Jeff indicated, is a recommendation for a 3.77% increase. In this slide, we show the impact to various residential customers. So for example, the majority of customers in that area A, unlimited service, current rate is $37.43, and that would increase the $1.41 to $38.84. Out of County Area B, rates are shown also on the table, and they are going to go up between 70 cents and 94 cents per customer per month, under a 3.77% increase. And finally, commercial rates, as you can see on this slide, would increase between 74 cents and $1.69 per cubic yard for the various areas in the county. And with that, I'll turn it back. One other note is that the city's rate increase was equivalent to El Dorado County, and Douglas County, the other member of the JPA, was at 3.69%, a slightly lower rate increase as a function of the franchise fee that applied for that particular jurisdiction. So with that, I'll turn it back to Jeff and or the board for any questions.
Thank you, Eric. So Sue, do you want to start, since this is primarily affecting your district? Do you have anything that you'd like to comment on or ask a question on at this point?
Well, just a quick comment, and that is that, yes, this was reviewed through our JPA in November, and all three JPA participants representing their jurisdictions approved this. And so with that, we are bringing it back to each of our jurisdictions for approval.
All right, very good. Other board comments or questions? No. Unfortunately, rate increases are the world we live in. And so I just quickly looked at the 4-year average, and the 4-year average is 4.665%. So this is actually below the 4-year average that was reported in the report. The other thing I'll note is with the current news about inflation coming on stronger, I guess the expectation is we go forward, these numbers might increase again. So not in a good trend, but it is what it is. So with that, I think we've had all the board inputs we're looking for. So Kim, if you'd open up for public comment, please.
Now taking public comment on item 48, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Please, public comment will take in first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Yeah, Ken Greenwood here, District 3-2-5, Triple Junction. Yes, I didn't have a chance to go too deeply into this, but I have to wonder with the recent state mandate of food waste getting its own waste stream, if you will, does this increase cover that or not? Because that will be a significant increase, especially with number of food service outlets, aka restaurants and such, will be generating quite a bit of that. It's yet another unfunded state mandate that the consumers are going to have to pick up the tab for, equals inflation, et cetera. And then, of course, a government agency to oversee it, which equals more government spending, which equals more inflation, causing rates to go up another time. Just wondering, though, if this includes the recognition of the future costs of physically accomplishing this state mandate. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
There's no additional public comment.
So I'm going to close the public hearing on this item and ask Jeff or Eric if they'd like to respond to the question that was asked.
I mean, I can respond, board members. This rate increase does not take into account SB 1383, which the caller is referencing. That would be an additional consideration as the county and the company look to what that would entail. There could be additional cost recovery requirements associated with serving commercial customers and expanding the organics collection efforts.
Eric, so I think that the response. Jeff, do you want to add anything to that?
No, that's Eric said it best.
Okay, all right, very good. So we're back to the board for action. So did you want to move on this one? Or?
Sorry, I was not grabbing my mute button fast enough. Yes, I'd like to move this, please. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion second. Roll call, please, Kim.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Heidel, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Very good. Thank you.
Board.
Appreciate it. Okay. So I think we're on to 49. Kim, if you would read that, please.
Of course. Item 49 is a hearing from Planning and Building Department, Long Range Planning Unit, Housing, Community, and Economic Development Programs, recommending the board, 1, conduct a public hearing to consider adopting and authorizing the chair to sign a resolution amending the program guidelines for the first-time home buyers loan program. 2, as part of the public hearing, consider to adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution amending program guidelines for the county's community development block grant first-time home buyers loan program. 3, authorize the chair to execute a letter for submittal to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, authorizing the Planning and Building Department Director or successor to execute all National Environmental Policy Act documents. And 4, authorize the Planning and Building Department Director or successor to submit program guidelines and required documents to the California Department of Housing and Community Development.
Wow, that's a lot. Thank you, Kim, for the reading. CJ, welcome.
Hi, good morning, happy holidays and Merry Christmas. This morning's hearing is to consider revisions to the county's first-time home buyer loan program guidelines.
And I'll hereby open the public hearing. Thank you.
A public hearing is necessary when any revisions are made to the program. These guidelines have served the county based on the rules for the home investment program grants and the community development block grants for home acquisition for several years. Each time we are awarded a new grant, which we did receive notification back in late 2020 for an award to the county, we are required to update the guidelines based on new state laws and any revisions that were necessary based on that. In addition, due to recent disasters with the Caldor fire, the county was informed that we do have the authority to waive interest on loan repayments that are collected. And so the major update to these guidelines is to make a provision for consideration of waiving those interest fees in the event of disaster. So this would apply to Caldor fire victims as well as, unfortunately, other future disaster victims. So that is the primary main change to these guidelines. You're being asked to approve two resolutions because these program guidelines apply to both the home program grant funding and the CDBG grant funding. As you know, when the state releases funds, they're for specific purposes. They can't be mixed for other types of activities. So they are specific to not only the grant application, but to the funding that was released. I'm happy to entertain any questions or we'll open up for public comment.
Questions or comments from board members?
I had a quick question. And thank you for this effort to provide that relief on interest. That's a positive thing. When I went to go look at the track changes copy, I couldn't find the track changes. So were there any, or did it get updated? Because I think everybody knows I love deadline track changes. So I can easily find them, and I couldn't find them in the document.
Right,
So
I apologize. It's more than likely either was attached to the document.
So maybe can we just put
We
it?
can make that a late
Can
attachment.
we add that to Legistar
Make
later?
sure
Just-
that one shows that.
Just for, right, for easy reference. And I apologize, I read this late last night, so when I was looking for it, I thought, I can't call you. So anyway, I love track changes because it makes it so easy to find, what's changed. But the agenda item kind of called out what was changing, so I appreciate that, and thank you.
Again, minor changes.
Yeah.
Updating addresses or citations of different law and regulations. The big major change is the addition of this provision to allow for forgiveness of interest.
Perfect.
Not of the whole loan.
Yeah,
Principal is
just
not
the
forgiven,
interest. Yeah.
Just of
No,
interest.
not the principal,
Just
just
the
the
interest.
interest.
Which is much appreciated, so thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I just like to applaud this addition to the change to this provision, and also like to recognize what an important program this is for our community. It was, helpful to read through it again this week and to recognize that how broad it is. It's not just for your first home. There's a lot of ways folks can take advantage of this, and just like to recognize the significant part of our community and making sure that folks can qualify for homes, which is really difficult.
I just have, I guess, one question. How do we advertise this to the public so they know these benefits? Because what I've found is a lot of people are asking questions. How do I get assistance? Where do I get help? And a lot of times there is help available, but it's not obvious to people who go looking at our county websites where that help is. So do we have a plan to, is it a press release? Is it, what do we do to try to make sure that people are aware of these programs?
The county maintains a website under the Housing, Community, and Economic Development Programs. You can also find links to that under the Long Range Planning, under the Planning and Building Department website.
Okay.
The county also maintains a wait list for this program, so folks that are interested can call for information. They go through a preliminary screening over the phone to make sure that they're income eligible. That's requirement 1. That they're able to qualify for a first mortgage, requirement 2. And the house has to be located somewhere within the unincorporated area of the counties. From the wait list, when funding becomes available, we send out letters to those folks on the wait list to make sure that they're still currently interested, that they haven't had any family or household emergencies that may have affected their ability to provide a down payment. We also work with local lenders that refer potential clients that are interested in the program. Unfortunately, right now, someone getting on the wait list has a wait of approximately 1 to 2 years. And that's because, again, the county has to compete for that funding. We're not guaranteed funding through these programs. So we compete with other counties for that. We're fortunate that we did receive an award for this year, $983,000. Recently, your board approved a revised resolution for that program so that we're able to include a tenant-based rental assistance program as part of that effort. The guidelines for that will be coming later on, and the contract actually for this grant will be coming to you in January.
Thank you, CJ. That really helps.
Yeah, it does.
Okay, not seeing any other inputs from board members or comments. Kim, would you please open up for the public to make their comments?
Now taking public comment on item number 49. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing there's no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no additional public comment.
So I hereby close the public hearing and we'll bring it back to the board for action.
Move to approve.
Okay,
I'll second.
we have a motion and a second. Kim, would you please give us a roll call?
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you,
And I
CJ.
just want to add for
Yes.
the record, we have had some public inquiries about a housing workshop that we had announced to the board, anticipating today's date for that happening. Unfortunately, we have been moved until January. The 25th is our target date. So we'll be having a general discussion about housing policies and things within the county on the 25th of January.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Well, I'm guessing at this point, we probably don't want to take on the 2-hour items. So let's go back and pick up 46 on department matters. We'll cover that. So Kim, if you would read that, please.
Of course. Item 46 comes from Supervisor Hydall, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a proclamation recognizing December 15th, 2021 as Bill of Rights Day in El Dorado County.
Thank you. So this is a proclamation of the Board of Supervisors, of the County of El Dorado, commemorating December 15th, 2021 as Bill of Rights Day in El Dorado County. Whereas the first 10 amendments to the Constitution of the United States of America, known collectively as the Bill of Rights, were ratified on December 15th, 1791. And whereas the Bill of Rights recognizes, affirms, and protects our most fundamental rights as Americans, serving to safeguard our liberties and to guarantee the freedom of speech, press, and assembly, the freedom of religion and conscience, the right to a fair trial, and prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment. And whereas on November 27th, 1941, to commemorate the 150th anniversary of the ratification of the Bill of Rights, Franklin D. Roosevelt issued a proclamation to designate December 15th, 1941 as Bill of Rights Day, and referred to the first 10 amendments of the Constitution of the United States as the Great American Charter of Personal Liberty and Human Dignity as part of his message. And whereas to commemorate the Bill of Rights with a special day, December 15th, ensures that we honor the protection of the fundamental rights and freedoms it enshrines and the sacrifices made to create and preserve these rights. And whereas Bill of Rights Day is a day for the officials of the government and the people of the United States to remember and honor the Bill of Rights and the liberties that it affirms and protects by displaying the flag of the United States on public buildings and by meeting together for such prayers and such ceremonies as may seem to them appropriate. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado do hereby proclaim December 15th, 2021 as Bill of Rights Day in the County of El Dorado, and I'll move the proclamation.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Kim, if you would do roll call, please.
Supervisor Parlin, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Novacell, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Thomas, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Turnbull, how do you vote?
Aye.
Supervisor Hydall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Excellent. So if you'd open it up for public comment, please, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item 46. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from our Zoom participants, now taking public comment from 390.
Ken Greenwood, District 3, 2, and 5, if you will. Good morning, board. It's interesting that we've already voted on this before we take public comment. I'm not sure how that fits in with general protocol, but I do want to say that this wouldn't be even done had I not come before the board 20 years ago, 2001, and asked the board to proclaim that December 15th and subsequent December 15th as Bill of Rights Day in El Dorado County. At that time, I proposed wording that until 2017, that would be 16 years, or until 2018, that would be 17 years. That was routinely approved by the board. And now the current reading of this has been adopted, if you will, as our own. And with no recognition that we have been doing this for 20 years, that we have a copy of the Bill of Rights in the board office, and I trust that it's still there. It was 2 years ago, I know for sure. But, and I have proposed in an email to you, and I sent an email to you over 2 weeks ago, requesting this return, if you will, to the original wording that was approved by the board traditionally at my request. And originally, I had to come before the board every time to ask that this be done. And somewhere around 2014 or 15 or 16, somewhere in there, I was assured that this was a locked-in thing and that it was going to be on autopilot and so forth. That I'm even here discussing this, that is beyond my comprehension, if you will, with respect to, there's no recognition of the history of this. There's no recognition in the current language. There's no recognition of the fact that we have done it for 20 years. This is so important. I did my Patriots tour this last May, and I went to the Lexington Green. I went to the North Bridge. I followed the trail to Boston. I do request 5 minutes, please. And I've seen where all this started. I went to Arlington. I went to Gettysburg. These are fundamental rights, and that we have just gone from the celebration of this locally to some wording that just is generic, if you will, and not specific to El Dorado County. Therefore, in my email, I proposed adding 2 simple sentences, 2 whereases, if you will, to this to recognize this. But sadly, it's already been voted upon. I do request that these 2 sentences be added to it as I suggested in my email. It's fairly straightforward. And again, that we're even discussing this as to my request is I don't know. I'm very very confused on this. And I really request that we add those minimally, those 2 sentences. Yes, it's good to understand the history of it from a national perspective, but I also suggest and request that we do it for the purposes that it was originally done here in El Dorado County in 2001. Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
I just am so happy that you guys are recognizing this. Ken tried to explain a little bit what had happened, how it got changed, but overall, we need to recognize how lucky we are as a country to have a Bill of Rights. Otherwise, we could be like, I don't know, Australia. I might be calling you guys from a quarantine camp. So luckily we have those fundamental rights, no matter what Newsom, the tyrant, thinks he can put on us. You can't change the Bill of Rights. And we're so honored and we're so blessed to have these rights, because without them, we'd be, like I said, I'd be calling you from a quarantine camp. And even though Gavin wants to put these mask mandates on, everyone listening, don't comply. It's a joke. Viruses go up in the winter. It's just a fact. We're all going to live. Take care of yourself. Get some vitamin D. Go for a walk. Don't drink too much vodka. And God bless America.
Thank you, Mandy.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I don't know if staff has any response to the public comments at all. I know we looked at it internally, when the changes occurred, et cetera. I know Kim was involved with that. I know other staff members were involved with it. So unless there's some desire by the board to modify the proclamation, I will note, I think Ken's inputs are reasonable, but they are disparate, I think, from what we're currently doing, particularly to provide copies for all residents of the Bill of Rights. Do we currently do that, Kim? Okay, so we would be creating a new requirement, so to speak, to have that readily available, it sounds like. So I don't know. The proclamation has been passed, and so not hearing any board response to this.
The chairman next year can revisit it. Yeah.
Right. So we have this as input for next year. But
Yeah, and
the
Jeff,
most
I
important.
think
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, this was your item, and if you don't want to change it, I'm fine with that. I think it's important to note that a lot of times when we have proclamations, as the proclamation is being read, that's when we do vote on it, because it's a part of the proclamation is that it's been approved. So that's why it is a part of the protocol that we generally will approve proclamations as they are being read, different than listening to an actual item, something very different. So just want to point that out. Thank you.
Thank you. And so that brings up the subject that the board chair has the obligation to look at periodically what kind of proclamations you want to bring up on behalf of the board. So next year, this will come up again. We periodically make changes to proclamations to either streamline them, add new data, whatever we think is appropriate as directed by the chair. So that's where that authority resides. And so with that, I think we can conclude that item. And I guess my question now is, do we want to do some closed session items and then?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have one closed session. It'll take about 20 minutes. So it might be a little late to the 11:30, but that'd probably be the best use of the time.
Okay, very good. So the board will now recess into closed session to hear item 51 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time. So Kim, if you would open that up.
Now taking public comment on item 51, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Please, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There appears to be no public comment from the boardroom. Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Okay, so the board will recess in a closed session and be back in approximately 20 minutes shortly delayed from the 11:30 a.m. time allocation, it sounds like, but that's an estimate. So with that, we'll recess. Do we need a short break before we start up the closed session? Okay. Okay, we have returned from closed session. Do we want to have a report out?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board completed its lone closed session item number 51, and there is no action to report out.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're going to move to our 11:30 a.m. time allocation number 50. Kim, if you'd read that for us, please.
Of course. Item 50 comes from Supervisor Novacell on behalf of the Human Rights Commission, recommending the board receive an update relative to the work being done by the Human Rights Commission.
Thank you, board. And with that, I'm going to pass this off to Susan Simpson, our chair of the Human Rights Committee, who will be giving us an update. Is Susan there?
Come up here to the podium and speak into the microphone, please, Susan, so that you can be heard. This will be the first. No.
If I had a mask on, it might be harder. Thank you for making time for this today. It's important to me, and ultimately, hopefully, it'll be important to you. I'm Susan Simpkin, and I'm the commission chair. I'm homegrown El Dorado County. I went to the Motherlode School District when I was a kid. I went to your church on the hill when I was a kid.
Yes, you did.
I ended up teaching and being a school counselor in that district as well. I retired 7 years ago to become a therapist in the county. I wanted, during these times, it's so important for this commission to exist. And the purpose of the commission also extremely important. It is to promote tolerance and mutual respect among all persons. Do I need to give you a signal, or can you just go? All right. And to foster peaceful relations in the interest of preserving the public peace among residents of different races, religions, national origins, and other characteristics that are listed in that government code of 111 through 5. Our mission is to promote human rights for all people in El Dorado County and appreciate our community's diversity by means of education, advocacy, and action. And as chair, my focus is education. To begin with, we're starting small. We're going to hopefully grow. My history, I told you about my history a little bit. Lori is my person, District 4. And I was a board member on the El Dorado County Roundtable on Human Rights. I was a cadre trainer when I was in the district for the California Teachers Association for a program they had called Breaking the Silence, and it advocated for LGBT students. I was a teacher and school counselor at Motherlode for 35 years. I wrote a anti-bullying curriculum and implemented it in the district. And I was the district-wide Safe Schools coordinator. Always had a heart for kids. Always had a heart for the underdog. I'm currently a psychotherapist in private practice, specializing in youth, bullying, school challenges, and LGBTQ issues. I supervise graduate students who are receiving their clinical hours at the Gender Health Center in Sacramento. And I, for years and years, probably 20, I have been on the committee that produces the yearly Placerville MLK event, January 17th, take note, and it's at the town hall. I want to invite, I also want to introduce the other members of our commission. We have a really strong commission, and I served on it for 3 years and didn't understand it until I actually did a little bio on each person. Holy smokers. So Carla Carr, George Turnbull, good choice. We are so she's such a gift to our group. So we're thankful for her. And I want to tell you a little bit about her. She's, well, relatively new to our county. She was a woman entrepreneur for over 30 years. She was a member of nonprofit organizations engaged in homelessness, domestic abuse, and human trafficking. She was a community leader in anti-graffiti efforts, art teacher to troubled kids, and beautification of the community, work with women and children in prisons and shelters. She was a member of the Human Rights Commission of San Jose.
Mm-hmm.
And she stepped right up, and she's the current chair of our ad hoc committee, which is developing the homeless forum this spring. Bill Martinez, District 5. And Bill, if you're watching, hi. He said he was going to come to our meeting today. He represents District 5 and Sue Navasol, her district, and also Sue sits on our commission. He is the executive director of the Family Resource Center in South Lake Tahoe, which advocates for individuals who need assistance on many fronts. He grew up in a family that came to California during the Great Depression to find a better life. His mother's family for a period of time were farm workers, picking fruit and vegetables to sustain themselves. His interests include how humans are interrelated. And as a part of the Human Rights Commission, he hopes to educate and advocate for our underserved communities in El Dorado County. And he's our secretary this time around. Laura Goulart, Wendy, lucky to have her. She's in District 3. She believes that human rights means advocating for everyone's rights and freedoms. She agrees with the Eleanor Roosevelt statement, which is so fitting for our times. Without concerted citizen action to uphold them close to home, we shall look in vain for progress in the larger world. Think globally, act locally. She worked as a deputy public guardian, a probate court investigator, and as a rehabilitation counselor with the Mental Health Criminal Justice Unit in Santa Clara County. She works as a poetry and creative writing instructor for arts in corrections at Mule Creek Prison. And she's our current poet laureate for the county. Yay. Yay, Lara. We're lucky also for her. And John Heidel also sits on our commission, and his person is Alan Stansberry, comes with amazing background and experiences. He was a senior associate at the Center for Community Futures in Berkeley, California, providing training and technical assistance in management and organizational development. He's coordinated a team of social welfare and training professionals in the development and implementation of case management, which topics included human rights and human resources. He served as the director of government relations for a major professional trade association. He was the general manager of an international company in San Francisco, department head for the city of Berkeley, California, and member of city council in Sonoma for 12 years. And he was our first chair and served as chair for several years, couple years. So, man, amazing group that I get to work with. They're passionate about human rights. And interestingly, they bring their own diverse ideas, their own strengths and experiences, and it's an honor to work with them. So grateful for them. So shortly into the inception of our group, we put on a human rights forum. We would like to report out to the board every time we do a forum. We're planning one for the spring. That would be one of my goals, and I'll tell you a little bit more about my goals in a moment. It was about a year and a half ago, so that you need to know some of this information is a little bit old. Some of it you'll recognize and understand it's an ongoing deal. It was on July 22nd, 2019, and the purpose of the forum was to bring together an array of county groups to interact with each other and increase the visibility of their efforts to the commission and the public. Big, diverse group of people, barely a drop in the bucket. NAMI was represented by Julene Aguilar. The purpose of NAMI is to offer support, education, advocacy, and awareness to families and individuals living with mental illness and substance abuse. There are, at the time she reported out, were 7,000 mentally ill individuals in El Dorado County. Interesting to guess what the pandemic has done to that number. They distribute at the time brochures and kiosks containing information about family support groups, Behavioral Health Commission, the Behavioral Health Commission, they work with the Behavioral Health Commission, work in jails, and crisis training for police and sheriff. In 2018, they received 1,700 calls. Another presenter at the forum was the homeless outreach team, and Randy Peshon at the time, who was such a good person for that role, was the speaker for our forum. The purpose of the HOT team was to serve incarcerated individuals with mental illness in efforts to reduce the jail population. In that program, officers received training in dealing with mental illness and addiction and operate crisis intervention teams. The officers develop relationships with homeless individuals, monitor them, and refer individuals to county and private resources. Peter Brown also, the Lighted Candle was an organization for homeless. And the purpose of that organization was to provide relief to the homeless community, work to remove the stigma of homelessness, highlight the individual's humanity and challenges of reentering society. They offered at the time, I don't know what they're doing now, we'll be asking them again at our next forum, I hope, if they've come, to offer portable laundry facilities, mobile showers, free garbage services, and employment assistance. Family Resource Center, our own Bill Martinez runs that organization in South Lake Tahoe. It operates after school and summer programs to educate youth regarding the environment, Forest Service, and wilderness. The center works with the Mexican consulate and pro bono lawyers to provide a pathway to citizenship for minority families. Commission on Aging was represented by Elizabeth Powell. The purpose of that commission is to assess issues and challenges of seniors in El Dorado County, including elder abuse, lack of technology know-how, the right to be useful, housing needs, fair education, supportive family, independence, and the right to die with dignity. Interesting statistic, 30% of El Dorado County individuals are over 60, and 45 of those are low income. Civil Rights Now, it was organized and put together by Mike Saunders. The purpose of that organization is to address social justice actions, or to take social justice actions with the purpose of diminishing racist incidences in El Dorado County. He says that it was reported to him that a Caucasian 12-year-old kid approached an African-American man in a local supermarket and called him the N-word. So those are the kind of things that he's interested in making sure get addressed. He wants to promote education in that group, and they donated African history books to the El Dorado County Library. There is African Americans represent 1% of the El Dorado County population. This next one was especially heart-wrenching for me and difficult to hear, but good to hear. It's good to know what's going on. And sometimes education's difficult, but we need to know. Temple Kol Shalom is Dale Wallerstein is a person that serves in that congregation. It's a Jewish congregation which enjoys learning, holiday activities, and social and worship opportunities with their diverse and our diverse community. Their concerns are the attacks on synagogues and cemetery defacements nationwide, the rise in anti-Semitic violence. They are concerned about the fear of local violence and abuse. It's not only nationwide that threatens them or worries them, they're worried about it here in El Dorado County. This one, as I went over it, I wasn't positive what she meant. I wish I'd been able to dig deeper. She mentioned the media representation in our county, especially Mount Democrat. I wasn't sure whether there was no media coverage of the congregation or whether it was negative coverage. I'm not sure, or what the specifics were for that. But these are the things when she talked about these that they were heart-wrenching for me. And others too, others mentioned it too. The congregation interventions for safety, what they feel like they need to do to feel safe is they only use first names on their congregation roster. When they meet, they lock the doors before they begin the service, and they work with local law enforcement to ensure safety measures. Also, Terry Monteroso spoke with us, and as the public defender, she said the purpose of Public Defender's Office is to offer legal representation to those who cannot afford private representation. Her office provides assistance in interpreting and navigating a legal system that is not designed to accommodate special needs like mental illness, elderly, veterans, and physically disabled. She said that the cost of jailing an individual is $30,000 to $40,000. However, if we can keep an individual out of jail, it's $10,000. She says, and there's a lot of talk, of course, as you know, law enforcement around the country is talking about how can we help law enforcement with the kinds of overwhelming responsibilities they have. And she says social workers would be good in her office. They could take care of some of the stuff that she feels is on her. Ed Manansala from the Office of Education, he's the superintendent of schools, gave us a lot of statistics that were useful and also that concern him. He's just given us the baseline. There are 30 at the time. There were 38,400 K-12 students in our county. And of the 186,500 that are in our county, 4,377 live in poverty. 13% of school-age students are non-English speakers. 91% of seniors graduate from local high school. And again, I don't know how these measure up to other counties. This one struck me, 65% of seniors in foster care graduate from local high schools, quite a bit fewer than the group norm that they tested or that they included in the information here. 64 students were arrested that year. 1,147 were homeless, also known as unstable living situation. Services are fragmented, centralized services and communication are needed. And Bill Roby came and talked to us from the Community Foundation. He was all about the census at the time. So that's a little bit of water under the bridge. The Community Foundation works to ensure the highest participation in the census. The county has a high rate of hard to reach communities, and El Dorado County had an 80% reporting rate, 50% in the Tahoe area. So what we learned from the forum. Organizing human rights, and we're young, we were novices at this commission. Organizing human rights issues is complicated. Community, and this is not on a slide, by the way. Communities and issues overlap. Helpers may not be coordinated or agree on solutions or interventions. Some people and groups of people do not receive the assistance they need or the justice they seek. Frankly, we weren't sure what 7 of us could or should do. Problems were overwhelming and it seemed we needed an army of helpers. When the board gave us direction to inform and educate them about El Dorado County human rights issues, I decided to step up as chair. After I offered a 6-point vision, and the team voted that I would be the chair for a while. And we're going to focus on gathering information that the board needs and could use. My vision is to focus on learning about the human rights needs of El Dorado County and to make sure the board and the community have access to that information that we gather. All right, last slide. This is what I told the commission I wanted to do, and they seemed to agree. Or maybe they just didn't want to be the chair. I don't know. But this is what I wanted. I wasn't going to be chair without some real vision and some things to go towards. I wanted to make this presentation to you long overdue. Goal number 2. I wanted a strategic planning meeting so that we could really I don't know, maybe 5 years out, maybe 3 years out. That didn't happen, partly because of COVID, but that's not out of my brain to think what kind of long-term goals can we have and what kind of vision can we have for the commission long-term. 3 was to collect data about human rights in El Dorado County and report to the board and the public in ways that are useful and enlightening. Goal 4 is to develop a communication source to post, which I'm working on right now, what's in the web pages of the county and how we get seen there and how people find us, and then expand that. That's one of my goals too. How can people find us quickly and know what's going on in the county regarding human rights? I want to get the word out that the commission exists and has an important function for the board and is a force for good in our county. Goal 5 is to develop an active working relationship with community members, agencies, organizations to accomplish goals 3 and 4. Because of my background in the county, I know a lot of people. It's something I think is really important. It's something I value about being a member of this county is that you can know people. You can run into people in the store. You can call people. I like that about the county. And I want to build that that our commission can be a partner, that we have a working relationship with organizations, people, nonprofits in the county. Goal 6 is to begin planning a second forum, which we have. Thank you, Carla. Carla Carr has taken on the leadership of our ad hoc committee to hold a forum this spring on homelessness. And hopefully, I know that the board has really been looking at homelessness a lot. So my goal for her and my recommendation at our next meeting will be that whatever we do at our forum, that we stay away from the politics of it, because I know you're really entrenched in the politics of it, but that is there something in the way of human, like a light on human rights around homelessness that we can bring to you, that we can find from this forum a little bit different than what you're seeing out there and who you engage with, the organizations that you are engaging with. I'm hoping that this isn't just a repeat of something that you already know or that you already are aware of or are working on. So that forum is going to be in the spring, and I'll be back after that to let you know. I don't know if we have time for questions or not, but that's it.
So any board comments or questions at this point?
Well, I just want to start by saying thank you, Susan, so much. Really appreciate you stepping up, and it wasn't just a default. We know how strong you are and what an advocate you are for human rights, and we also so appreciate it. And I just want to remind everybody out there that, you know, we were earlier celebrating the Bill of Rights, which is the first 10 amendments to the Constitution. And the very first bill the very first amendment is the freedom of religion, speech, press, assembly, and petition. And that's what human rights is all about. So we're talking about the very first amendment to the Bill of Rights here. And it is important, that we educate and we get the information out of what's going on in our community. And that's just what this is about, pure and simple. And I so appreciate, again, Susan, all your work and passion of wanting to make sure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you, Sue. Any other comments or?
No, I think Carla Carr, I think she was a good choice.
Absolutely.
I mean, she's very, very knowledgeable, and she's won numerous awards. So I'm really glad that she's my commissioner in this.
Yeah, I just want to thank you for stepping up to take the chair, Susan. You laid out a good plan, and it sounds like you're working it. So the strategic plan does sound like a great idea. In addition to the upcoming forum, the first forum was wonderful. I really enjoyed it, and I think that I'm looking forward to the next one to see how that goes. And keep in touch. Let's touch base a little more often. I know COVID's been crazy, but we can always, I think last time we Zoomed anyway, so let's do that a little more often. I appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you for this report today. Greatly appreciated. Really helpful information and kind of getting a glimpse at some of the issues that our county is tackling and dealing with. That's really helpful as decision makers in the county. And, you know, certainly heard that our country has been such a state of transition and conflict. And, you know, I applaud the direction that your commission is going to develop a framework in order to kind of tackle the issues here at home and let us know what's out there. And look, I also look forward to your forum this spring. And perhaps another way to look at human rights as well. I would also be curious in especially the homeless situation, or what are also not only the rights of the individual, but the rights of our business owners and our community members to have a safe, productive business environment, because therein often lies the conflict in the homeless situation between the rights of an individual and the rights of a community. And helping us tackle that conflict would be incredibly helpful. So thank you.
And so, Susan, I also want to express my appreciation for your leadership in stepping into this role. I know it was a tough decision, but I think you did drive a hard bargain with your goals. And I do believe that we got consensus all the way through the commission that, yeah, these are good goals. The strategic planning goal, certainly having the second forum, certainly being able to educate and inform is a key part of this. We're not trying to draw judgment, obviously, but I think the more we can communicate what's going on in our communities. And the other thing I'll mention is that the requests on where are we with our implicit bias training, I thought, you know, that was also very good coming from the Human Rights Commission as to how are we doing there. And we've looked at the the statistics, and we've initiated a new program that now has not only the online training capability with an instructor, but basically a tutorial type of format. I'm not sure how successful that's been, but I think you're driving at where are we with implicit bias, raised that question. My presumption was, well, we're probably 85 or 90% complete with that. Wrong. So we've got a lot of work to do. And I think the new format will help people who have the time limit, had a time limitation, can go in and do the tutorial part. And if they can dedicate 20 minutes now and then come back and another 20 minutes or whatever, so you can do it in sections as opposed to you've got to have an instructor there and be there for the full duration.
Yeah.
And the thing you lose there obviously is the interaction. And I personally found when I went through that training, the interaction I thought was good.
Yes.
And that was very beneficial. So there's pluses and minuses to all those things, but I think the diversity of the way we're offering that training will encourage more participation, and we'll all have a better understanding of what implicit bias is all about. So I appreciate the Human Rights Commission raising that question, and we brought it forward to staff. So
Yes.
thank you for all your
Laura
work.
Gillard.
Yes.
She doesn't let that one go by the wayside for sure. And and thank you, John, for all your support and help in this too. It's been wonderful to have you join us.
Thank you. So I think we're on a good stead as a commission. I look forward to the new forum and the results of that and how we communicate that, educate, and because that's the part I think that might have been missing a little bit with the initial forum. It looks like it had great participation, great results, but I'm not sure how effectively it was communicated because I didn't personally get connected with that. Maybe that was just my reasoning. I didn't see it. I should have reached out for it, whatever, but I wasn't there. So in this next forum, and I know you've reached out to try to look at using our director of communications to try to put things out. Is it a website? Is it postings on something from a different website? Is it press releases? How do we do these things? So we're still looking at what is that right mix to be able to inform when we have the forum and have the results. How do we get that in front of people so that they can understand the importance of it and what our findings have been for El Dorado County, very specific to our county. So again, much appreciated all your efforts, and stay the course. I think we're on a good stead and just need to get there.
I do too. And be patient. Be
Yes.
My
Patience.
My lesson in life, be patient.
Yeah, Jose brought that up earlier today. Although for him, it was lack of, he just wants to get things done. And that's a good motivation too. But at some point you have to take a pause and be patient and let other things catch up. So, yeah, again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with that, Kim, can we open it up for any public comment?
Not taking public comment on item number 50. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
And Susan, I think Chris wants to come forward and use the microphone to speak. So, yeah.
And just sit in the front chair there because you might have follow-up questions for.
Yes,
Thanks.
perhaps, yes.
There you go.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. On Monday, we had the Taxpayers Association meeting. And so I talked to Lori Supervisor Parlin. What I asked her was I didn't find anything written in the agenda item that would guide me or give me some knowledge of what was going to be done today with your presentation. Now I'm clear. I would hope that this information would be posted to that agenda item so we could follow up on that and use some of the information here to give us some guidance. And I do appreciate your information. The meetings of the speakers that you identified, I believe, were very broad and very important for all of the specific areas as you articulated. Those are also important to the public in knowing how those different shareholders, I'll call them, the groups that she identified in her PowerPoint, and then the topics, those are important to tie into the work of your commission. At the same time, I think the diversity, which I didn't know before today for this meeting, was very good. As commented by your supervisors. Very broad, different, each one of them bringing a certain importance into the work. So all of my comments today are all positive towards you going forward under your leadership and your success. I thought the goals were extremely important to identify those goals. And it would be nice if the supervisors, if they had any comments on those goals, that they might bring them up as they can take that forward as they go forward with their work. I'm a planning commissioner, just recently appointed, so I understand what you have to go through to learn the nuances of how things work.
That's right.
And so my comments today are sincerely, hopefully you'll be able to be successful in doing what you have in your head, at the same time working with the individuals and recognizing the importance of each and every one of them. Thank you very much for the time today.
Thank you, Chris.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hey, everybody. So, listening to Ms. Simpkins' presentation, it's quite impressive. I implore all of you to go on to one of their meetings to see if it actually comes into play. I found their meetings to be very disorganized and dismissive of people who call in, people like myself. So one of your goals, Ms. Simpkin, is to bring the board, bring awareness to hate crimes and human rights violations. Why have you guys continued to ignore my pleas for help for the human rights violations that were put upon me? I see this group as a one-sided group, and yeah, they may be diverse in abilities and maybe somewhat racial diversity, but is there a diversity of thought? Is there a diversity of ideologies or political leanings? Because political and ideology thoughts are also human rights. We have a right to believe what we want to believe. And as long as it doesn't infringe on the rights of others, that is our human rights. And you may not like it, but that's how it is. Everybody gets a seat at the table, including somebody like myself. That being said, I was not at the Christmas parade last week, but I had to work, unfortunately, but there was a human rights violation that happened there. There were two white women that came up to some men, and I believe part of that group is part Native, and they proceeded to get in their face, film them, and flip them off. Not only that, one of them, or I'm not sure who, but another person decided to write into the paper and ask why the Proud Boys were at a parade. They were not in the parade. They did not participate. They were there with their families, and they were harassed by two white women, throwing up middle fingers, or I'm sorry, not two, one white woman, throwing up a middle finger, getting in their face, cussing at them. Is that not a human rights violation? Is that not hate? Is that not intolerance? And so you may not like or may not care who the hate is directed at because you agree with this person, but you as commissioners should be non-biased and should address hate no matter who it's directed at, whether it be myself, whether it be groups that you don't like the Proud Boys or motorcycle clubs. Everybody is welcome in this community. And if that's what the philosophy is, then you need to stand by it. You guys need to stick up for people of all color, all ideologies, all political backgrounds, all of it, not just ones that you deem to be favorable. So with that said, have a great day. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Mandy.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Ken Greenwood, District 3, 2-5, Triple Junction. I agree with Mr. Payne regarding that there was nothing in the agenda item. I searched and searched and could not find an annual report, if you will. And our section 2.20.1108 requires the commission to submit an annual report. I don't see it. Having heard what he heard, yeah. But it would be nice to see this in writing prior, as with generally most other board items. The documentation was a little lacking. Yeah, I think I witnessed that event at the parade, but I'm not sure. I didn't see it all, so I can't really say. But basic human rights, as outlined in our Bill of Rights. We were the first government to ever do that 230 years ago. And then I'm also interesting that cancel culture was brought up as part of the presentation. I believe I heard that mentioned. And based on, and I got to say it, based on item 46, there was a kind of a disconnect there. It doesn't require that a copy be made for each person in the county. That's a complete misrepresentation, which goes to the point that there is a lot of misrepresentation out there, good, bad, and indifferent. And Mandy pointed out a good point or item, and that is that, diversity is important, and diversity goes all the way across the spectrum. I know there's issues here in the county. One of my clients is a black man, very tall, pretty big, and he's married to a white woman. And whenever he gets pulled over, not here in the county, but elsewhere, and he was quick to make that distinction, his wife is always asked by the law enforcement official, "Are you all right, ma'am?" Which is disturbing. And I find that a little beyond my belief, or beyond my believability there, that stuff like that is still happening. But I see a lot of hate and abuse of human rights by all forms of people out there. I think I saw it at the parade there. No, there's a lot to be done. And I think that looking at it from kind of rose-colored glasses and maybe one-sided might be a little damaging to the whole process. Because as Ben Franklin said, it's a republic if you can keep it. But thank you very much, and I do look forward to a written report to accommodate or to go along with this item here, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Brian Chapman.
This is Brian Chapman. Thank you, board, for taking my comments. First of all, I'd like to commend the board for the proclamation having to do with human rights that came forward today. I am disappointed that the same proclamation for human rights, instead of just the Bill of Rights, was not done for this year's human rights celebration. The process you get to deal with here is, this is a group of individuals who are trying to look at a very large morass of issues and comments and circumstances in this community. We are in a position where there are individuals who are afraid to go into certain populated areas of our county because of certain circumstances which are presented to them on a regular basis. Those may not be limited to a hanging dummy on Main Street, or some number of other processes which frighten people. Yes, they don't frighten everyone, but if anyone's rights are infringed upon, then all of our rights are infringed upon. The other part is human rights is not necessarily dealt specifically with the Bill of Rights. Human rights has to do with specifics, how you would deal with some kind of process between racial groups, between religious groups, between individuals. The process of politics is not a process to be included with human rights. The report that was given today spoke to a lot of information that was out there. The circumstances that we get to take a look at is it's very, very hard to discern whose human rights were offended by persons who, several individuals across the country who are members of this particular group have found themselves in jail for attacking our national capital. But they end up marching, whether that was incidental or not, with individuals in a parade here locally, sanctioned by the city of Placerville and followed by the county. The issues that we get to deal with here are very hard to look at. And I think that, as Mandy brought out, we need to look at both sides. And both sides include understanding what the sides are. I appreciate your time, and I thank you for listening to the report.
Thank you, Brian.
Now taking public comment from Tracy Doyle.
Hey, guys. So while I have the attention of the commissioners, I would assume they're still on, or at least Susan is. District 2, Commissioner Carla brought up during your last meeting, the Bee stuff, the Sacramento Bee, the McClatchy paper articles on extremist was the agenda item you guys were discussing. And Carla said she had never seen those articles, yet she voted on writing a letter in response to one of them to a comment Mandy made that's a private citizen. When we talk about this meeting, the thing that stood out to me most was Carla said, hey, I want to know who wrote these articles, who are they associated with, and what was the intent? Well, with just a few minutes of research, because that's kind of my jam, we realized that those articles were funded by an organization called the Pulitzer-centered organization. So pulitzercenter.org is funded by George Soros, Bill Gates, the Rockefellers, and the particular project these stories, the grant came from, is called Bringing Stories Home, which is funded by Facebook Journalism Foundation predominantly. So there's your answer to who wrote these, how, what was behind them. So we've gone from Facebook and these folks just censoring us and trying to monitor our thoughts and behavior. Now the thought police are funding articles to libel and slander. So John Heidel and George, you guys probably weren't fans of the article that included you guys, calling you guys anti-vaxxers for speaking, in regards to your convicted research beliefs. So it's kind of disappointing that this facade of a commission ignores what's going on here with these articles and is just more worried about their reputation. And they show up with their resumes. And when we see a common thing here, they're all from the Bay Area with common social ideologies. So this isn't a diverse group whatsoever. That's comical. We haven't heard one peep from the Human Rights Commission this entire 600 and what are we at 66 days yet about economic freedom, not a peep. I don't hear them speaking about vaccine choice for parents and the Nuremberg Code, not a peep. All they're worried about is babysitting and acting like the thought police of others in the community, and this commission needs to be disbanded. That's it.
Thank you, Mandy, or Tracy, excuse me, Tracy.
Yeah.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, any final comment? And Susan, did you want to respond to any of the public comments? You're not obligated to. But if you want to respond, I'll give you the opportunity. Like I said, no obligation. So.
Yeah, I think that what I want to say again is that my goal is to collect information and give it to the board. That's what my goal is. When we first got together, we were thinking, we entertained the idea of responding to individual complaints. And I can see you shaking your head, and Lori especially would shake her head, because that's impossible. I mean, for us at that time, maybe somewhere down the road, but when I said you have to have an army for that, that's what it takes. And there are other commissions in other counties that have a big team of people that do a lot of different things. We had to tell the truth. The truth is, we're a commission that meets an hour and a half every month. And originally, I came on this commission having been told it was going to be in about 3 hours a year. So that's all right. That's one way to get a commissioner, right? But it's really important to me that that I understood and I understand that we can't respond to individual violations, whether and we aren't going to be the judge about whether they're human rights violations or not. What we're responding to is and is the board asking us and educate us about what's going on, and that we also want to pay attention to the government code section 11135. That's partly my guide of what we're talking about and who we're talking about. So that's really all I wanted to say in response to that.
Thank you, Susan. Appreciate that.
John,
Yes.
just quick, someone asked about the proclamation for the Human Rights Day.
Yes.
And I believe we did have that December 5th meeting. I can't remember which meeting it
Yeah, I
was.
thought so too, right?
Yeah, we did. We did. We did. I just want to
Yeah.
make sure. Yeah, we did a proclamation. Just wanted to make sure that that was correct. And then the other comment was about us commenting to the Sacramento Bee, and that was because we just wanted to make it clear just what our mission was. It was just a simple statement of what our mission was, to make sure that they understood what we stood for. And it was not a comment back about any individual. As Susan said, we're not doing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
And that wasn't published either, by the way. That letter was not published. I sent that about 3 weeks ago. They published their letters on Sunday. That hasn't been published.
Right. So you sent the letters to the editor and they did not publish it. So, okay. So it didn't get up amongst the people. So very good. So with that,
Thank
I
you.
think we've concluded the morning and into the afternoon session. I'm assuming we're going to want a half an hour for lunch. Is that reasonable? Or
Sure.
Yeah.
okay,
good.
so instead of having our 1 p.m. time allocation open forum at 1 o'clock, let's just make it 1:15.
Yeah.
It'll give us a rounding probability there. And
Yeah, maybe a little longer, but that's okay. It's hard to stuff things down in 30 minutes, but that's all right. Okay.
Start packing up. lunch.
Yeah.
I know, I gotta start
Yeah.
packing the lunch. That's it.
so Kim,
We
if you
have
just
two
let the public
assistants.
know, we'll be back at 1:15 approximately for our 1 p.m. time allocation for open forum. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Susan.
Yep, okay, got it. So we are back from our lunch recess, and we're now going to move on to our 1 PM time allocation item, open forum. Kim, if you would announce that, please.
Of course. Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
I don't really want to go first. I don't even want to go at all. So my name's Edward Mackey. I was here last week. I promised you all some binders, which I'm going to deliver tomorrow. What I want to do is follow up a little bit on what I talked about last week. What we're dealing with here is like life and death decisions that you probably never thought you'd be involved in when you decide to run for the Board of Supervisors. But according to the vaccine incident reporting, which apparently only 1% report, there's around 20,000 dead people from the vaccine and 100,000 serious injuries. So I'm going to kind of read this. It might be a little disjointed because I don't have it memorized and I'm not a public speaker. So how long are you or are we going to bow down to mandates that are not laws? And I hear there's a new mask mandate coming tomorrow, but don't worry, it's gone on the 15th, so we won't have to worry. Lack of oxygen to a young mind, to me, is a crime against humanity. You probably all know that oxygen, you need it for the development of your mind, especially young children. And reducing oxygen to the mind is a crime, in my opinion. And a mask mandate does that. And they even expect people to play sports with masks. So Biden, our president, said the vaccine is approved, so you don't have to be afraid anymore. Well, it's not approved, so he's a liar. He said his patience is running thin. And the biggest problem we have in America is white supremacists. I don't know any, I've never met any. The only one I ever hear of is every 4 years is a guy named David Duke, who says, I support the Republican, and now the Republican's a white supremacist. I don't know anything about that guy. Biden is not a liberal, neither is Kamala or Nancy or Newsom. In fact, there are no more liberals in Congress. They're fascists. The opposite of a liberal is a totalitarian. A true liberal believes in free enterprise, civil liberties, freedom of choice. That's what being a liberal is. That may have changed. Do you trust any of those people in Congress? I trust probably none of them. Please listen to what RFK Jr. had to say. I sent you guys. Hopefully it got through. He has nothing to gain by coming out publicly the way he is. And I would listen to him. He is a true liberal, as was his father and his uncle and his brother, cousin, John Kennedy Jr., Martin Luther King. They were all killed. You may all be too young to remember, but JFK was not killed by Oswald with a bullet to the forehead. So we've been lied to by a lot of people. When 9/11 happened, we were scared. I was scared. I thought, what the hell's going on here? I was just shook. When COVID-19 first came out, we were scared, nervous. What's going on here? I believe the powers that be are trying to scare us. So we need leadership in our county. We can't affect outside the county. And if it's not you folks, I don't know who it is. I don't even know if you're elected to be leaders. I'm not sure exactly what your job is. I'm familiar with some of it. So I suggest that you consider requesting the sheriff to issue a cease and desist order preventing vaccines unless you have a prescription from a doctor. We don't let people take drugs of all sorts of kinds, all sorts of drugs without a prescription. That'll put the pressure on the medical community to maybe get educated before they say, yeah, take this.
And please wrap it up, Edward.
It's experimental. It's emergency use only. It's an experiment, and they're demanding everybody take it, including kids. So I think it should be more regulated. Let's get the doctors involved, make them do research. Ask the sheriff to do it. I believe he has the authority, but I don't think he'll step out on his own unless he has the people on the board and the school board behind him. Finally, we, the people, the states created the federal government. We gave them the law that they must obey. That's the Constitution. We created them. Our rights are God-given. The First Amendment, which includes freedom of speech, press, church.
Public comment at 5 minutes.
What'd she say?
Five minutes. So please close your comments down.
Okay, I'll
please.
be done in 30 seconds.
Okay.
The freedom of assembly. If we don't have the First Amendment, we have nothing. They can do whatever they want. We can't object. So we have to keep that. And on a quick note, I heard when I was here about the homelessness situation. What are we going to do? The number one thing for homelessness is economic opportunity. The more economic opportunity, the less homeless, the more employment. Don't let Newsom or anybody else shut the businesses down again. In some countries, almost everybody's homeless. They live in huts and shacks because they have no economics going
So
on.
Ed, you're at twice the time now, so please conclude your
I am
comments.
done.
Thank you.
And I didn't hear you when you said the first time, I didn't hear what you said.
That's fine. Understand.
It's because of the mask and my
Yep.
hearing.
Thank you for your
very much.
thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon, Board. Jonathan Gainsborough. Speaking up for the lepers. The lepers of El Dorado County. In the days of the Bible, when you had leprosy, you had to leave your family, you had to leave your town, you had to leave your job, you had to leave your future. You had to leave your dreams. You really had to leave your life. You had to be an outcast. It wasn't a choice, it was a social requirement. So I'm here to speak for the lepers of El Dorado County. That I came to you about 6 months ago. I came to you 5 months ago every week. I came to you 4 months ago every week. I came to you 3 months ago pleading in the name of Jesus and human decency, pleading for the lepers of El Dorado County. Some people say the homeless choose to be homeless. People who say that have never been homeless. None of you have been homeless, but I have. You've not slept in the bushes, but I have, along with the lepers. Mental illness is prevalent among the homeless, and all of you, if you went into your extended generations, would have someone suffering from mental illness. It's not 1/3 as they self-assess. It's not even 1/2, it's 2/3 or 3/4. I've dealt on the streets for over 50 years in ministry. I'm not asking right now for an immediate year-round shelter. On November 9th, you approved a 5-0 vote for the Department of Human Services to come back with a concrete plan for a year-round navigation center, plus with an emergency shelter addition to it. But sadly, last week, you all extended it 3 months from the end of February to the end of May. 58 California counties and 48 of them, 54 of the 58 have a year-round shelter, but not El Dorado County. Oh yeah, Colusa, Amador, Modoc. Is that what we rank ourselves with a $700 million budget at Christmas time? What can we do? You can declare, this is the last Board of Supervisors meeting of the year. You can declare a homeless emergency housing crisis declaration. You can open a warming center. Of your $50 million reserve fund, you can gift the fairgrounds $5,000 or $10,000 as a bonus to open a building from dusk till dawn. We've got to do something. We've got to do something for these human beings. 80 or 90 homeless women out there. Yes, have a Merry Christmas, but I'm praying that on Christmas morning, if you do not provide a shelter for the homeless, I'm praying you do not celebrate all of your blessings. Noblesse oblige means if you're blessed with your 50, 70, or $100,000+ a year budget, we have to do something for those who have nothing. We need a porta potty on Broadway. Are they less than human beings? Homeless? Are they worthless? Are they worthless? Are they worthless to you? This winter, you say you'll depend on the nomadic shelter. They've only got 3 nights, barely, and one of those is questionable. You're sentencing the 500 West Coast homeless to a winter in the cold, and people will die in the northern Sierra Mountain. Somebody's got to be a champion. You stood up for the masking mandate. One of you or all of you need to stand up and say, we will get a shelter, a roof over them. You can't leave animals out in the rain and the snow like last night.
Public comment at 5 minutes.
And so thank you for the 2 minutes of grace, and thank you to my procedure. The time is now. We're working on a year-round shelter, but we've got to do something this winter for the sake of the humanity of El Dorado County.
Thank you, Jonathan.
And I plead El Dorado County citizens, call in, write in, and tell your supervisors to provide basic human shelter this winter for the homeless, the lepers of El Dorado County. Merry Christmas to you all.
Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom. Now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon, board. Please move this to 9 a.m. Ken Greenwood here. Yeah, it's 30 degrees right now here. And I thought last night during all this, how it must be to be outside. I went out for some firewood and I came back cold. And I was glad I had a warm place to return to. Even though the roof kind of leaks and my door kind of leaks, and with the 30, 40 mile an hour winds, I was wondering when a piece of tree was going to come through my sliding glass window door. And I wondered, how am I going to plug this? And then I wondered how it feels to be out there in a tent, if that. Anyway, I'm with you, Jonathan. And
thank you, Ken.
I'm talking Jonathan Gainsborough. And anyway, where to begin? Individual assistance. I tried to research whether or not the campfire has been provided individual assistance. I can't find anything about that. But I also noted that our president, that would be Mr. Biden, President Biden, was telling the people of the Kentucky that we're with you. We're going to take care of you. We're going to do all this and that and the other thing. I wonder how they are going to do with individual assistance. We need to send another request to the president and just make it an effort and find out who's getting it and who's not and such like that. And finally, I'm so disappointed. And I'm also very disappointed that there was a misrepresentation in item 46 that my suggested wording would have caused a mailer to everybody in the county. No, upon request, very clear. And I asked a couple years ago, anybody ever come in and ask for this? No. So I really don't understand that response. And I'm, again, you know, and we talk about human rights and we talk about all that. Well, the Bill of Rights is the beginning of the recognition worldwide of that. And our county has celebrated this for 20 years, kind of until now, if you will. So next year, I hope we get this right. And I will work with our board chairman and our board of supervisors to make sure that this history and local connection is taken care of in the proclamation. Because as it is now, it's rather hollow to the local situation. Thank you very much, and do have a Merry Christmas and stay warm and dry.
Thank you, Ken. Merry Christmas.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. I'd like to address a couple of anomalies, particularly in regard to last week's planning commissioners, who were quite effusive in their praise of Brianne Mobius's years of service to El Dorado County. However, Brianne witnessed during open forum how John Vegna flagrantly violated the Brown Act. After I'd already taken my seat, John Vegna and Andy Nevis discriminated against me when they coordinated their attack to discredit my relevant open forum statements. In so doing, they blatantly violated section 54954.2A that I had just read into the public record about the Brown Act. Mr. Vegna again crossed the line by pounding his gavel and falsely accusing me of disrupting the meeting when I justifiably objected to his violation of the Brown Act and my rights. Then during item number 3, which was the grocery outlet hearing, Mr. Vegna again arrogantly interrupted me when I challenged the discriminatory manner in which the commissioners conduct themselves. For example, Chris Payne dialogued openly with one speaker, but Mr. Vegna prohibited me from exercising my First Amendment right to dialogue. As I specifically pointed out to Mr. Vegna and the listening audience, section 54954.3 of the Brown Act states members of the public have broad constitutional rights to comment on any subject relating to the business of governmental body, and prohibiting critical comments was a form of viewpoint discrimination, and that such a prohibition promoted discussion artificially geared towards praising and maintaining the status quo, thereby foreclosing meaningful public dialogue, end quote. As I emphasized, this was the primary bone of contention when former Commissioner Cheryl Blychester was forced out of office by the 3 Liberal supervisors. Ms. Blychester had a moral obligation and the moxie to challenge the other commissioners, including county council, on their unethical conduct and routine violations of the Brown Act. It's a matter of public record that former Commissioner Gary Miller was just as egregious in violating the Brown Act and the abuse of the public trust. The public needs to know how El Dorado County government illicitly operates, but citizens remain in the dark as to the EDC bureaucratic shenanigans and dishonest journalism. There's also the matter of my correspondence to Clerk of the Board, Kim Dawson, that has to acknowledge or enter into the public record. So again, it did not go unnoticed. It was Chris Payne's Freudian slip about Supervisor Nevis. Andy and Chris both unethically used the Taxpayers Association for their own political purposes. Andy is notorious for his censorship and targeting me in retaliation for being a whistleblower. His biases and vendetta against me are frequently on display in front of Supervisor Lori Parlin and even Carl Wayland. This was another example, again, that has of how the government is using the Taxpayers Association in unethical manner. So again, just in closing, I just want to say that Ms. Mobius, as well as David Livingston, have knowledge of wrongdoing, and they have a moral and legal responsibility to be responsive to citizens' verbal and written communications. So again, what's going on here needs to come out openly into the public. This is part of what whistleblowers and patriots are required to do.
Thank you, Melody.
So again, this is something that needs to be addressed. It cannot be swept under the carpet of bureaucratic shenanigans any longer. And if you have any questions or comments, make them now while I'm on the line. None of the kind of crap that Don Ashton pulled last week as well.
Merry Christmas, Melody.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Hello again. Yeah, I got off work early today, and so I got to go home. And as I was driving down Main Street, I saw so many homeless, even this morning when I was driving, and it is pretty sad. It's freezing cold outside, and I am so blessed that I'm able to come home and start a fire and just be in a warm, dry home. And I'm so sad that you guys let bureaucracy and politics and the grant hustles of the Dons get in the way of doing this homeless camp. I know that the sheriff would have pulled this off, and this would have been such a good start to getting some of the to dealing with the open air drug use, because it's not homeless, it's open air drug use. And oh man, on that hill right now, it must just be just a toxic mess of snow and mud and just filth. It's just, I can't imagine, because I've been up there. So with that being said, I want to talk about Newsom and his silly little mask mandate. Why wait till Wednesday? If it's an emergency, why didn't he put it in right away? It's I guess he had he goes around Mexico vacationing, no mask, and then all of a sudden he's realizing that his mandates aren't working. The quote unquote extremists, moms, dads, chicken farmers are speaking up, and their kids are refusing the mask. They're refusing vaccines. In Sacramento County alone, 70% of the kids have not turned in their vaccination status. So it shows that the tyrant is losing. And so that's why he has to come in and make some sort of mandate. Of course, cases are going to go up because it's winter and it's freezing outside. So we all know this isn't about your health. This isn't about a disease. This is about total control over you and your body, period. The mass psychosis the mainstream media has created is evil. The government keeps printing up and giving out money like it actually does grow on trees. This is all part of bringing in the Great Reset. You will own nothing and you will be happy. Klaus Schwab said that. Read the book. Read The Great Reset. You all can virtue signal all day long about how good you are wearing your face mask and how you're a good person, but they are useless. Fauci's saying more boosters. Did you guys get your boosters? Sue, did you get your booster? For the last 2 years, people like myself couldn't afford to hide in our homes, social distance. We had to go out into the real world, living While you all lectured about sacrifice, many of us went to work because we had no choice. Myself and many others are not buying into it. In fact, more people are waking up to this scam every single day. Once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Today is 639 days since 2 weeks to sow the spread. Merry Christmas. Take care of your homeless. It's the one thing we can all agree on. You're not doing enough to take care of the homeless. Bye.
Thank you, Mandy. Merry Christmas.
Now taking public comment from Tracy Doyle.
Hey, okay, hello. So we're just going to cover a couple of brief topics today. So number one, I think everyone sitting up there, if you haven't recently watched the Dallas Buyers Club, I highly recommend it. So you can see exactly how the suppression of treatment, we just have a repeat of this AIDS epidemic, and we all know who was head of the NIH back then. It was Fauci. So I think that's a really great movie to revisit with new pandemic lenses. So I suggest that. And then also let's talk about this homeless issue. So from where I sit, it really looks like watching friends go through a divorce and fighting over their children. So the grant hustles and who's going to get the funding and whose department gets the glory. It just looks like that's what it looks like is happening here. And our sheriff has begged. No, he doesn't beg. He has compelled you guys to be leaders and to step up and to get the departments to work together for the hostess department. And that could have still been worked on in the background with all of the different employees and people we have in this county. The hostess program could have still continued to be focused on in the background with maybe even more sense of urgency because of the increase in homelessness due to the fire. So I think the departments, the Dons, Sacramento Seaman, Simone, need to quit fighting over the children, quote unquote children, the commodities. Homeless people are not your commodities. So that's what I wanted to say. And then just to make it real clear, we won't be taking any steps backwards in this pandemic. So I'm sure there'll be more COVID cash to grab. I think there's an item today for some COVID cash, but don't think you're going to put masks on people or start that crap up again here, because we will not be complying. That's it.
Thank you, Tracy. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, so
Can I present my extract into the public record?
just for submittal of the record, yeah, just give it to the clerk there, please. Thank you, Jonathan. So I'm going to suggest we take the CO update right now, because obviously with our Caldor relief and stuff, maybe it'd be appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe Carla Hess is on the line, and as was done last week, the report is attached to Legistar for the public's benefit. Carla. Carla, we can't hear you.
Good morning, Chair, or good afternoon, Chair Hydal and members of the board. Carla Hass, your communications director and co-director for the Caldor recovery effort for our county. Just as a quick update for the public and for you all, if you haven't had the chance to look through the memo that I sent yesterday, I'll hit the high points. And the first one is on the public program, which is also known as a lot of people understand it to be the ROE program, the right of entry program. We have 757 properties that have been submitted to the state of California. And at this time, as just before we logged in for public comment, 354 properties have been cleaned up. And that is up from 285 last week. So the state's contractors are doing an incredibly rapid job at cleaning up these properties and trying their best to do their portion of it to get them back into the hands of the property owners. They did suspend their operations today and yesterday due to the weather, but I'm sure that they'll be back at it just as quickly as the weather will allow them to do so. We have 2 properties that have gone through the entire process on the public side and are ready to be returned to their owners. They will receive certifications of the completion of the process from our environmental management department sometime this week. So they can then be allowed to pull permits if they would like to start the rebuilding process. So considering that we really just started this debris cleanup process a mere matter of weeks ago, to already have properties in the pipeline that are being returned to our residents is really quite remarkable. 131 soil samples have been taken from these 757 properties so far, and that's up from 65 from last week. And the soil samples have to be taken and then come back clean in order for the property to be returned to its owner. So that's the update on the public program. On the private program, which is where the property owner is responsible for hiring a contractor and paying for the cleanup themselves, we have received to date 27 applications, and 22 work plans have been approved by environmental management. And 5 properties in the private program are awaiting soil sample results so that they'll be able to be returned to their owners as well. And then on the abatement program, so properties that the owners have not chosen to go into either the private program or the public program, staff have been very diligent about going out into the field, doing knock and talks where they would knock on the doors and have conversations with the owners to get them to understand both programs and see if they would go into one of the 2 programs. If they don't choose to do that, then they go into the abatement program. So we did the knock and talks. We did stakings on the property of an abatement letter. We mailed a letter to them, and we currently have 7 properties that are in the abatement program. And we hope to get 2 or 3 more of those 7 into one of the either the public program or the private program. The state wanted us, they said a good goal for the abatement program would be to have 10% of our eligible properties in the abatement program. We have less than 1% of our properties in the abatement program. And I just have to say that is a direct result of staff's efforts to go and communicate with these people, find them where they are, and really take the time and effort to explain the process. So we should be very pleased about that. Health and Human Services is finalizing a contract with the Salvation Army to provide disaster case management. And that would have been provided had FEMA granted us the individual assistance, but they did not, as we all know. And so we are moving ahead to be a safety net for our residents. So that contract, we hope, will be completed either this week or early next week. The Small Business Administration, I think, as you all know, has taken up shop. They stood up residents basically at the Green Valley Church to provide our residents with low interest rates for business and nonprofit organization loans. And we have the housing social worker recruitment that closes this week, and the mental health worker position that was approved by your board is in process currently. And then an update on land use. We have, as you know, the urgency ordinance that came before you today. So that was approved. So that's great for Pioneer Fire. And then land use and environmental management are working together to configure Track It so that we can literally take every piece of information or every single parcel, every single APN that has been impacted by the Caldor fire, have it all in one repository, be able to run reports, have everything just in one spot so nothing falls through the cracks. So that configuration is being conducted and hopefully finalized in the next couple of weeks. We had our counterparts from Butte County come in and really do a deep dive with how they used it and provided us with information and ideas on how we could use our system for our residents. And then just some miscellaneous things. We are continuing our conversation with our county council, legal representatives from Cal OES and the U.S. Forest Service to come to an agreement moving forward with the recreational cabins that are on U.S. Forest Service land. We have a meeting today at 3:30 in that regard because the Forest Service has some news to share with us. So once that concludes, if there's any salient and pertinent information that the board would need to know, I will certainly share that with you. So other than that, those are the high points, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions from any?
Carl, I was just concerned about the vehicles that are out there that are still burnt, because I thought that was supposed to be one of the first things that gets started, the removing of the vehicles. And I see there's still a lot of vehicles that have not been removed in Grizzly Flat.
There are some vehicles that have yet to be removed. My understanding, Supervisor Turnbull, is that a lot of them have been moved to GNO. There are some that have not yet been moved. They are on the runway, as they call it, to be removed. But a lot of them have been moved to tarps or areas that are outside of the ash footprint on the property. And they are being tagged. So the process is going. It may not be going quite as quickly as some people would like, but it is underway.
Yeah, because I was out there on Friday and stuff. I was out at Leone Meadows, and there was some vehicles in that one person's house. There was several vehicles on Mount Pleasant. So that was just kind of curious about what's going on. So thank you for that update.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? So I do want to mention the Small Business Administration, the individual assistance you mentioned. My read of it is they also have individual assistance for individual homeowners up to $200,000 low interest rate loans. And that surprised me because I didn't realize SBA offers that to individuals since it's not business related. But that is an opportunity, I think, for those victims of the Caldor fire and stuff to come and get the information and find out if they are eligible, if they do qualify. And I think if I remember right, the interest rate was like 2.25%, extremely low compared to what you can get in a lot of other places for this kind of reconstruction type of loan, as opposed to a brand new mortgage, et cetera, et cetera. So if that truly is available, I think that's something that we definitely need to, and I'm sure you're working on a press release or something to get that out, Carla, but that was a surprise to me that the SBA is offering that. So kudos to them for stepping up and providing that as an assistance in addition to the business assistance.
Supervisor Hydall, to put a fine point on that, that information is on our Caldor recovery website under the resources tab. And there's a fact sheet, there's a press release. So all the information can be found on our website, the Caldor recovery website under resources.
Excellent. Thank you.
That's great.
So Don, you want to finish your CAO update then?
Sure, that's all I have for today. We're
Okay.
dark. We are dark. Just a reminder to everyone listening, we are dark for the holidays. The next regular board meeting will be on January 4th. And I wish everyone a happy holiday season.
Yeah.
Excellent.
And I just want to say thank you, Carla, for all your help. You've done a great job.
My pleasure.
Yep,
I do it with the
progress.
team.
Okay.
More work to be done, but a lot of good progress. So thank you.
Yep. It's not just me. There's a whole team of people.
Yeah, the
doing it.
whole
Yes,
team.
the whole team, the whole team.
Yes.
Okay, with that, I think we're ready to go back to number 44, which was on the department matters. Kim, if you would read that, please.
Item 44 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board, 1, receive the second presentation on the traffic impact fee program and how it interacts with the capital improvement program and transportation process, and 2, provide direction to staff for implementation.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. So this all started back in June when we gave you a presentation on the capital improvements project program and where we were at with the various projects and what their timelines were and the budgeting for that. At that time, several of supervisors had some additional questions, further concerns and wanting to get data on how it all came together with the growth, level of services, VMT. And so then the Board of Supervisors requested that we come back with a workshop. And so we did that on September 28th, where we gave a general overview of how the TIF worked, previously known as the TIM fee program, how it collaborates with the CIP, and how it interacts with development as well as growth here in El Dorado County. As part of that meeting, there were further questions with specific items that wanted further details. And so then that's what we are here today, is to give you further details. Some of it a lot of it coming from the Department of Transportation, but some of it also coming from planning. And so we will be introducing Rob Peters here shortly to give you a little bit of information on that. But with that said, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Natalie Porter to start it off.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Natalie Porter with the Department of Transportation. This is our second workshop. Let's see, Kim, would you put up the PowerPoint? Thank you. So the last time we were here, as Raphael said, in September, we were asked to bring some additional information. And so that's what we're going to be doing today. So if you go to the next slide, please. So today we'll be talking about some development agreements, Measure E, affordable housing, their growth factor, forecast, horizon, thresholds and levels of service, safety projects and financing mechanisms. These are some of the questions that were asked the last time. A lot of these were covered in previous presentations. However, the new supervisors haven't necessarily seen them, and it's just a reminder for the ones who may have seen that previously. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rob Peters from our planning department to talk about development agreements.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Board of Supervisors. Excuse me, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. Happy to be here to participate and support our Department of Transportation in this presentation. Was asked to do a few slides on development agreements, mainly, I believe, because the policies that identify the development agreements exist within the zoning ordinance. And so therefore, I'm going to go ahead and get started. So development agreements, I have up there sort of a definition that comes from the California Land Use and Planning Law book, which is a textbook sort of for planners. And it identifies sort of the long and short, and I think it's a good definition. An agreement adopted by ordinance between a developer and in this case, the county, establishing the conditions for the particular development. And what's important there is that the local government freezes the regulations, meaning that you sort of a snapshot in time moving forward, and it gives some certainty to the developer of what those rules will be over the course of whatever the agreed upon time frame is. So next slide, please. So under Government Code Section 65864, which is referenced on the previous slide, the principal provisions of the legislation governing development agreements is that the county is given expressed authorization to enter into this development agreement and may adopt procedures to do so by resolution or ordinance. And that's where we have our section in the zoning ordinance that I'll go over in a little bit. The DA is enforceable by any part of the agreement, notwithstanding a change in the applicable general plan, specific plan, zoning, subdivision, and whatnot, unless otherwise provided in the DA. Applicable rules, regulations, and policies that are enforced at the time of the execution of the agreement stay in effect. And then the county's exercise of this power to enter into the DA is a legislative act, and therefore, ultimately, it comes to your Board of Supervisors. Next slide, please. So this is just a quick snapshot of really one of the few references to a development agreement in the general plan. It's under the economic development section, and it has to do really about with financing strategies for improvements. And it speaks to under program 10.2.2.2.1 that the degree of impact is basically that you provide the finance and the improvements based on the degree of impact that the project has, directly or indirectly attributed to that project, and that cost be borne by the project proponent and shall be determined on the basis and described nexus. So we're all very familiar with that. One step further is that it also other legally binding agreements such as development agreements. So that sort of gives you the case that it's sort of outside of what that nexus is. It's really truly a negotiation between the county and the developer. And so the rules are a little bit different for a negotiation versus a conditioning of a project under the zoning and general plan and those things. It goes a little step further under the implementation measure that says that we'll also require coordination with non-county public service providers. So those are saying that we'll take input from other jurisdictions that are within the area, on some of these the measures or the provisions within the development agreement. So next slide, please. So chapter 130.58 is the development agreement chapter within the zoning ordinance. I've listed there basically the subsections within that. Starting with the assurances to the applicant, I already sort of spoke to those, but it basically establishes the requirements for the adoption and amendment of the development agreements in compliance with the government code section that I already referenced. It provides assurances to the applicant of a development project upon approval that may proceed in accordance with the conditions, and basically all of that freezing of the rules that we kind of discussed. It describes the limitations of the agreements and further the review authority. So it comes to the Board of Supervisors based on a recommendation from the Planning Commission. So it goes there first and then comes to your board. There are some findings that are required, and so I won't go into great detail, but they're consistent with other findings that you might find, including that it's consistent with the general plan and the policies and programs specified within, that it's not detrimental to the health and safety and welfare of the community and the county as a whole, that it wouldn't adversely affect orderly development, that it's consistent with some other government code sections. And there's one finding that's interesting, and I wanted to bring to your attention, that if it includes a subdivision of more than 500 units, that the agreement provides that for the sufficient water for that development. Moving further, it also discusses the form of the agreement and what's required, the what if any amendments, cancellations, and assignments to those agreements are. So basically it has to be under mutual consent from the parties once the agreement has been approved, that it be recorded with the recorder clerk's office, and that any potential amendment or cancellation therefore after would also be recorded, and that it establishes a program for periodic review by the planning department, and that to go a step further on that, if the findings under those periodic reviews aren't sufficient, that it provides an avenue for the director to bring to your board through the board clerk's office an item to discuss that and bring forward a report. And so that's pretty much for the zoning ordinance section. So next slide, please. And then, so this is kind of the summary slide. The DA negotiating team includes the core representatives from the CAO's office, county council, DOT, and planning and building, generally at the director level, at least for the departments. It may include other departments, and including environmental management and auditor controller's office, sheriff's office, and others. And also, as I spoke before about, could include community services districts, fire districts, and others. And then the main characteristics, again, just to try to bring it home, is that there's flexibility in imposing conditions and requirements. So you're basically working outside of that nexus because you're in a true negotiation, and that the project proponents get greater assurance than just that if the rules were to change, that their rules are sort of frozen in time for the term of that agreement. I think one of the key things is truly that it is a negotiation. So both parties have to be present and agree to it. If any party is not, happy with the terms or whatever, it can be, it doesn't have to be followed through with. And then you're basically back to the normal conditioning that you would expect under the zoning and general plan and all of that sort of thing. One other key consideration, since we're speaking about transportation today, is that it can result in sort of improvements being constructed sooner than maybe what is in the TIF and the CIP program. But, the risk there is that if they're not timed along with all of the other improvements that DOT has in the schedule of improvements, it can kind of throw off that timing. But, it really can be, it can elevate an improvement in front of where it might be on a normal list. And they'll speak to that a little bit more. So we do currently have a request out to our development agreement. We have, I believe, 6 currently that are in play. And we do have a request out for 4 of them to provide their annual reports by December 22nd, and 2 others because of the terms of the agreement and when they were approved by May. And so we will be, I will say historically, we haven't done the best job at doing that. And prior to her leaving, the director, Tiffany Schmid, did reinstitute sort of a procedure to make sure that we're tracking those and that we're bringing that, if any concerns are there, that we're bringing it to the Board of Supervisors in the future. So that concludes my presentation.
So Rob, before you do that, my recollection was the board had asked the auditor controller to be part of the core team, because one of the key things was sustainability. From the standpoint of, does this pencil out long-term? Are we getting enough out of the development agreement to pay for those costs associated with not just the development itself, but the longer-term aspect of it? Did that change somewhere? Or is it my recollection that's bad?
No, that's correct, Supervisor Heidel. I think it's just the wrong category here, but the board's direction on the core development agreement team. It's the CAO, the auditor, the planning and building director, and county counsel for legal advice.
Okay.
So my apologies for that. That was obviously a typo on my part. I should have had the auditor controller into the negotiation. That was an error on my part.
At times, he doesn't want to participate necessarily for obvious reasons, OC can state, but I do think it's fundamentally important that we don't just look at what is the deal today, but how does it look in 20 years? We're going to look back at say, we didn't put enough in this. Look at where we are, right? And that's what I'm hoping the auditor controller can give us, that forward projecting analysis and forecast, and come back like a PFIA or something and say, yep, we're solid with this amount, as opposed to it'll be a point of diminishing returns and then that funding's not available anymore. So thank you for the update on that.
Yeah, before you leave development agreements, so I thought I heard you say that somewhere in there, the planning commission is part of the review process or something. But I know in the past, the planning commission was specifically told they weren't. So I'm just trying to understand what's the planning commission's role, I guess, in a DA development? You know?
Bear with me for 1 second while I go to that section that I have up.
Yeah, because it's been a point of contention in the past.
Okay, so again, Rob Peters. I think that one of the, at least in my experience in being in the planning commission room, is that the planning commission is not a part of the negotiation of the development agreement. And so oftentimes what they're seeing come forward to them is sort of already been agreed to some, to some degree. And so it's really, but section 130.58.030 says that the board shall have review authority and that it shall be based on the review and recommendation of the commission in compliance. Now, it doesn't mean that they couldn't make a recommendation to the board of supervisors to make some sort of modification or change, but they're not necessarily in the development part of that agreement. And so it's really, I don't want to call them a pass through, but they could review it and make recommendations to your board to make some sort of changes, and then it would be up to you to whether or not you wanted to do.
Okay, that makes more sense then. So maybe at this particular instance, I'm remembering it wasn't explained very well, perhaps. And so for future reference, and we have some new commissioners too, that will make it more clear what their role is and isn't, and that they can make recommendations, but they actually don't get to negotiate any of it. Is okay, got it.
And we can make certain that the next time one is brought forward, that we kind of do a little bit of that.
That'd be really good. I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
So the other one is we talk about community services districts, fire districts, and other public service agencies. My understanding of the way the operation, the practice is that they're invited to sit and participate. But from the standpoint of a decision-making vote or whatever that comes to, gathering consensus from the core team, they provide an input, but they don't get a full vote in terms of a decision. And I don't know if we need clarification on that or not.
I believe that they are not party to the agreement, and so therefore they don't get to, accept terms or anything. But I think they're involved in the sense that we want to get input from them to see if there's appropriate things that should be that represent their service districts in our agreement or not.
So thank you for that clarification, because I know that that's come up as well in terms of what is that role? What is it limited? And the answer is yes, it's primarily one of participation and input as opposed to deciding the final outcome of the development, the draft development agreement that then goes through the planning commission review and ultimately ends up in the board's presentation if it comes to the board, which most of them do, I think all of them do. So thanks again, Rob, for that education and help there.
Yeah.
Any other board questions or comments on the development agreement process?
Just, this was a helpful primer.
Yes.
So thank you.
Yeah, and I apologize. I mean, it's very hard. It's a complex thing to try to put into a couple slides. You can have whole day trainings on it and all.
You did a good job. Thank you for that.
Kept it simple. Thank you.
And I want to thank Rob very much for his assistance with this. As he said, this is actually in planning's work wheelhouse. And so then his opportunity to give a better description and understanding of how it works was beneficial to the board. But this is an informal workshop. So Rob has agreed to stick around in the event that there are further questions in terms of the collaboration between DOT and planning. But if there are any questions for either myself, Natalie, or Rob, please feel free, Board of Supervisors, to ask us anytime. Okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. So our next subject was the implementation of Measure E. And I think most of you know that, that was approved by the voters on June 7th, 2016. And I remember that distinctly because I was on our anniversary trip in Paris and I was looking at my phone going, oh.
I'm sorry.
Election results, no, vote results, yeah.
So the effective date was July 29th, 2016, and we had a resolution that did remove some of the policies that were included in Measure E because it was determined by the courts that some of it was inconsistent with state law. But we do have a vast majority of the Measure E is still intact and is part of our general plan. So the Department of Transportation implements Measure E, and part of it goes through our transportation impact studies that we require for developers. And this was always something that we did, and it's something to be we have to make sure that the projects are consistent with the policies, the TCX policies. So next slide, please. And we are updating our guidelines to include the VMT resolutions that you all passed, that the board passed recently. So those still need to be incorporated into our guidelines. So we are working on that. So we have this flow chart on how we look at the Measure E consistency for development projects. And this was originally done for Measure Y. So the only thing we had to change was we had to move the multifamily from the one side to the other because Measure E brought back in having to have, if anything with 5 units or more would be considered on the residential side. So it moved to that side of the flow chart. So if you look at this, there's definite steps on what you do and how we make our findings. Residential projects, any residential projects need to be consistent at least with the 10-year capital improvement program, or they're required to construct. For other developments such as, offices or commercial projects, they just need to be in the 20-year capital improvement program. Next slide, please. And did anybody have any questions on how we look at those? It's done through the traffic impact study process. Any questions on that?
Nope, very straightforward. Thank you.
Okay, so the affordable housing slide, and you will have a workshop with CJ in January to get into more detail. So these are kind of the highlights. I had to look at this slide to make sure I wasn't saying anything incorrect. That there is the county adopted a fee waiver, fee reduction, it's board policy B-14 for affordable housing projects back in 2007. And that was part of the housing update back then. And so with our last update to the fee program, major update in 2020, we set aside out of the grant money, the $20 million, so $1 million a year that goes towards this program. And I think CJ was saying that she does need to update the policy because it was said it was a 20-year program. So we already added 20 years to the latest update. So we're going to 2040 versus her program, I believe, is going to 2027. So she just needs to, we just need to get the date synced up. But the implementation is still appropriate, that we have up to $1 million a year to set aside to offset the fees for affordable housing. And actually part of it is moderate housing too. So there's like a sliding scale in it as to how much you can get towards your projects depending on what type of housing it is. And those are the definitions that I think that she's shown you before, what the variations are depending on it's, moderate to, very low and super low, I think. I don't know if those are appropriate names. So secondary dwelling units are not charged a fee. And that was done at the board's direction in 2016, that there's a subsidy without a deed restriction for secondary dwelling units. And so any information, I'm going to put the link there on the website to look at the offset program. And like I said, more details on this will be available in January when CJ does CJ and Planning does their presentation on housing, because they'll be talking about the full spectrum, not just low and affordable housing. They'll be doing the whole spectrum of housing. So the growth factor, and when I was going through this, I noticed that there was a typo in the first bullet, because it should be November 19th, not November 11th, 2019. The board was given a presentation by our consultants, which is BAE Urban Economics, I have the Legistar number in case you want to see it. It's 19-1597 and it was item number 35 on that date. And then they came back in March of 2020, and that's Legistar item 20-0325, and it was item 28, to talk about the growth factors. And what happened was the board at the time approved the growth factors with the housing of 0.7 annually for annual growth factor for housing was 0.7 and for jobs is 0.67. So next slide, please. So these next slides were part of the presentations both to the Board of Supervisors and to the Planning Commission when we were talking about the growth rates and how they came up with them. So if you're looking at the housing units and they looked at the annual growth rate and what the new housing units could be that were allowed under the current general plan, that's where they came up with these annual growth rate factors. So this is for the housing and employment, and these were, like I said, approved back in 2019. So on the next slide is the process that BAE used to come up with the projections.
Hold on one second. Kim, if you could go back to the last slide, please. I just want to focus a little bit on this one slide just for 1 second, because as you can see there in the first text box, it states that our existing housing units for at the time 2018 was 54,900, and that per our existing general plan, that what we can accommodate for the rest of the county is only 9,100. So I know Professor Heidel, you typically have your calculator with you at all times, that you can go ahead and do the number crunching for us. But if you were to multiply 1.007 times 54,900 20 times, there is an equation for it, but I don't happen to have it with it because I use exponents, and so it's a little bit complicated. You will come up with the value of 64,000 housing units between now and our forecast year of 2040. So I know Supervisor Parlin, you had expressed some of your questions and concerns as to how we came up with that growth rate. And BAA does go through a lot of other variables and nodes and land development and places of work, and that goes into their equation. But if you just do a very rough calculation of 0.7% growth multiplied by what we have currently and what we can actually grow into this county, it does come up to the 0.7% growth factor. Now, this can change because obviously our general plan does get updated every so often. There are amendments to our general plan, and those densities can go up and down. But based off of what we have currently in our books, I just wanted to make note that this is what and how we came up with those growth factors back in 2019, working with BAA and very closely with the planning department. So thank you, Nellie. Next slide, Kim.
So these were the steps that BAE used to come up with the projections. And like Raphael said, they reviewed available estimates. They estimated, evaluated our alternative growth rates. Because I don't know if you remember, there were different graphs that had different lines on it depending on what your source was. Established our baseline at 2018, and then applied the growth rates and projected them out to 2040, and then identified the preferred growth rate. So if you were here, there was a different graph that had the different percentages on it, and it had different lines, and so they did different projections, and we looked to see what it was, and that's how we came up with on the next slide with these numbers that showed how we were, what we had remaining, what we had in 2010, 2018, what the growth rate was then. And we did have him break out El Dorado Hills specifically because that was always the question that we were getting, saying, well, El Dorado Hills is obviously growing more than that percentage you're doing. And I kept saying, that's the county average. So we wanted to make sure that everybody understood, we recognize that there's more growth in El Dorado Hills because our general plan kind of directs growth that way. And so we wanted to make sure that everybody knew that it was taken into consideration. It wasn't that blanket 0.7 was applied to everybody. It really is dependent on where the growth is occurring and where we have approved projects. Okay.
So Natalie, the definition of El Dorado Hills is the El Dorado Hills Community Region or
Community-
95762 or
The community region.
Community Region. Thank you. Okay.
Right, so the next slide is when he did he then took those allocations and did it by the sub areas, which was the, it's kind of hard
Well,
to.
before you go to that slide, can you go back one? Because I want to make sure I got the numbers here right, because
Okay.
this is where I did pull out the calculator. What this tells me is between 2010 and 2018, that 94.5% of the growth incurred in the El Dorado Hills Community Region, and 5.5% of the growth occurred in the remainder of the Western Slope. So different than what the projection is when we get to those numbers, different, right? Because we've had a tremendous amount of growth because the age restricted housing, primarily in District 2 now, it wasn't District 2 before as well, but obviously when those developments get completed and there's some others planned that may come into the works, that's going to basically shift some of that growth to other parts of the county. So the expectation is, well, we will see looking forward another 8 years or whatever, more growth distribution across the remainder of the county other than just El Dorado Hills. So we've had a history that's going to change with time, and that's kind of lead into your next slide, right?
Yes, it does. So based on that slide, it did show how much we were assuming was going to be in El Dorado Hills. And we tried to use that same percentage of the growth that would stay in El Dorado Hills and try to assign it to these different categories, right? And we started with El Dorado Hills because it's where the most growth occurred. We ran into a problem that there are not enough appropriately zoned parcels to accommodate that same percentage of growth out to 2040. So we directed with planning and transportation said, well, then I think you need to work up the hill because that's typically what happens. If something's not going forward in El Dorado Hills, they start working their way up the west slope. And so we said it makes sense then to fill in what we can in Cameron Park and Shingle Springs and Diamond Springs and working your way up. So some of the percentages, if you did the numbers and tried to compare it against the percentages before, they're not exactly the same because we ran out of available lots, existing approved lots in El Dorado Hills to accommodate that growth that we typically would have seen in El Dorado Hills. And it's because this county typically does not approve a whole lot of development. So there aren't parcels available, right, to accommodate that growth. We just, I guess for the heritage at Carson Creek, just did that one. So that actually adds to the inventory, but of course that's not accounted for in here because that was after we did this, right? So that added, some inventory to the El Dorado Hills community region.
Before you leave that, I can't visualize the El Dorado Hills community region map. I wasn't thinking that I needed to do that. Does that include the Bass Lake area? All of it is in?
Yes.
It does.
Community
Yes,
region.
yes.
Okay.
And then you get to the Cameron Park Community Region, but yes.
So those are adjacent to each other. So
Yes,
you go from
so
one
Bass
to
Lake
the other.
specific plan is included in the
In
El Dorado Hills
the,
Community
okay,
Region. Yes.
got it. Thank you.
Which is where some of the growth that will be occurring obviously in the future.
Exactly.
Central is a project that's being proposed. There's all kinds of things still happening down there, but.
Right. So proposed projects like, Central or Marlboro and Lime Rock are not included in these because they're not approved projects. So we
Right,
did
they're not
not.
existing par-
Yeah.
yeah,
Right.
Okay.
That's all
Right.
speculation.
It's all
So-
speculation, correct. So the next maps we created so that you could see the graphics.
Actually,
of-
can you go back to that quickly
sure.
for a second? Thank you. So how do we use this data on the growth allocations?
So this gives you an idea of where the growth is occurring. So you can see how many, this is cumulative, right? So you don't add them
Right.
together as you go across. So we're saying in 2040, out of the 9,000 projected single family dwelling units, 5,000 of them roughly are going to be in El Dorado Hills. So we know that that's where the growth is. Like I
So in
said,
anticipating transportation and
right.
roadway projects,
Right.
this is what you use
Yes.
as your data point.
Right.
For anticipating where we need.
Right. And that's where the
Changes to our road
the
network.
growth is put into our travel demand model.
Okay,
Which
great.
then shows where the vehicles are going to travel and identify if we need improvements.
Right.
Okay, great, thank
So I
you.
converted it to percentages, just to get it in a par, right? So El Dorado Hills cumulative through 2040 is 58% of the growth. So it's shifting from 94.5 to 58% over this next projection out to 2040. Cameron Park CR 17%, Shingle Springs 6%, Diamond Springs 5%, Placerville 2.5%, and the balance of the western slope is 11.9%. So those are the approximate projections, obviously, out to 2040 in terms of where the growth will occur based upon parcel availability as defined today, recognizing we have additional plans. As you mentioned, there's a work in progress.
Right.
They haven't been approved. So these are only the parcels that have been approved across the county.
Correct.
And
So,
then-
yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, so the next graphic kind of shows what Supervisor Heidel just said graphically. The
Right.
darker
So
numbers.
go back again, because I have one more question about that, please. So you're saying that this growth projection will use up all the existing parcels in Eldorado Hills community, and what about Cameron Park? Does that use up all of Cameron Parks too? Because
It's pretty close.
okay, that's what I thought.
Yes.
Because people often say Cameron Park's getting close to fully
Mhm.
developed,
Right.
and I was wondering, okay, so that
Yes.
shows that.
Oh,
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
So this was just a graphical representation of what Supervisor Heidel just described.
Yeah.
And the darker the color is where the growth is going to occur. So this is the one for the housing. And like I said, you can see El Dorado Hills is the darkest color. And we're trying to get a color palette that you could tell the difference. So,
Thank you.
That's nice.
And actually, this was a recommendation by Commissioner Williams
Yep.
And Supervisor Parlin. And finally, we decided, you know what, this would be a good visual for a lot of people.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
this is what that previous table, like Natalie said, illustrates graphically.
So this is the housing. The next one is, we did it in green for jobs. So
Well, let me make one other comment. When I look at the last chart, it says balance of the western slope, and it looks like it's all District 4, but District
No.
2,
No, District
it's
two
the
as well,
remainder,
yes.
right? It's everything that's not included. So the labeling happens to be in what I believe is District 4, but
yeah.
it really is
everywhere.
everything else.
Yeah.
Yes, we should've-
Remainder,
We could have
right?
added arrows, maybe we should add
Exactly.
arrows
Right.
that.
Yeah, man, it's spread distribution or whatever. Yes. Okay, thank you.
We've kind of referred to that as the reverse C part of the
Oh.
county.
Yeah,
It's because
okay.
it's, around everything around the community regions is
But not infill. No.
not in, not infill, not infill. Okay, so any questions on any of that? So we had a question about the forecast horizon, and so we have in our general plan a
Well,
policy.
I do have a question, I guess, when we talk about the jobs part of it. Because housing and jobs don't necessarily go together. The jobs are going to be generated, well, in the old school thinking, where you didn't have a lot of home occupancy businesses. You actually had a facility with an office and all those kinds of things. But did we look then at commercial office space that is available and then determine where those jobs are going to be based upon commercial office space type of things? Or did we consider the resident homeowner who has their office and their business in their home?
I think he did take into consideration, because he did ask for the data that we had on home occupations. And remember, all of this
Okay.
was done prior to COVID.
Right?
So he did look at what percentage that we knew of home occupant, home businesses, home occupations. And so he kind of took that into consideration when he was looking at it, but predominantly it had to do with what kind of zoning and general plan designations showed commercial. So it wasn't
Exactly.
necessarily it wasn't necessarily office space, but if it had the correct designations to allow that type of growth.
Okay, got it. So this one's probably more speculative than the
Yes.
population growth, the housing growth, so to speak,
Yes.
because businesses will come and go at the decision of a owner who decides they want to put something up, and whether it's a storefront or whatever it is, but it's good to do the projections, because we've always had the issue with the housing to jobs ratio
Right.
that's in the general plan and trying to achieve that. And in looking at the numbers that we're forecasting, we're still not achieving the jobs to housing ratio by any means, right?
Right.
We're way short of the jobs in order to do that. So if anything, my takeaway from this is we really need to emphasize more business growth, more economic development to provide jobs in the county. The houses will come, It's the jobs part of it, good paying jobs that we really need to emphasize.
But a lot of the jobs only come if we have the housing, right?
True,
So,
true.
so there's that dynamic.
Yes.
It feels like a
The
chicken and the egg kind of
Yeah.
question, because every
Yeah.
conversation we have, depending on who's presenting and what they are
Mhm.
trying to get, we have this conversation every
Right.
time, honestly.
But affordability of housing is a big driver in that
Right.
too.
Sure,
So I
that's
mean,
my
there's all
point.
kinds
It
of
depends
dimensions to
on
this,
it.
right? Yeah.
Yes, and so I think you can't simplify it and say, we need this to get this. There's.
Right, we
it
do
goes
know that for,
circular.
if you want a business loan, they do ask you for the demographics of housing within a certain radius of where you want to put your business. So that is something that your financial plan has to give to a bank if you're looking for a business loan. So that definitely ties into it. It's not the only thing that makes the decision, but
Right.
it is a big part of if you can get a business loan on it.
So in El Dorado Hills, where they're building 11,000 new homes in
Mhm.
Folsom Ranch and
Yep.
Sacramento County, that could definitely affect the business climate in El Dorado Hills in order to meet those things. Where in other parts of the county, it might not.
Yep,
Right.
absolutely.
Right, so it's not just within a county. All I'm saying
No,
is
it has
that
to be
that
within a certain
demographic
area.
is a region, and that region is drawn as a radius or something around where the business will be located. I'm taking it, so.
And it depends on, how big a loan I think you want, because then I think the radius
Yes, that matters too.
changes, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
if you remember the presentation from the MCNFP, our consultant did there was a primary area that they looked at as far as business opportunities and commercial growth. And then there was a bigger area that included more of the region. And so in economics, they do look at those different layers, like how, the difference of the primary region versus the bigger picture.
Can I jump in also? I had a quick,
Please.
sorry, I'm here. I had a quick question, because aren't we changing some of this conversation now that we're going to talk about VMTs, where these businesses are not going to be able to be put into areas unless they can prove they have shorter driving times for their workforce. They've got to have housing around their workforce, or they're not going to be allowed, or have some really stringent economic disincentives, I guess I'd call it. So I think it does change that conversation a lot too, doesn't it?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
And whether or not we can address it here in our type, in our suburban rural type situation is going to be the challenge for El Dorado.
Yeah, because it really nicks the businesses that don't have the workforce around them, close to them. So I think that's a new conversation we're going to have to realize is happening because of VMTs.
Yeah, we can certainly have that in January when CJ makes her presentation on the
Yes.
overall housing aspect of things. And because affordability of housing close to work facilities, what you call workforce housing, is a key element of this to really achieve the growth that we want in both, not necessarily want that we're planning to achieve that growth, and particularly with the balancing of jobs with housing. That's going to be a big part of it, is how do we make sure that we establish policies that facilitate that occurrence as opposed to making it very difficult. And
I think that's that missing middle conversation.
Yes, exactly.
That's we've got to, it comes back. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So any other questions on this?
Thank you, Natalie.
So when we were talking about the forecast horizon, I know we've had questions about our program, our fee program being a 20-year program, and should it be longer? Our general plan does require that we have a TIM fee program that specifies roadway improvements for the 20-year timeframe. So if we want to go beyond that, I guess we could go beyond it, but I think then it becomes a question of, you definitely need a 20-year. If you want to go beyond that, that's something beyond what the general plan contemplates. And it's, as we'd had that conversation about, there isn't anywhere to put the housing right now with the current approvals that we have, right? So going beyond the 20 years, it's going to be really questionable. Where do you want the growth to go? Because our forecast goes out to 2040, because that's what we were looking at for the general plan portion of it. And if we go beyond that, where do you want that growth to go? Right? It becomes a question. It's a whole new question for our economic consultant, right? On what would those projections be? What would they be, and where would they be? That would be a determination that the board would have to make as to where you would want that growth to occur, right?
Well,
because
now, I'm sorry, I hate to keep hitting this one, but you're talking about level of service again. And the state of California is going away from a level of service and into vehicle miles traveled. And it's a different conversation. It's not about getting bigger and better roads. It's about moving people to live near where the areas of work are. So, I think that needs to be stated in there somewhere. That's, it's really, really important as we change our methodology and that we understand this new model.
Right, well, we do have, for El Dorado County, because it was the voter initiative that said we have to adhere to the level of service standards, we have to do both. So we have to do the level of service criteria and the VMT. So like I had said when we were doing the VMT presentations, is that sometimes the mitigations for VMT is going to be contrary to what our improvements need to be for our
A lot of
general
the
plan
time.
consistency.
Those two metrics are in conflict with each other.
They are very much in conflict. Yeah,
So-
I don't get how we're going to be able to do both.
Right, so it's going to be, how we address that is going to be very interesting. And we'll have to see also to how the court, whatever court cases, if there are some, because they seem to be kind of stalled right now.
There are some court cases on VMT, correct?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
But that, I don't think they've been,
But we are we're still having to implement VMT now.
Yes, no, I get that. I'm just, we had anticipated court cases.
Yes, and we just haven't seen any
Right.
yet.
So
I think there's been a couple that have been dismissed for, various reasons, but I know that there's others out there that we're just keeping track of, and we haven't seen them getting to any docket or anything yet, so.
I guess where I'm concerned is you're putting out here that this is a forecast horizon. And I don't see anything about VMTs in there, and that has to be a part of the conversation.
We do have to address that for CEQA purposes, and there is, and we have matched our VMT resolutions to the forecast for level of service. So we do go out to 2040 because we do use our travel to mountain model, at least here on the West Slope. In Tahoe, like we had last week, they used their model up there that goes to, I don't remember, Supervisor Novosel, what year is their horizon year?
Oh, gosh. I don't recall that off the top of my head either.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't remember.
That's, that's okay. But I'm just more concerned that needs to be in there somewhere, that, that it has to match or whatever, that it's in there because it is important. And whether we get these changes from court cases, it still remains to be seen. So I think we still need to make sure verbally and in writing it's in there.
I guess what I don't understand though is adding a road widening project or something like that doesn't improve VMT typically, because those improvements are more towards transit and walkability and stuff. So
VMT, VMT
right.
depends on if you're looking for easier access to a particular use that makes it that you get closer to. So at the Planning Commission, they had the grocery outlet right on Green Valley Road, which their VMT analysis showed that the VMT would be reduced because it gave people a shorter place to go get groceries from than having to go all the way down to Bel Air or Safeway or down Bass Lake Road to the Safeway there. So it shortened their VMT for that use, which is an appropriate thing. So that's kind of what the whole SB 743 is trying to get your uses so that you don't have to necessarily get in your car and drive if you don't want to, that you can get there either walking or drive or bike riding your bike, or if you have to get in your car, it's a shorter trip. So Supervisor Novosel is correct that, I should have put in some VMT in here because that is part of the analysis for CEQA purposes. For general plan purposes, it's not. For general plan purposes, it is still level of service.
Right.
And that's the 20-year horizon. And we're syncing right now our VMT with the level of service to the same time frame because we're using the same model for it.
So I guess what I'm asking, like for the grocery outlet, that's a great concrete example we can glom onto. There weren't any road improvements needed to accommodate that project because I think they asked for a walking path between the next door. neighborhood and the grocery store, totally awesome, walkability right there. But I'm just trying to see how VMT relates to our CIP program, you know, because that's where we put our road improvement projects and all that. Will VMT really create that many, do you think, CIP projects?
I think you're right, because if you look up in Tahoe, their list of VMT projects is quite substantial.
Okay,
Right, so, but we don't have the same, they're more compact on places where they're having improvements. We don't have a lot of bikeable places you can go, like from El Dorado Hills up to here.
Right.
Right, so it has to be within the communities, which means that you're kind of limiting what trips would be using the bike or walkway, right?
Yeah,
So
we
that-
have we're talking a lot about these town centers, you know, where, you know, there's like 10 town centers in the city of South Lake Tahoe. And so that walkable, bikeable area, you know, you get credit on your CEQA. If you can say, well, they can walk or bike, then that counts. You don't need to expand the road to put that business in there. You just need to make sure they can bike or walk to it. So it kind of gets you that credit, right? I think I'm going. Okay, thank you. I've been living with it for about 5 years. I'm still figuring out a lot of the details on VMT, but I think I got most of it down. And that's an important process is as you are approving businesses or commercialization of areas that you concentrate them in areas where people can walk and bike to them. So that's what that's about.
Right, so right now, for as far as our traffic impact is strictly level of service. Really, there's no VMT.
Okay.
Other than we did give credit for commercial, but that's one of the things that we gave credit for in the calculation of the fee, is that if the business was in a place, we reduced the impact that the business was going to have so that their fee went down. But then it got translated into the single family, right? So there needs to be some net sum zero, right?
Okay.
So now I got another question that's somewhat related. In the area of cool and stuff, we recognized that there was approval of a dollar store and there was proposal for a grocery outlet. And I believe there's a holiday market already out there in close proximity. Does the grocery outlet at that location really benefit from a VMT when you've got a store that provides it? So they don't really gain anything.
No.
So the thing we might anticipate in the future is things like dollar stores and grocery outlets to look at areas where there isn't a market or something close by as an intermediary point where then the VMT would be favorable because it's less travel time for people to get to that particular facility. And that might be some of the targeting we might see in the future in terms of infill of some of these stores that don't exist. Right, it's not really infill, but the development of some of these stores will be proposed in our rural regions, rural centers.
Right, and that's the part that is hard to translate from the SB 743 because it really was written for an urbanized area. So to translate it to a more rural or suburban area that's where the difficulty is for us and for a lot of jurisdictions, not just us, even Sac County, because they have a lot of things that are still kind of rural in the southern part of Sac County, that they're running into the same kind of issues, right? Because they still have to travel into downtown. They still have to, until they start building the infrastructure and the jobs closer to where they're building all the houses down there. So they have major proposals for a lot of houses, south of the JPA connector, right? In that whole area.
Yep.
They don't, and they're anticipating there's going to be a lot of jobs, and they have to say that, or else your VMT kind of goes out the window, right? So that's how they're.
There's a good analogy. Yeah, what we could possibly see, not to that extent, but yes,
right.
It's the way it builds.
Well, and then too, in my mind, again, Cool Dollar General was the last opportunity because we wanted bike lanes there, but we couldn't enforce it, and that actually fits with VMT. So it's also conflicting, and
doesn't work with rural areas.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's an easy thing to say.
That's been the argument.
Rural area implementation, but we have to do it somehow, right? So
Bike lane to nowhere.
So we're going to end up with been the big complaint about VMT is it fits in the rural area, or excuse me, in the urban areas, even suburban, but not in the rural areas very well.
Right, that's a good point. Okay.
Thank you.
So when we're talking about the forecast horizon, there are other jurisdictions that do go beyond the 20-year because they choose to, like Rancho Cordova is going out to, they just call it build out. But they also don't have a whole lot of more growth that they have left, right? Or they have it constrained in a certain area. So they could look at build out of their whole city, and that's what they're incorporating into their fee program. But they also don't have a policy in their general plan that says you'll have a 20-year program either. So, and we do know that SACOG, their next go around, their next MTP is going to go out to 2050. So they're kind of jumping from 2040 to 2050 instead of a 4-year increment or 5-year increment.
When the general plan was approved in 2004, didn't it anticipate El Dorado County build out at like 2045 or something? There was a date that was kicked around. I'm not sure it's actually in the plan anywhere.
Yeah, it's nowhere in the plan because it really is based more on population.
Yes.
Right.
It's a population based. And actually that number was closer to like 2030.
2030.
Jeez, that's close.
I think it was, it sounded really far away back then.
Yeah, in 2004 it did. Yeah, right.
But was the number 200,000?
It's yes.
the general
We're now at
plan?
195,000 approximate with the census, right? So
Well, it's 200,000 for the unincorporated part. So you don't.
Oh.
you gotta take out the two
Tahoe,
cities.
okay,
Yes.
Okay.
And you take out Placerville. So then we're at about 180-ish,
Got
right?
it,
So
got it.
Close.
So we're getting pretty close, and that's something that Rob and planning that that they're going to be looking at when they come back with your 5-year look at the general plan.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
So this the next couple slides were given to me from our consultant DKS because they do a lot of fee programs. So I was asking him about since the question was raised about the forecast horizon. And so he kind of gave me some thoughts and we put it in, a couple of the slides here. And on this slide, he's talking about a lot of times the state and federal planning regs kind of don't specify exactly a horizon, but all their plans are typically 20-year plans. So there's an implied, 20-year, 25-year range in it. And it also kind of goes with the improvements in the region, because if you look at the MTIPs and all of the federal federal transportation things, they're typically about 20 years, and it has to do with the funding becomes a little bit uncertain now the closer you towards the end of it, right? And so nobody wants to bet that all that money is going to be in a certain place at a certain time. So one of the things that he put on here is that local agencies can rely on your model, a regional model for implementation for their fee programs. Well, obviously we have our own model and we use our model to come up with, to work on our fee program and to kind of set our capital improvement program. And we're kind of unique. Not a lot of people do it. A lot of people depend on SACOG's model or some bigger model. Placer County is starting to get their own model, but they have a lot of mini models for different areas in the county of Placer. And so a previous employee from here, Katie Jackson, is running the program over in Placer County. And so she's, kind of bringing them all up to trying to updating the models to get them up for their different fee programs. And also another former employee, Claudia Ray, helps implement all those fee programs over there. So we train them well here.
I guess so, huh?
So next, so this slide, like I said, it came from DKS, and so there are some clarifications that our council wanted me to make clear on this, because this kind of only gives part of the story about it. That for clarification on the third bullet, when we're talking about case law does discuss the issue of how courts ensure that a local agency is not holding on to excess fees without building something or without a rational basis for having it. And that's why you see us every year come back with our fee program with the findings every year and every 5 years. So we specifically make those findings so that you can see that there's a rational basis for the fees. So and part of it has to do with the requirement of the Mitigation Fee Act that says you have to show that you're going to either build it or you're going towards a project. You can't just arbitrarily charge somebody and then not do anything with the money. right? So we definitely have a robust spending program for our fees, to build projects. And that's something that I think, we've been very successful in because we do have a robust fee program. And our capital improvement program, I think, kind of shows you how we get those projects going. And we've built a lot of things. And I think some people who maybe haven't lived here that long don't recognize how much we've built in the county. I'm sure Supervisor Turnbull has seen significant differences from when he was growing up here on things that we've built with our fee program.
Yeah.
So either, by using it for leverage to get further grants, or by just strictly because we had the money in the fee program to build projects.
So Natalie, this is the one where I struggle with, and this is why I push so hard to have these conversations, and I really appreciate it because I think it's good for all of us to hear these things over and over and over again, so they kind of sink in. But Bass Lake Road's the one that I keep bringing up over and over and over again, because the specific plan, I think I have the right specific plan there, says it's going to be 4 lanes, that the parcels are there designated, that we're going to need it someday. So I don't understand with these things here saying, as long as you're going to use it to build something and we're planning on wanting it someday, why do we have to wait for, why did we take some sections out of the CIP? We're not, because we said we weren't going to need them, but we want them because we know we're going to need them at some point. I know it's further out, and that's the part that I really struggle with, because approving, I don't know, the 300 homes or something over the last few years, and we're not collecting money from those homes for Bass Lake Road, I feel is a missed opportunity. I just don't get it.
So the following slides will explain that a little bit
really
more.
Okay, sorry.
But there is the part that you're kind of missing out, and there's, you might want it, but we need a nexus to show it. So we need to have a criteria on why a project is going to be in the program. And if they don't meet that criteria, we can't include it in the program, because then you're being arbitrary on setting your fees.
That's where the Mitigation Fee Act clearly states you have to have some kind of justification, proof that there is reasoning that you are taking money from somebody and that it is going to appropriately and properly, based off of some threshold or standard criteria, that is going to be used for some kind of infrastructure, not well, we hope and we think. No, it's based off of whatever calculation or model that we have.
Correct. And that's my point. We have parcels designated there. They're going to be built someday.
And so then what we do is we secure the right of way in anticipation that, because our forecasts sometimes aren't correct and because they're so far out, we might be off by a few thousand vehicles here or there, and having to then purchase right of way would be very costly. So what we do is we secure it for that potential for the need, but based off of our current numbers at the time that we're doing our analysis, it still doesn't show it. And like Natalie says, in our next few slides, it'll show where we're at in terms of specifically Bass Lake Road.
Yeah, I got a question on that. Especially when you have a development project that goes in, and especially when there's a requirement of, 4 lanes that's supposed to be put in place. What I don't understand is why do, let's take a look at Bass Lake. I mean, there was a big deal there that all that road improvement and everything there for a single lane, when that could have been proposed for a 4 lane. That was proposed, especially when this development agreement. And I don't understand when we spend all that money and then we got to come back later on and redo that one section if it does happen. So I just don't understand, why can't you do it, ahead of time instead of waiting, and then it costs us more money in the long run.
That's actually a very, very good question, because what happens is, let's say our forecast is plus or minus 500 vehicles per peak hour in the 2020 year build out, and we actually come up short of that. Well, what happens is now we've created more capacity for actually higher densities. So we don't want to build something that's too big, because as that saying goes, if you build it, now they can come. But at the same token, we want to be able to secure the right of way for if in the event it does come, but we're not quite sure, the right of way is there. And we are updating our model every 5 years. And then if the trigger comes, yes, then guess what? Fortunately enough, we have the right of way and we don't have to do eminent domain. Now, is it a catch-22? Because then could we have been collecting for this much sooner?
Right,
That's the point.
Yeah.
But then if, like I said, it catch-22, if let's say our projections didn't come out to be higher volumes, and now we've got 4 lanes, and 4 lanes can hold a lot more capacity, a developer will be able to say, hey, I meet your level of services, no problem. I can actually increase this density and increase the traffic volume, maybe an additional 50%. So we don't want to do a, let's be a conservative projection. We want to do, let's be as accurate as we possibly can, but then come back every 5 years and then redo it, and then be as accurate as we can, and then 5 years come back and be accurate as we can, and then 5 years come back. And like I said, if we do start to recognize, notice, or we see that volumes do start incrementally begin to get to a level that we feel might cross that threshold ahead of that next 5 year, Natalie and I can actually incorporate that into the CIP if we feel it's justifiable. And once again, that the Mitigation Fee Act says, yes, if your numbers are showing that you're going to get close enough, now you can collect for it. So that's a very good question. Thank you, Supervisor.
That's good. You don't have to wait 5 years.
And the question I have, I mean, Bass Lake is crazy right now with the traffic there is right there on that road, because you can't even turn right. I'm serious, you really can't, because the traffic flow is just constant.
And that's where, for you and I, and for the residents of El Dorado County, yes, you are correct. But per the standards of State of California, MUTCD, and the Caltrans Standard Manual, it's not. It's actual at an acceptable level of service. So I know, yeah, it is. I know.
Well, and that is part of.
It's a perception.
It is. It really is. When I first came here from Sacramento, I was thinking to myself, wow, these roads are wonderful. This is amazing. This traffic volume's great. I'm going to be able to have no problem with my level of services here. As I started adapting, or that is to the lifestyle of El Dorado County, I go, oh man, this traffic's terrible. But it's all perception in terms of how the state of California defines those thresholds. And yes, to our residents, I get it. I feel it. I travel it. I know where they're coming from. But from the state of California and working under those thresholds for a more urbanized metropolitan area, I do realize that those thresholds are much higher, and that they could go up even worse than they are now, and still be acceptable per our general plan's level of services. I know.
And it's tough because that's what the voters wanted. The general plan actually has, open roads is in our title of our general plan. And so we have these expectations, and that's what we want. So we have all these conflicting things, and I get that. And that's why I do appreciate these conversations, so we can try to maximize everything.
Well, we're struggling to come up with the funding to maintain the roads we have. If we build more roads, it's just more money for maintenance. So
we're not talking about maintenance.
Come on down to my house this year, right?
So the general plan does say that we do determine our levels of service by the highway capacity manual, which is actually a national manual that is used by all 50 states, right, to determine level of service. So this table kind of gives you the cutoffs of the maximum number of vehicles during a peak hour to determine what your level of service is. There are different there's different ways to calculate it depending on what the situation is. So whether it's a freeway, whether it's a 2-lane highway, whether it's an intersection, and if it's a signalized or unsignalized intersections, there's a different methodology to determine level of service. So it's a calculation, right? That's based on numbers and based on data. So to let you know, when one of the things that you'd asked for previously, so this is the table that I just wanted to show that this is the calculation based on the highway capacity 6th edition. And I just got a notice that they are going to be publishing the 7th edition shortly. So we'll have to look at it to see if we have to redo these numbers.
Oh, good.
Okay, so these actually went down from the numbers, the cutoff numbers have actually decreased from when I made a presentation to you. If you go to the next slide for the examples of threshold. So if you see the one that I did in April of 2020, the numbers have actually gotten smaller because of that latest 6th edition.
Well, what's the
So
nexus for that? Why do they change it?
So they changed it based on data and research.
It's not traffic accidents, it's
No.
just flow, huh?
No, it's flow. Well, I mean, safety is a part of it, but the big thing has to do with how is the road function.
So are more folks working from home, so they're not commuting as much?
Actually, some of the collision data has gotten worse because since there aren't people on the road, people are driving faster.
That's true. That is,
So-
Caltrans has said that, yes.
And
Yeah, that's
so
true.
actually the mortality rate has gone
Ugh.
up.
Gone out, yep.
Yeah.
There might not be as many collisions, but more of them are fatal. So there's kind of a trade-off. So that's the other thing too, is if you build a bigger road, people drive faster.
Mhm.
So on Bass Lake Road, people are complaining about the speed and they say, well, it makes me nervous because they're on my tail when I'm trying to turn.
Yeah,
It's like having a 4-lane facility, people drive faster.
that's true.
So it's, that's something that people don't think about. That is something that is a known occurrence. If you have more space, people feel more comfortable, they drive faster. So
Not easy.
yeah, so there's like all these things that you have to take into consideration. It's not, that we're arbitrary. So okay, we're not going to do anything on Bass Lake Road. We're following the data. So if you look on here, we did the 3 locations that we typically count on Bass Lake Road. And so the second category is, what was the region, and I meant community region, rural region, and what kind of road is it, and what's the level of service threshold. So if you see the first one, which is Highway 52, just where we relocated Country Club,
Yeah.
is still in the rural region. So the threshold there is level service D. So we have to have a 4-lane facility there because if you look at the volumes, we're getting close to that cutoff, right? So we need a 4-lane facility there. The next 2 are in the community regions, which means our level service threshold is E. So that number is bigger. And if you notice, the volumes are significantly lower than that first segment. And you can also see the effect of COVID in these numbers as well. So our projections to 2040 were actually based on like the 2018, 2019 traffic volumes, right? Because as a reminder, how the model works is you have your base year and you run the model to see how it compares to your existing counts. And that's how you calibrate the model, calibrate and validate a traffic model. And then you use the growth and put it in for your projection year for your 2040. And your assumption is because you could replicate what happens under existing conditions that you can validate with the counts, that the projections you have in 2040 are within an acceptable range. So the numbers in 2040 are based on the higher volumes. And if you look and see, they're significantly lower than what you need for a 4-lane facility. So that's why we're saying we haven't shown the need yet for a 4-lane facility. And when you look back at the documentation years ago, even with the El Dorado Hills specific plan, they did talk about Bass Lake Road being a 4-lane facility, but the volumes back then weren't, their projections were out to 2010 and the volumes were still less than what we have now. So even back then they didn't really, I think someone just said, oh, they should all be 4 lanes, we'll make them 4 lanes, without even their projections back then didn't even show a need for it. So it was, I think it was a policy decision,
Right.
to have a 4-lane facility, not based on data.
Okay, so with that, and I apologize, I have not driven on Bass Lake Road in quite some time. I don't like going there. So I don't know what's there anymore. Honestly, I've lost track. Are there opportunities instead of looking for the 4 lanes, perhaps? Are there better opportunities? Is it doable to collect fees for turn pockets and those kind of things instead? That would make the folks that live there feel safe, going into their neighborhood.
We
Is
have
that
a-
something?
Yeah, we have a line item in our fee program that says intersection improvements and safety improvements.
Uh-huh.
So you can only charge for, since it's the fee program is for new development, you can only charge an increment for new growth, right? So it's only a percentage of it. So we could use a percentage of that line item to do improvements at intersections for safety projects. And typically that would be to match a grant. So if we identify a safety problem and we could get a grant for it, like an HSIP grant, what they call an HSIP grant, we could use that money for match, but we can't use it to pay for the whole thing because it's not the full responsibility of new development. Right.
It's an existing issue, and that's the problem is when we collect the TIF, it's for new development and the impacts of new development. But when we have an existing issue that had to have been addressed, and unfortunately, back in the 80s and 90s, when some of these developments came in, we didn't have the program that we have now to address the volumes that we have. And so then that's the difficulty is people say, well, here's all this traffic. How come you don't have the new development paying for it? And it's because their percentage of that is
it's usually like this much.
Yeah, compared to
Right.
what the existing volume is for what the community's already been materialized.
A new developer can't make up for existing deficiencies.
Yes.
Right, 'cause
Yeah,
then you
even though,
You still
interesting
have
point.
more impact.
Right.
Do you foresee that with all this state and federal funding coming down for all these projects, Build Back Better and all these things? Is there an opportunity to maybe get some money to do some of those projects?
We
They seem
do
like good candidates.
see some opportunities, and in particular for some of the more active transportation, so roundabouts, pedestrian walkways, bicycle paths. And so what we're hoping is that we can incorporate, in particular, in locations where it is appropriate and suitable, where an intersection is conducive for a correctly designed roundabout. Yes.
I want to get one.
Yeah, exactly. I put that little disclaimer there. because,
Yes, thank
that we do apply for those kinds of grants because in certain locations, they do work wonderfully and are a huge benefit to a community. And for example, Bridlewood at Bass Lake, the community has said that they are interested and I'm actively looking for a grant to try and implement that kind of traffic control at that location.
Okay.
But the other part is the lack of shoulders when the county accepted roads that were put in for developers for maintenance. The county accepted maintenance on roads that didn't have shoulders. And if we had shoulders on those roadways, we'd have a much safer environment. We'd also have the possibility of putting acceleration lanes in certain places because people complain if I turn out on the roadway here, people are driving too fast because they're exceeding the speed limit and they're on my tailgate immediately. With an acceleration lane, you can come up to speed. So the lack of having shoulders on these major roadways like Bass Lake Road is also compounding that safety issue.
Once again, I don't want to put all the burden and or responsibility on the decisions of the past. But yeah, when we did accept roadway widths that were not to what our current
Substandard is
standards
the
are,
word.
our current standards are, now in order to implement let's say a left turn pocket or a right turn pocket or to be able to have passing lanes, it is extremely difficult because now we have to do eminent domain in order to acquire those kind of things, which compounds and doubles the cost of those, whereas it would be simple enough to do with our current standards, now is extremely costly if we have to incorporate it in an existing location that is not up to standard.
Especially with current property values.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Please
Any
proceed.
other-
Yep.
Any other questions on those thresholds or?
Good discussion.
I guess I have one with the proposed Town and Country Village, which is in this segment on Bass Lake Road between US 50 and Country Club. Are we expecting that will trigger the requirement for a 4-lane? Because I am personally, but I don't have an analysis in front of me that says with 2 hotels and everything else that's in there, it's going to trigger, but it almost seems like it's obvious.
Yeah, we're assuming that it will. I mean, that will have to be looked at in the traffic analysis for the development. And right now it's, we have a CIP project. It's just in the out years. Right. So
Right.
I think what it would, if that project came in, it would move that project up in the capital improvement.
That's why I say it should have been 4 lanes, especially when you have all these proposed
And
developments.
that does-
Yeah, I
But they
know,
haven't been
I know.
approved. You
That
can't
does-
go on
I know
that
that.
speculative
If
thing.
if a project comes in ahead of schedule, that's why we have all developments perform a traffic impact analysis report, is to say, okay, what is your impact on this community that we didn't anticipate maybe sooner than later? And if it does require them to improve an infrastructure ahead of time, we'll work with them and or tell them that they have to build it sooner than later because of the fact that their impact is going to be materializing at a much earlier rate.
And then as Supervisor Novosel said, like the town and country, we would have to then look at the VMT part, and they are asking about, they would like to propose a overcrossing, I think,
Right.
for pedestrian.
Pedestrian, bicycle, yes.
Yeah, so that's not something that's in our program,
Right.
right? So that's definitely something that we need to take a look at as far as coming up with that VMT, whether we have another fee that we then roll into something else, or we have it as another section of our traffic impact fee. But you almost kind of want to keep them separate because, like I said, VMT is the CEQA part
Right.
for the impact and mitigation. And this is the traffic impact fee is for general plan consistency. Right, so there are two separate issues that the state has created for us by doing the VMT part. So it's, and how we address that is something that's, going to be within the next year. We have to come up with some kind of program.
So one other question that has come up again recently, we've talked about this before, wildlife crossings on Highway 50, because we all run up and down Highway 50. We see all the dead deer in particular, but we now have bears that are prevalent coming down our highways and into the communities. I see them daily on Next Door and Cameron Park and El Dorado Hills. And so there seems to be an influx of wildlife into areas that they don't typically reside. And whenever we do a project like the expansion of the intersection at Bass Lake Road and Highway 50, I believe we should be working with Caltrans to look at how do we provide safe wildlife crossings, because it's also a hazard to motorists. Obviously, if you hit a deer at 65, 70 miles an hour, it does a lot of damage on your car if it doesn't cause the airbag to go off. And then you have all those ramifications. So somehow in our planning process, we need to really look at where do we have those opportunities where we know we have annual migration, significant migration of wildlife across our highways, and Bass Lake Road for that matter. And I don't know the migration across Bass Lake Road. I don't suspect it's large, but Highway 50 definitely has that in that area.
I would assume that that was something that if you're doing an environmental document, that would be part of the biological.
Should be.
Part of it. So, and I know that Caltrans, since they have totally switched over to VMT, but they're part of their requirements include a safety element that you have to look at. So I would assume that it's part of that as well, that, their requirements for a study for transportation does include a safety component of it. So I'm thinking we're going to be seeing more of those type of elements in the
future.
Very good. But we would expect Caltrans to have the lead for those things, not the county, obviously. So thank you for that.
Sure. So the next subject is safety projects, and transportation is staffed to the Traffic Advisory Committee. And we wanted to make clear that this is different from the TAC that you hear for development projects. So it's a totally separate thing. So this TAC is the Traffic Advisory Committee, not the Technical Advisory Committee for planning. So when we talk about TAC, it's not the planning TAC, it's the Traffic Advisory Committee. It was formed in 1965 by the Board of Supervisors, and it's a way for transportation to address a lot of the comments that they get from people with what people perceive to be a safety issue, right? So there's a committee that includes transportation, the California Highway Patrol, the Sheriff's Department, and someone from the Risk Management Office participates as well. And they're agendized public meetings. Anybody can go. So if you have a request, it's usually analyzed by our operations staff out of Headington. And they provide the agendas and all the background material for the people sitting on the committee, and they discuss the report. So they end up doing a traffic study for whatever request has come in from the public or something that they have identified a need to look at. So, we do look at annually, we have our intersection needs that we look at for our incorporation into our fee program and the capital improvement program. And they also take a look at collisions, where they're occurring in the county. And if they identify it like a high collision area, then they'll do a traffic study to see, is there something they can do, add some signs, maybe add some striping or something that would help alleviate that concern. And if it goes beyond that, if there needs to be a capital improvement project to do it, then that's also something that the TAC takes a look at. Any regulatory sign is required to be, your board needs to hear it because it's part of an ordinance as to where we put a regulatory sign. So those are the ones that are white with the black letters on them. That's the one that you can get a ticket for if you violate it, but the board needs to see those that need to take action on it. And it's usually on a recommendation out of the TAC is where that comes. So parking restrictions, those types of things.
Speed limit signs,
Speed
stop
limit
signs, any of
those
those.
type of things. The yellow
Warning signs.
warning signs they don't give you a ticket for those.
They're advisory
Those are
only, yeah.
advisory.
The TAC has been instrumental in helping resolve some traffic and pedestrian issues in Diamond Springs. Just
Yes.
that's worked really well.
Diamond Springs,
Yeah.
District 2, District
Yeah.
1, District 4.
Yep.
Really good. Really
Very
good.
involved in
Yeah,
all of this.
It's a helpful process.
The
Yes.
thing is like on, in Cameron Park and stuff like that, there's issues with the stop signs and stuff, especially stop ahead. A lot of them, you can't even see them anymore. The visual needs to be addressed. So there's especially,
And if it's something simple as having to trim back the brush to improve the visibility of a stop sign, we definitely don't bring that up to TAC. We take care of that.
there's a
with-
couple of them I've already told Brian.
I'm
he's
sure
on
you
it,
probably
so.
have. I'm sure he'll tell me about it in my one-on-one. But essentially, we get approximately over 200 requests for speed limit signs and or stop signs every year. And if you can imagine, if we were to install 200 speed limit signs and or stop signs at every given intersection and or location to reduce the speed, we'd all be going very, very slow in this county. So that's why we use the TAC, because we incorporate engineering judgment and reasonable, rational standards and thresholds to say this is why or why not we approve those, and in collaboration, as Natalie said, with sheriff and CHP where they're appropriate, and then we bring it before the board so that we can get them approved.
But it gives the public a forum to, bring their concerns.
For
their insights.
For them to understand the process.
Right.
And that
Yeah.
reason why we do it, and for everyone to hear it out loud. It is a very good process.
Yeah, and Cambridge Road is a big issue. I'm just telling you, it needs to be addressed a little bit more. You can write it down, okay?
You're
Sometimes it's
talking north of 50 or south of 50?
Yeah, I'm north of 50.
Yeah,
That's what it
sometimes
is.
we have to give people the CHP phone number and say it's an enforcement issue. I
Yeah,
mean,
well,
the signage is there, the speed limits are there, but we need enforcement help sometimes, so.
right,
And
exactly.
then the CHP can do a focused
Mhm.
effort and kind of calm everybody down again, so
Right.
there's a lot.
That is a
going
big
on there.
issue.
And we've
Just wanted
got
to
very
tell you,
good
so.
collaboration
Yes.
with both CHP and sheriff
Very-
in that effort.
Yeah,
Great.
and before you move on, then, I forgot all about this. Did the fines get, the no parking fines get increased, and is it helping
Oh,
with,
yes, they did.
is it helping, do you guys
Uh,
think?
We haven't had our follow-up meeting
Okay.
with CHP to find out
Okay.
what the outcome, but in both the Tahoe region as well as in the
Right.
confluence, yes, we have increased
Awesome.
those
Very good. Thank you
those
for
parking
that.
fines.
I'm
Yes.
hoping it's helping.
Yeah, and Wendy's and stuff with King Meats and stuff like that, I've noticed.
Exactly.
Oh,
That's,
Tax.
some of the signs have been pulled up. No,
my
no
gosh.
parking signs, I'm
That
serious.
went through the TAC. That was,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
That was
anyway.
needed.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so this final slide is, we wanted to know what alternative financing mechanisms have been some of the things that we've looked at previously. So by, the voter initiative, all our traffic impact fee has to be fully funded. So anything in that program needs to be fully funded. So we assume we're going to collect enough money to build out those projects over a 20-year time period, okay? There are other options that exist. We just don't, this county typically does not want to borrow, doesn't like borrowing money, doesn't like going into debt. So we have there, you could have a bond. And I think if you had listened to any of the discussion we had about the MCNFP, they had said, well, why don't we bond for some of these? And it was allowed when we created the MCNFP to bond for it, but we happened to get a big state grant, so we didn't need to use the bonding capability. But there are a lot of fees that go along with that. So it's an option. It just costs a lot more. So there's a cost to financing that. When I know not in that the CAO doesn't necessarily want this, but if there's a project that isn't, like I said, the board can add a project to the capital improvement program. By the majority of vote, you can add a project, but it has to be fully funded, right, according to our general plan. And if it's not part of our traffic impact fee program or some other thing, then another funding mechanism needs to be included, which a lot of times it could be the general fund. Well, we know what the what the status of that, the CAO is not gonna say, oh yeah, let's put general for these projects. So there needs to be there could be, if it's something that would be a benefit to the county, that the CAO determines that it's appropriate, right? There are very few of those projects, transportation projects, that would be deemed, I think, appropriate to be using general fund for. We do have specific plans that have their public facilities financing plans. They're known as the PFFPs, so a lot of acronyms there. And that's where, the developers kind of lay out their plan on how they're going to build the improvements as needed for their projects. And, there's different funding mechanisms within that. That's pretty much what the MCFP is. It's a public facilities financing program, right? So I know one of the things that Kyle Zimmelman was looking at was creating an MCFP type of program in other parts of the county. And I think that's kind of got put on the wayside between the fire and some other things. But there's been multiple times that we've started that process to look at other areas to kind of use that as a model. And it's been usually sidelined because of something else, emergency that came up. So it's, something to think about, that there are other funding mechanisms. It's just not necessarily something that we use because it's the default is to, if we can, include it in the traffic impact fee program, and that funds a lot of our capital improvement program. Not all of it, because there are a lot of projects in our CIP that are not, that don't have traffic impact fees in them.
But they sometimes have grants in them.
Yes.
And we're working with developers on them. So there are other options. And like Natalie said, MCNFP is another mechanism for us to incorporate. And just to reiterate the topic of the general fund, actually, approximately 4 to 5 years ago, the board and the CEO at that time did allocate millions of dollars to the storm damage projects that we had of the 2017 storms, where we needed matching money for the FEMA projects that they reimbursed us for. So if there are critical safety issues that need addressing, definitely the Department of Transportation, along with the CEO, is coming before the board and saying, what can we do in order to get our infrastructure back up working again. But for the most part, we have to work within our funding mechanisms. And unfortunately, Supervisor Heidel has said that the unfunded CIP is where projects go to die. And it's not that they go there to die, but it's because they don't have funding for them. So then we might have recognized them either at one point for the need, and or it's been brought to our attention by a resident group, but we don't have the funding for it at that time. Now we keep it on the list because then if grants do come up, such as the federal infrastructure program that's coming down the pipe right now, then we can pull from that list of projects and say what might be a good project that fits the criteria within the grant schedule and or list of items that are needed. So then that's why we keep it on there, is so that we can utilize it in the future.
So if we go back, go back to the slide and talk about the Bass Lake specific plan again. It has a public facilities financing plan.
Correct.
But yet we don't have any money to do things like roundabouts. We're always looking for grants. So my conclusion from that is whenever that PFFP was set up, it didn't look at the real needs of the community And it underestimated the needs for funding from developers to make the improvements as the growth occurs. Now, maybe that's an assumption that's false, but I've seen this in so many places. In hindsight, right? It's always easy to
It's
look
always
back in
hindsight, yeah.
hindsight. It would say we didn't set that PFF up sufficiently to provide the funding necessary to make the infrastructure improvements as the development occurred. They put something in there, but it was woefully inadequate the way I look at it. So.
And things have changed from when they
Yes.
first, started it. They just, we just updated it, but it was really based on the original that was done almost 30 years ago,
Yeah,
right?
see,
So
that's it. It's 30
things-
years old planning
That's it right
with the
there.
expectation that it might all be developed within 15 to 20 years, and that didn't happen.
Right.
And then you end up with these long-term needs with higher costs, much higher
Much higher
costs.
costs.
And this deficit, you can't
Yeah.
fill that gap with the exception being one of these financing methods that isn't already used, or state grants or federal grants, right?
Yes.
So that's the thing, we're always looking for the opportunities are, but we end up with this gap in terms of what the community's needs are for that infrastructure and what we have the resources to provide. So, and I don't see that getting narrower. I mean, it could be improved a little bit with some more federal funding and stuff, but that's all competitive for the most part. And it's awful tough to win those awards in a rural county.
Yes.
Particularly one that has our demographics and voter registration. So I'll leave it at that.
Anyway, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
This has been very
Outstanding.
helpful. Thank
helpful.
you so much.
This gave, it, helped me a lot to understand a lot of the stuff that's going on in our county. So,
Yep, how we
Really
got
well
here and
done.
what we
Yep.
need to do
Really well
looking to the
done.
future. So,
right.
so with that, Kim, can we open it up for public input?
Now taking public comment on item number 44. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 10 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Terry K, as you can see, I've changed. I finally got old enough to grow a beard. My daughter's
Welcome,
talking
Santa.
to me. I apologize for my rather scruffy opinion. For the last several months, I've been really on the road dealing, and to some extent, with some of the kinds of things you're talking about. After the turn of the year, because I don't want to hit you now, going into the Christmas season with what you're doing wrong. California has had a big problem ever since the 1960s. That's when it started to announce that it was somehow separate and superior from the rest of the United States. California, in terms of regional and urban planning, is so far behind about a dozen other states in this country and half of Western Europe. It's almost pathetic. You're reinventing the wheel, and I'm going to give you a couple examples. 3 years ago, maybe, I sent just some brief maps to the board. 3 of you weren't on the board at that time, and then to Raphael. He was fairly new to the county. And I laugh out with him. I don't want Raphael to take this wrong, because it's not intended to be a slam against him. You folks are a day late and a dollar short. You don't know how to get up to speed, let alone get beyond it. California is now rated almost dead last in terms of quality in government. And it's this day late and dawn along line. Too little, too late. The plan that I gave to the board at that time was for an energy and parking lot up on 5 Mile Road and up in the Carson City area. That was something I was talking about 30 years ago with one of your county road inspectors who had a degree in engineering and is one of the best people this county has ever had working, about how to take the traffic problems up on a 5 Mile Road. He and I were talking about the problems at Bass Lake Road 35 years ago. You haven't done a damn thing to solve them because you're so busy fighting the fire that you're fighting today that was caused by a lack of foresight 10 years ago. You're not going to get the money, Raphael, on this infrastructure project because, again, you folks don't know how to get money. I've raved over $350 million worth of grants in university facilities development money, never got turned down on it because I knew where the money was and I knew how to go after it before it was set in place. You don't wait until the plan comes out on the books. You get involved in the planning process down in Sacramento and out in Washington, DC with people in the know who know what's coming and can anticipate it. So you've got the thing I sent through 3 years ago, realizing it was going to be ignored. If you'd had your ducks lined in a row and had a proposal ready a year ago, you might have had a chance to get the money for that. And I said at the time, it cost you between $8 and $10 million, chicken feed. You'd have solved a big part of the problem. A lot of these other problems have to do with you're too busy fighting fires at the moment. You need to spend more time anticipating problems. Right now, after the Caldor fire, what are you going to do to stop the fire coming from the south? Have you thought about that yet? No, you haven't. Well, you may have as an individual, but the planning mechanism in California generally doesn't do that. And I left California in 1970. Now, pardon me for my rant, but I left California in 1970. I grew up in the construction building business I worked in. I'm going to name the 3 state agencies that are the biggest problem. California Department of Water Resources, Caltrans, and California Air Resources Board, through these various commissions, have been scamming you people since day one. You don't have a single properly constructed wildlife transportation crossing anywhere in Northern California because they haven't been telling you the truth. Right. Tens of millions of dollars have been spent at Utah State University, 15 and 20 years, on how to address that problem. The problem has been addressed down in Southern California and Central California, but nowhere in Northern California.
Please wrap it up, Terry. Yep.
Do you have a properly built structure? The one up at Greenback, the one up at Camino, they're jokes. They won't work.
Thank you.
His department, pardon me, I'm going to say this one last thing. If you
Public
want to
comment
do
at 5
something,
minutes.
start monitoring these state agencies that just channeling the money to you to get them to come up to modern engineering practices and do the job right. They're not.
Thank you, Terry.
I'm sorry for the heated.
There's your
That's
mask,
okay.
Terry.
Yeah, yeah.
I've been watching this thing unfold for 50 years.
And Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Thanks for the presentation. It's hard to follow that, but I'm going to keep my focus. So we talked about development agreements. Rob did, and I told him one of the things that interests me about development agreements is, first of all, their longevity and their effectiveness. Tentative maps last about 24 months. It doesn't seem like a very long time. You get a project approved, you get the conditional aspects of that, and then you have this development agreement. And one of the things I've noted is that when we bring a project back for renewal, that's after 24 months and they still haven't used the development, you essentially have to look at the development agreement also because it may not be consistent. When we've had 2 or 3 of these tentative maps come back, I'm saying 2 or 3 times.
Request for time extension, right?
Yeah, because of time extensions. We got to be very careful on whether or not we go ahead and give those time extensions, because you may want to just let them start the process rolling again. So that's one of the things I wanted Rob to keep looking at, is that longevity and effectiveness of development agreements. Next thing, it's the effect of the accessory dwelling units. How much effect on this subject today, what we're having, traffic impact and then capital improvement program, how much effect is going to be coming from accessory dwelling units? I don't think we know yet, but we're going to find out at some point in time. And to Terry's point, I'd rather it be trying to do some projections on what this may be, and then we'll be better off for it if we plan a little bit in advance. And the final thing I wanted to talk about was the growth allocations by sub area slide. I believe it was 25. Let's see. It was 15 actually of 25. And you have both growth housing and job growth. And I noted on there, and I hadn't heard this before, Placerville Community Region. It was on your list. I don't believe I've ever heard of Placerville Community Region. El Dorado Hills, Cameron Park, Shingle Springs, El Dorado, Diamond. Yeah, the four. But now we have a fifth called the Placerville Community Region. And all I'm seeing on that is just this boundary and then the city of Placerville in the center of it, therefore leaving this fringe all the way around it. It seemed like tell me if something's changed, because I didn't know we were looking at that fringe around the city of Placerville. Supervisor Thomas, it's District 3. So I was just asking, what is it? What is the community region, Placerville Community Region as a topic? That's all I'm looking for. Thanks.
Thanks, Chris.
How did I do?
Pretty good, pretty good. And Merry Christmas.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Andy Nevis.
Hey, good afternoon, board. Andy Nevis, Planning Commissioner, District 4. Thank you for the chance to listen to this presentation. I learned a lot just listening. I did have a couple of, I guess, questions / comments that I wanted to just make at this time. First of all, I think I heard that accessory dwelling units are not charged impact fees. And, I certainly understand the intent of the board in doing that. I would just put it out there as a question really for the board in the future, though, is, as we're expanding ADUs, is that a policy that we still want to keep without restrictions, or should there be some kind of, I guess, guardrails on that if we're going to have a lot more ADUs in the county going forward? That might be something we consider in the future. Again, I certainly understand why ADUs were perhaps exempted previously. And then there's the issue of the 20-year horizon. I think in recent years, in really the last decade or two, development projects just move a lot slower than they used to. And to be honest, 20 years just isn't all that long. It sounds like a long time, but in development terms, with all the approvals and CEQA and availability of financing and things like that, 20 years can go by pretty quickly. And I do worry that, we have one chance when projects are being developed to charge a fee to offset the impact. And if we're not doing that at the time the project is entitled, you can't come back after a community is built and say, give us some more fees because we got it wrong. So I'm wondering if perhaps I saw that chart that was displayed of where basically you get to full build out of El Dorado Hills and you allocate it to Cameron Park. And it sounded like we got close to maxing out Cameron Park. But I'm wondering if you took that out another 10 years, could you just keep doing the same thing? And, you would max out Cameron Park, and then I guess you would, I might quibble a little bit and say, I think there might be some other places that would get maxed out before Shingle Springs, but regardless, you could take that further and say, we're going to assume based on our general plan that we're going to continue to max out these community regions into the future. So that's just some things for consideration. Again, excellent presentation. I learned a lot. And since this is hopefully the last time I'll talk to you this year, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Thank you, Andy. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you too.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, I'll turn it over to staff if they should choose to want to respond to any of the public comment made.
Sure. So The accessory dwelling units, when we were looking at that before, that was in the major update that occurred in 2015, that the board chose to not charge for it because the data that we had was kind of spotty on how we were collecting it, but it was, the assumption was that we had a 4%, that 4% of the properties that were available at that time to have an accessory dwelling unit had them. There were a lot of people who did not come in for building permits because they didn't think they needed to. So we had a lot of rogue, I guess, ones. So I think the board wanted to address it because they were concerned about the safety of these buildings being built in places where they probably shouldn't have been. So that's one of the reasons why they chose to roll it into the affordable housing offset program, right? We don't know what type of growth is going to be occurring. I think that's one of the things that CJ and I have talked about. We need to get better at tracking those because it's not necessarily one of the boxes that gets checked in Track It for us to keep track of, but that's something that we're trying to rectify so that she can get a better count for her housing counts, because it definitely is that lands in the lower housing groupings, right? So until we get more data, we can't really say if there's an impact on the fee program or not, or if it's going to stay consistent at about that 4%. Because I think that 4% that we assumed before was pretty high, right? And we were guessing because, like I said, a lot of them were people just kind of did it without getting a building permit. I think the city of Placerville, we had specifically, when we were doing the general plan, created the community regions for the city around the city of Placerville, and it was because at the time we were potentially thinking about having a consistent fee program across the city and the county. And actually, Rebecca Neves and I have been talking about, well, maybe that's a discussion we need to have, the city council needs to have again, of being incorporated into our fee program. So all the data is there because it's in our model, and we consulted with the city of Placerville on what they thought their growth was going to be. So the data is there to be used, and they are in the process of starting to look at that. Okay. So there is just a little fringe, and part of it has to do with how the traffic analysis zones are set up.
Kind of like the sphere of influence.
Right. Yeah. We couldn't quite get it exactly, to match the sphere. And, but that's why there was a community region.
Appreciate the coordination with the city of Placerville. That makes sense.
And then just to answer the portion about the grants, El Dorado County is always very proactive in looking for grants whenever possible. And over the last 20 years, El Dorado County has been successful with over $170 million worth of grants coming to this county, including Mosquito, Mount Murphy, El Dorado Hills, some really, really big projects, US 50. And frankly, none of it to my credit because it's before I got here. A big portion of it was Matt Smeltzer and his team and Nellie, along with long range planning in assistance with that. But unfortunately, the state of California, as well as the federal government, has went away from capacity inducing or creating grants. So interchanges, freeway widenings, new bridges, even safety project bridges are very, very, very difficult for us to incorporate and apply for grants. As a matter of fact, so much so that that's really where this all started about 3 years ago when the auditor said, hey, you know what, you guys aren't getting the same amount of grants anymore. Why are you still incorporating the TIF program, TIM program at the rate that you're incorporating grants? And so then we had to reevaluate the TIM program and realize, yeah, you know what? The same number of grants that we used to get before, we're not getting anymore. Yeah. Therefore, the TIFs went up because of that. So we are very proactive. We try very diligently to try and get as many grants as we can. But once again, we're working uphill here against the state of California and the federal government, and the programs just aren't there like they used to be. And like I said, we were very successful with over $170 million worth of grants. Hopefully, maybe in this new package that's coming out by the federal government, we might get lucky again. We'll see. Right.
That's helpful. That's helpful context.
Yeah.
Can I get some clarification on the offset? though for the ADUs, so they're offset though, like we don't charge the people the fee, but we take the money out of that fund and put it into the program, so. Right.
So Ed, that's where it's not, they don't physically put the money in, it's that they keep track of it so that
Okay.
we're, where we are in that, $1 million a year.
Okay, but it was kind of to incentivize
Yes.
ADUs.
So that they would
offset,
come
okay.
in to actually get a building permit so that we know that they're being built safely and correctly.
Okay,
That
and
makes sense.
in addition, I think too, the thought was it could help with some affordable housing typically.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. I mean, that was the secondary thing, but
Yeah.
there was really a safety concern.
Got it,
right,
okay.
At the time.
All right, that kind of worked.
So the only thing, I guess, the fire resiliency, and if our COO wants to comment on the fact that we have been proactive and looking at what we can do for better forest management, fuel reduction, those kinds of things. We have started down a path.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, in response to comments made by Mr. Kays, and recognizing he's not wrong, the state's behind in the stuff, absolutely. But probably 3 months ago, the Board of Supervisors directed staff to establish a fire resiliency working group, and that working group is in process. And what they're doing is, I think as of last Friday, we're working with all the many of the fire districts, CAL FIRE, Forest Service, RCD, transportation, to develop a community-based project to apply for grant funding through the Hazardous Mitigation Grant Program, I believe is what it is, to do home hardening, vegetation clearance, roadside clearance, everything for a specific community to try and prevent another Caldor fire or another Paradise fire. The list goes on and on. Picking the community is going to be hard because there's more than one.
Yes.
And it's to take a lot more money than one grant cycle, but those efforts are taking place at the direction of your board.
Thank you for that. Right, so I'm not seeing any other additional board comments or anything, so I think we're down to the final steps here of the meeting.
There was an
Go ahead.
item number 2 on here for provide direction to staff for implementation. So I didn't know if there was
Okay.
anything specific you guys were looking for or anything that we wanted to actually direct.
Yeah, we just put that in because that was one of the things I said, well, and once we hear all this, we'll see if we want to
Okay.
give you direction on something that we might want you to look at with the next update for the fee program.
Okay.
And so it's whether or not you had something that you wanted us to address.
Okay, so you weren't looking for anything specific or anything. So what is the next thing with this? Are we just gonna, just the next go
Well, we do
around,
have
or-
we have our annual update
Okay.
coming for the fee in the spring, and hold your horses, because right now it's looking about a 14% increase in fees based on the construction cost index.
Construction
costs. Yeah.
Production costs.
That's why I want to build a road.
That's called inflation and other
Yeah,
things, right? So,
Right,
yeah.
So, we
It's something.
we were typically having like 3% kind of thing, but in this year, it's looking close to 15%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
That's
we'll
horrible.
we'll bring that to you in the spring. And we'll also be looking at, we'll be talking briefly about the permit forecast. Because we used to do a presentation on the permit forecast in conjunction with the building department. But I think the board was saying, we're hearing the same thing every year because it kind of stays steady about how many permits we're getting a year. So they said, I think at the time, the direction from the board was only bring it back if you're seeing a drastic sway, in the numbers. And we're still not seeing a big change in the amount of permits that we're getting a year. But the building official did say he foresees us dropping significantly next summer. So we still don't know what that number is, so we don't know how yet to adjust with the projection for the fees for next year.
Got it. Okay.
So, but that should be part of our presentation in the spring. And, and then I guess depending on what the planning comes up with their 5-year look at the general plan, if that's going to require us to update it. Also too, if any of the big proposed development projects come in, we have to redo the fee program because they're obviously not considered in our fee program. They definitely changed the denominator.
Right, and we
Right.
talked about, yes.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
So those kind of things. And I did want to say, acknowledge that I have a new senior civil person that I'm trying to train on this, and that's Zach Oates right here.
Mm.
So
Okay,
this is
good.
his
Welcome.
first exposure.
Wonderful.
So you'll be seeing him more often as we move forward.
Very
great.
good. Welcome.
Awesome.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you again for the presentation. Well done.
you very
I
much,
think, and
Rob.
Rob, your part of it with talking about development was very, very
Yeah, that
helpful.
was really helpful.
Because there's a lot of confusion, misunderstanding by the public as to what that really is all about. And you laid it out consistent with the general plan and law. And so hopefully those resources there when people really want to understand it in more detail, right? There's still some other things we need to talk about relative to housing and affordability and other stuff, but those will come in time, obviously, probably some of it in the January presentation when CJ comes back. So we'll look forward to that.
Very good. Thank you so
you.
much.
Yep.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
So I believe we're down to to and froms rather. So with that, let's go reverse order. Let's start with District 2 and then I'll go last, but 2, 3, 4,
Sounds good.
5, and then 1.
Okay.
So, George.
All right, well, let me, we had a nice meeting with Laura Brettbaum with the county chamber and some of the ideas and stuff that has in the future and stuff for El Dorado County, which is really good. I think the meeting went very, very well. Also met with Tom McClintock's assistant, Kim Pruitt, some of the things that they're working on and stuff, especially with the Caldor fire. And stuff, especially getting the individual assistance to these people that are really in dire need that's going on. Also had a meeting with Dave Livingston and stuff, and then Don Aston too, some of the issues. And one of the things that Don and I have talked about is the biomass plant that we want to try to implement in the county. And we can also build a small megawatt plant just started, and then we expand that and making sure that that plant can be actually be expanded for future. So that's something we're considering and looking at too. So there's all kinds of different ideas, but we need to look at all these different companies and stuff and bring forward what they have to offer to El Dorado County. Also had a ride along with Brian Mullins. We went out to Grizzly Flats, Leone Meadows. It was snowing out there. When we went out there, it was coming down pretty good. You know, it was a little bit slick in some of the roads and stuff and the issues there. And one of the biggest thing is they're going to Leone Meadows was the road was real narrow at that one particular spot. And they're talking about maybe donating the property, you know, so they can widen that one section road, especially for safety issues and stuff, getting in and getting out of that area, because it's just wide enough for a truck to get down. So anyway, that's what we talked about. We also talked about the new community center that might be built out there. So we talked a little bit about that. So that was a good meeting and stuff that we had. Also, we had a little talk, now this is kind of from talking about the guardrail that's on Bucks Bar Road, and the big issue that I've been getting a lot of constituents talking, why isn't it fixed? Why isn't it fixed? Well, the reason why, there's a shortage of steel, believe it or not. That is one of the reasons why that guardrail has not been implemented yet. Isn't that something? A shortage. So they're probably sitting on a ship out there in the harbor somewhere, all the steel.
Because we import it. We don't make it here in the country anymore.
Yeah, exactly. But also, I got to bring up, and this is one of the things that my concern with my constituents in Cameron Park regarding the number of parolees staying at the Quality Inn on Coach Lane. And I've been working with a lot of the constituents down there and finding out some different things and working with Chief Richard, regarding this issue. And one of the things is that, that these residents they need to reduce the number of parolees being housed and now in the future at Quality Inn. A lot of people weren't even aware of that was even going on. We're now aware that these are only felons that have committed serious crimes. So people are really concerned about what's going on in Cameron Park, especially in this Quality Inn. And they're also immediately seek more transparent vendors to equally distribute these folks across the entire county versus them between Cameron Park and Placerville. Shouldn't be just housed in two areas. These are what the concerns of the constituents are. So I just want to just kind of, get you kind of up to speed what they're thinking about. And they have a lot of concerns, especially when it comes to that. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, George. District 3.
All right, just my highlights. Had a really engaged meeting along with Supervisor Chairman Heidel with our Community on Aging, their housing committee.
Commission
And
on Aging.
what did I say?
Community.
Sorry, Commission, yeah,
Close.
Commission on
Close.
Aging. Thank you. They are an engaged group. Oh my goodness, just so impressed with them, with the depth of their research and their engagement and their thought processes. And it was one of the best meetings I've had in a long time, is with a community group. And so we've linked them to a lot of other groups to talk to, and their prime purpose is to advocate for attainable senior housing throughout El Dorado County. And so just had a really good meeting with them, and they are definitely following through on a lot of initiatives that we talked about. Also had a meeting with AKT. I know many of you have seen their presentation on healthy living communities with UC Davis. And so I hadn't seen that before. And so that was very, very intriguing. I had a very good meeting with them. Also took place or listened to the EDOK meeting on permanent housing. And I met with appointed a new commissioner to the Diamond Springs El Dorado Advisory Commission last meeting, and had a meeting with him and Randy Paces to get him up to speed, and looking forward to his engagement in the community. I think he'll be a great commissioner. And then had an opportunity to attend a informal gathering of SAGHOG members at the Chairman Bonnie Gore, who's a Placer County supervisor, hosted it in Placer County last week. And it was the first time that we've been able to actually meet in person. And it was just really wonderful to meet some of the commissioners that I've only seen for the last year over Zoom. And I've forgotten the level of connection that can happen at those gatherings where, we talked about issues like homelessness and all housing and all kinds of things that we're dealing with. What are you doing? And that's just really invaluable. Look forward to having more of those opportunities in the future. And just want to wish my fellow board members, our staff, our entire staff, as well as our community, just a blessed Christmas season. I know there's a lot of our community that's really hurting this season, that it's going to be a really tough season for them. And, just holding you all close in thought, and may it be a more prosperous new year for El Dorado County. So, yeah.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Ford.
Just a couple of reportable meetings. RCRC was last week. We were down in Merced County because the chair of RCRC in 2020 didn't get to have his county meeting. So we made up for
Darren,
it.
right? Yeah.
It was abbreviated, but we did it. So he didn't feel left out, which that's part of the honor of being the RCRC chair. So we wanted to get that for him. But, we just did a lot of administrative things like the budget and electing the officers, but they did adopt, or we did adopt their 3-year strategic plan, which they hadn't really had before. And what I appreciated about it was that a lot of the things in their strategic plan align with what we have in our, of course, rural counties, right? But it sets, it makes it so that RCRC has this strategic plan. And so when they go and advocate for things, it's just easier for them to do that, knowing that they align with what we want from a rural county. So that was a great document. We got a lot of kudos. And then during that meeting, we also broke into the first Golden State Connect, which is the broadband JPA. That thank you for that. We joined it. So I think only one of the rural counties hasn't done theirs yet. So, but very exciting with all the money coming from the federal and state government. They're really looking forward to getting broadband in the rural parts of California. So that was fun to have the inaugural meeting. And then the only other thing really noteworthy was yesterday, I got an update with Greg Stanton on the biomass effort, and he's doing a great job of collecting research and gathering information for us. And I truly appreciate that the board saw what a great opportunity it was to get that point person, because I think it's really helping us. And my understanding is Greg's hoping to have a high level update to the board here, I think in January or February, so that you guys can be up to date speed what he's doing. And of course, there'll be a board item if there's ever a decision to make, but it's been awesome to see. I've been throwing contacts at him left and right, and he's been really out there talking with folks. So I'm very encouraged that we might get something done. And yeah.
All right, very good. Sue.
Did a lot of meetings this last week. Don't think I need to list them off. I'm a little tired. I was up at 6:30 this morning trying to snow blow 4 feet out of my garage and driveway. A little tired today. I apologize. And I've got still a little bit more, probably a couple more hours of snow blowing this afternoon. So I'm gonna get to work as soon as I can and let you all go. Happy holidays.
Very good. So I'm not going to mention the ones that have already been mentioned, but I will pick up what hasn't been covered. And that was on Friday, the 10th of December. We had the Southeast Connector JPA meeting. A lot of good progress being made on the connector, with most of the new construction being between Interstate 5 and Highway 99. That's really moving along fast. And then other parts of Elk Grove and Rancho Cordova are also moving, as well as Folsom, the improvements that they're making. Just to mention that there was an approval of cap-to-cap funding. So I am planning on going to cap again in Washington, DC, with shared funding between El Dorado County and the JPA. So we've done that in the past where we split the costs, and since I'll be campaigning or working on their behalf, and then also for the county. So I'm not sure if any of other supervisors are planning on that, but I would ask you to just consider it, because I think it is an opportunity to really go and understand how Washington operates and how important it is to meet with those people and rub shoulders and, you know, have a little libation and other things with the appropriate decision makers. So leave that at that. Then on Monday, we had the Parks and Recreation Commission was hosted by the El Dorado Hills Community Services District. So everyone on the Parks and Recreation Commission was invited to come to El Dorado Hills. We had 3 of 5 members are actually in attendance. They were doing a tour, they were talking presentations and stuff. So I thought that was a great opportunity for the commission really to get a better feel for what's going on in various areas of the county, and how fortunate El Dorado Hills is to have that dedicated funding to the Community Services District. It was established in 1963 as part of the special district generation. And a lot of people don't recognize that, because that amounts to 10% of the property taxes collected within the district of where the community services district are, comes back to that district for parks and recreation purposes. There's very few areas in El Dorado County that have any kind of a CSD that operates parks and recreation. A lot of them we find it's a road maintenance district, at least in the LAFCO experience. But for whatever reason, it was just fortuitous that El Dorado Hills started that way and has continued that way. So we have the benefit of a lot of recreational opportunities and stuff that the rest of El Dorado County doesn't have. So my offer to them was that if we can find projects that really make sense and the community will step up and support a bond measure like happened in El Dorado Hills with the development of the 40-acre facility, that I'm committed to do what I can to try to make sure that the county would provide some funding to match those things, so we can start getting some things done relative to parks and recreation, as opposed to just applying for Prop 68 grants, which we've not been real successful with for obvious reasons. We don't qualify in a lot of the disadvantaged communities categories. So we're going to continue to try, but our recent history has not been real favorable. So at some point you have to look at, if we are going to put in recreational facilities, parks, et cetera, in El Dorado County, and particularly some of the more rural areas, where's the funding stream to do it? And that's what I think that I challenge the Parks and Recreation to continue to look at that. Where does that funding come from? How do we create a new revenue stream to not only build those facilities, but to sustain them, maintain them over time? So we'll see how that goes. I also met with the Planning and Building Department for the monthly meeting. That was great to get updated on what's going on with the current planning calendar. I will mention that Pioneer is having another workshop to discuss things, and I've seen a lot of different things referred from social media that just don't seem to understand what Pioneer is all about. Misinformation, miscommunication. And we did mention before that they have updated their rate comparison on the website. And I don't have in front of me the date, but I thought the workshop was like the 14th. Is that what it is?
This evening.
Is it this evening?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yes, this evening. Yeah.
Yes, this is the 14th, right?
Yeah.
So this evening, and I don't remember the hours and stuff, but if anybody's interested, they can certainly check the Pioneer Workshop or call the offices and we can get you that information. And then lastly, I wanted to acknowledge and recognize Marshall Medical Center for the recent announcement that they were named a top general hospital nationally
by the Leapfrog Group. And I think we're going to hear more about that in the future, but I think that kind of news is just outstanding, given our current partnerships and working relationships with Marshall Hospital for homelessness and any number of other things, that to give them proper recognition for their great accomplishment, I think is appropriate at some point. But I just want to mention, December 10th is the date on the memo. I opened it up today and read that and said, wow, this is fantastic. So I think you'll hear more about that, but congratulations, Marshall, for that recognition. And we'll go from there. So that's all I had. Any go backs from anybody?
No.
All right, very good. So everybody have a Merry Christmas, a Happy New Year. Please make it a safe one. We know with the snows and everything else, it's going to be slip and slide, even in Placerville.
Yes.
So be careful, and particularly when it starts getting dark and all of that moisture freezes and it makes ice, and just be aware and slow down a little bit, because it is treacherous out there in these kinds of conditions. And we all want to make sure we get back home safely to our families and throughout the holiday season.
Yeah,
and I guess we'll be back next year to start this again, right?
And Bucksbaugh Road is really bad, especially when it gets icy, and Sand Ridge never gets plowed. So,
Ooh.
so
yeah. So
anyway,
beware. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
all right.